Welcome to the Crashout.
Yes, sir. We are back. Crashout. Are we on episode 4? Is this 4 or is this 5?
5, baby. Episode 5 of the Crashout.
Man.
We're on 5, man.
we going pretty fast, man. Feel like we just started yesterday.
Yep, it's been a month.
Yeah, man. I guess that's a great thing, man. But, we are back, guys. Obviously, you got me, Mr. Nano_Blaster, but most people just call me Nano. Caleb, you want to go ahead?
Yo, what's up? It's Caleb Black Flash, the self-proclaimed speedster of Speedstorm. I'm glad to be back for another episode.
Yes, sir.
Of course, myself, Sammy Namikaze. You guys can just keep it short. Call me Sammy. Very chill, very laid back, ready to get started this week. We have our special guest this week, KH.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm KH Fan 90. I just go by KH. Yeah. Happy to have a spot here on the panel for the podcast for episode 5, and thank you guys for inviting me. This should be fun.
It should be good. Be good to hear your input on stuff. So yeah, I'm glad you're here. Glad you're here.
Sure. And then we got Mr. Angel, man.
The poppiest Speedstorm. Yo, another hot topic here. We got a lot of spicy things to talk about. I know you guys are probably interested to know, especially with this crazy thumbnail that Caleb created, yo. So I don't really need any more introductions. You already know, Twitch partner, working on YouTube partner. I'll just leave this out right here right at the beginning. We are going to be trying to host a big tournament for my front page on December 26th, guys. So if you guys want in on this huge tournament that we're going to do a huge cash prize. And it'll get your name out there to thousands of people that's going to be watching on the Twitch front page for that December 26th. So if you wanna know more, just let me know in the Discord DM or let me know in my chat, and we'll get you penciled in for the big tournament December 26th.
Yes, sir. Hold on. Andrew, did you share the stream out, or are you in the process?
I'm in the process of doing that, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, man, what we got for the topics, man? I know we were starting on divisions first, I believe.
Yep, divisions. I think we just finished the last week of divisions, y'all. So
yes, we did.
We going over those stats, but I will say this. Spoiler alert, the Stream Snipers did make it to the finals, and so we will be going against the Dons of Speedstorm. I think it'll be this Sunday at 2 p.m. EST?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it'll be at 2 p.m. EST, and it's going to be 20 races. A lot of metas banned, so y'all better stay tuned because it's going to be some high-level, nuts to butt racing. It's going to be crazy. I guess a little backstory. We've lost to the Dons every time we faced them. I think we did a scrimmage, I think we did a placement, and I think we played them in I think week 2 or 3. And they beat us each time, but each time we play them, the point difference gets closer and closer. Each time we play and we get closer. So I think 20 races could make a difference. I think we got our bands on point, our picks on point. We got our strong racers in, so it's gonna be fireworks. So make sure y'all stay tuned for that. It's gonna be on YouTube, Twitch, all of that. So get ready to see Disney Speedstorm at the highest level again.
Yes, sir. Excited for that, man.
Good. And then after we get done with the finals of divisions after the Sunday, I believe it's going to be a month of solo tournaments. I believe that the divisions is hosting, or Nelisi and Cedric and all of them. I think they're going to be hosting some solo tournaments. I'm glad those are back. I'm really happy. Cause yeah, it'll be good. Cause I saw the Epic Cup, and I feel like me and some other people, I feel like I missed out. Like I heard about it, but it was kind of like by the time I heard about it, it was too late to enter. So I'm glad they're bringing it back. It'll be some new names, but it'll be high level racing all the same. Let's see. Who the new Maxi is going to be. Of 2025. I guess. We'll see who that is. At this point, it's no more talking because once we do the solo tournaments, it's just compete, and then the results will speak for themselves. So, I'm excited for that. I'm gonna try to get number one. If I don't, it's okay. Somebody else gets number one, they deserve it. I know it's gonna be hard. It ain't gonna be easy, but I'm all excited. Regardless. So,
yes, sir.
Are any of you guys gonna be competing in the solo tournament they're gonna be having?
I'm okay because the thing about originally I was, but because I'm taking a break next season, I'm not really sure if I will because because I'm taking a break next season, I decided that I'm only gonna be playing in divisions. Originally, I was gonna skip out on divisions as a whole for season 2 of division, but then I remember, my team, and it's not even like we have that many people, and without me scheduling could be kind of iffy, so I just decided to just play in divisions for the teams and stuff. So I'm not sure if I'm gonna be doing the solo stuff yet. I'm pretty iffy on that.
Yeah. Are you not trying to do better than you did in the Epic Cup? Show them that you got better. You ain't trying to prove yourself.
I mean, I'm not worried about that. I could always do that when I'm actually playing the game again.
Yeah, that's true. There'll be other ones.
Dry said, "What is this title?"
Yeah, I was definitely looking forward to doing it myself, but because I'm going to be taking a break as well as Nano is, it doesn't even make sense. And on top of that, I think it conflicts with like my vacation time. I won't even be here for the month of December, so.
Mm-hmm.
So it just, I don't know, it just doesn't work out for me.
Yeah, I feel like though when it comes to solo, it's gonna be totally different than teams, because like I think one thing we've been finding out in these private lobbies is brawlers, in team modes they might not be the best, but in solos they do a little bit better because you don't have to worry about not hitting your teammate. You got 7 people that you can hit, and for each person that you hit, you get some boost, you get whatever, so you actually benefit a little bit more as a brawler in solos. So
this is true.
Just curious to see how that plays out.
Yeah, they still got shit defense though.
Yeah, they don't really have protection like that. I think they just got fire and shield most of them.
But nah, I think it'll be pretty dope. I might, even if I'm not in it, I will be tuned in regardless. So I'm gonna be around.
Mm-hmm. That's good. That's good. Yeah, it's Oh shoot, yeah. What do y'all think? How do y'all think the solos format could be? Because I know, like in the divisions Discord, they were talking about what's it called? Some suggestions for like a solo tournament. Like, how do y'all feel about that? You think there should be, like, for a solo tournament, a bunch of bans? You think there shouldn't be any bans? Do you think there should just be a limit?
Listen, there should always be bans.
Yep.
I will, with the characters that are in this game, if you're setting up regulated lobbies for competitive and there are no bans or a little bit of bans, I feel like you're literally setting your lobby up for failure, bro, because the score is gonna be skewed, bro.
I disagree with you.
Certain characters just affect the scoring like too much.
Yeah, the thing I disagree with you on that is I feel like there shouldn't be bans. I think for a solo tournament you should just limit how many times you can use a character, because I know like in teams or in like the team divisions we are doing it right now, you can use a character twice. Like, for instance, hear me out. Let's say we have like 16. Let's say we have 16 races, right? let's say we have 16 races. I feel like we should be able to use a character only once. And therefore, you know, if somebody wants to use a broken character, they have to pick and choose when to use it, because once you use that character, they're gone. So then somebody can't just abuse, you know, a certain character over and over, like Barbosa over and over every race.
I mean,
think
just
that would
using
make
a
things
character is
interesting.
abusing a character.
Yeah, but then, you know, if everybody, like Incredible season coming up, if everybody's super, nobody's super. I think, you know,
Yeah, but
everybody.
it's still, I don't know, because in the Epic Cup run, there was way less characters, and there was still a lot of broken characters. But the thing is, you know, everybody in your group was able to ban certain characters, and the thing is, people could ban the same character, so it would nullify their ban. So there was strategy in banning. If you felt like somebody was gonna ban this, and that character, you would ban the next other characters, and you know. You could use that to your advantage, and I felt like that was fire.
And you got to remember, when the Epic Cup was going on, I came in and I think I did 2 or 3. This was pre-nerf of all the characters from like what, season 6 and before, season 7 maybe. It was like a lot of, like, the characters were just, Hans reigned over everybody no matter what. So he got banned, I think, and it was just like Genie was always like super crazy. It was nuts.
Yep.
It was always crazy. Like, I was getting my butt kicked consistently in those tournaments by all those characters. And that and also I didn't have a lot of experience in the game back then. Like, I had just started playing for like 2-3 months when I got into those tournaments.
Yeah, man. There was actually I don't remember how they came up with it. I don't remember correct. I don't know if you guys are gonna see this episode, but correct me if I'm wrong. But I think somebody, I don't remember if it was Ariel, but somebody won some type of like contest or something, and they were able to pick a character to not be banned for like for like a couple weeks or something.
Oh no, they pick a character to be banned for like 2 or 3 of the iterations of the tournament, I think.
Yeah, but I remember because Ariel was, we couldn't ban Ariel for like a couple tournaments, and then that's the only reason why she was being used, and everybody who used Ariel ended up getting either a win or like second or third place at the least.
Well, she's busted. I mean, even to this point, even after they've nerfed her, like what, 8-9 months later, quote, nerfed her, she's still crazy good.
Oh yeah, she's still
good. The cloak defender thing, she just doesn't have as much comeback potential. Like, if you're like half a lap behind, you're probably not gonna come back. But like, if you're in the pack, yeah, you'll probably win. Because before, when she could go 170 something miles an hour, like, you could be a lap behind and come back and win. Like, yeah, she used to be way super OP. She used to be crazy.
I mean, you still, like, I'll say this: if you've got a character, doesn't matter how powerful they are, in the hands of a really talented racer, you're never out of a race. Especially when you're in ranked, regulated, whatever's going on. When you're in a pack, even if you're behind, if you know your lines and you've got item and boost management on your side, you know, you could have a level 50 Ariel be in 8th place. It doesn't matter.
There's a difference between like a casual noob on Ariel and One Wing Angel on Ariel.
That's exactly.
It's gonna be night and day.
Exactly the point. Exactly the point.
Why you gotta be a one-winged angel, Ariel?
You know, you got one of the best Ariels. You know, I want to give you your credit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, true. I be pulling some crazy shit with Ariel.
There you go.
You know, me and you, we've had our battles with Ariel, you know, in practice before, but you know, I understand what you bring to the table.
So, yeah.
That redhead, you know.
Let's get to this division stuff, man.
Damn.
But yeah, what's up, everybody? Yeah, we're gonna get to, you know, the week 5 recap of division. So yeah, let's get into it.
Hey Caleb, they got a question. What's up with the thumbnail?
What's up with the thumbnail? Hey, watch the video. You're gonna find out. You're gonna see exactly why that thumbnail is the way it is.
Caleb got some stuff to tell everybody. So, you know, we'll see.
Tell and talk about. Yeah, we're gonna get you know, we're gonna have a good discussion, y'all. We're gonna have a good discussion. So hope you guys ready for that. It wouldn't be the Crash Out podcast without something crazy, right?
You know, welcome to the Crash Out.
All right, let's get to yeah, so this was what's it called? Our first or the matches in week 5 in the Premier Division. So the first match of the week we had the Stream Snipers versus the Legion of Zoom. And we ended up winning 191 to 169. And the crazy thing is, like, the Legion of Zoom, they're actually a good team. They got some good players, and they gave us a fight. It's just, you know, the Premier Division is just such a hard division. So, you know, it's rough. It's rough to get some wins, but, you know, we pulled it off, you know, with some adversity. So, yeah, that was that score. Anything y'all want to say about that match, that competing Angel?
No, I mean, they gave us a good race. I mean, you know, like I said, all 4 racers and that team were really talented racers, and they're really good racers. And, you know, we are also good racers. So it was literally down to, you know, what was the better team.
Yeah, I think yeah, the party was giving me fraud.
I
But yeah,
was
that
just
was
about to say, I wasn't in the match because I was at work, but I watched it, and I ain't gonna lie, man. The party was going crazy. The party and Crusher, and them
Yep.
two were definitely going crazy on the tracks. So shout out to Mr. Crusher and Mr. Departed.
Yeah, Crusher said, move me up the list, Nano. But yeah, that was that match. The second match of the Premier Division, it was the Space Capital Letters versus the Dons of Speedstorm. That was the Dons won 190 to 160. I believe Kazuki wasn't in that race, but the Space Capital Letters still have lots of good players, and they still did a really good job and fought hard. But yeah, that was the second race of the divisions. Then we have the Lowland Thunders versus the Brazilians. Now, these are 2 teams that we went against that it came to like a 3-point difference. So, you know, I knew this was going to be like, you know, a gut buster. It was going to be like, you know, a very close one. And it was, you know, 188 to 172. And the Brazilians actually, you know, came up on top. And, you know, I'm actually, you know, not surprised. I know a lot of people probably had the Lowland Thunder as the favorites, but the Brazilians, for whatever, these last few weeks, bro, the Brazilians have been killing it. They've been breaking every track. They're basically going through all of these tracks, and they're finding ways to just like maximize, you know, what you can do on these tracks. So, and they're bringing that to, you know, the competitive scene, and yeah, they're doing their thing.
To be fair, they have always done this. I mean, you
Yep.
guys didn't go up against Brazil. Team North America did, and I can tell you, the amount of preparation that Wolf puts his team through is insane. Like, these guys, like, the communication is top notch. There was a reason they went 5-0 in the World Cup in their group. They're incredibly talented, and they're not just relegated to Wolf, Rugal, Mateus, and Nund, who are 4 of the best players that I've ever gone up against in any facet, whether that's regulated or ranked. You know, you got to give them their props. They are incredibly good. They've always been good, and they're bringing more people in from their country to this game. And you see a lot of BRZ on the track, and you're always in for a tough fight no matter who you face in that team. They're really, really good.
Man, KH giving me flashbacks.
Hey,
Yeah, man. I don't remember if in the World Cup if Michael Douglas was on the team, but I know
Yeah, he
yeah, he was their sub. He was their sub.
He was a yeah.
Okay. Well, hey, Michael Douglas is one of their mains now, so you know
Yeah.
I think he's
putting in
in
work.
He
the
was an
ranked
X factor for
leaderboard.
sure.
He was an
Yep.
X factor in the ranked leaderboard. I think he's part of the top 15, top 20,
Interesting.
something like that. I believe. I
Yeah,
could be wrong.
a lot of the
Brazil.
Brazilians is in that leaderboard now.
Yeah, they're
They
just
taking over, yo.
they're just good at the game. So I mean, yeah, they're just good.
BRZ
Shout out to
represent.
Brazilian. But yeah, they went out with a bang. And, you know, so now we can move on to the rivals scores. Also, I just want to give a shout out to Cedric. You know, thank you, and I appreciate you for making all these graphics, because I love that you're doing that for the scene. We
Oh, yeah,
appreciate the
most
work.
Oh
you
yeah,
put
they
in,
look
man.
amazing. They
This is
definitely
really
look amazing.
They look very good.
Good art.
Very talented, very creative.
Yeah, so and then here we have the Rivals Divisions matches for Week 5, and the first match we got the Breath of the Storm versus the Storm Riders, and the Breath of the Storm, they won 211 to 149. They have a very strong team. They potentially, I believe, could be moving up to the Premier Division. I think they just have to face off against the 5th place team, and if they win, they will be moving up. The second match of the Rivals Division, we have Speedstorm Academy 2 versus the Dark Side Riders. Now, the Dark Side Riders are automatically going to be moving up to the Premier Division because they went undefeated. But it is they won 223 to 137, so a good margin. And then the last match of the Rivals Division was Speedstorm Academy 1 versus the Flaming Boomers. And Speedstorm Academy 1, they got the dub. They got 199 to 161. So that was the final match of the Rivals Division. So those are your scores for the final week of divisions before the finals. Now I guess we can go to the standings now. All right, so in the Rivals Division, these are your standings. In 6th, we have the Flaming Boomers. In 5th, we have Speedstorm Academy 1. In 4th, we have Speedstorm Academy 2, all with 1 win. And then we have the Storm Riders with 3 wins, 3 out of 5, and in 3rd place. And then we have Breath of the Storm in 2nd with 4 wins, and we have the Dark Side Riders in 1st with 5 wins and undefeated. So those are your standings after 5 weeks of competitive action. So yeah, make sure you stay tuned to the Breath of the Storm match. And then in the Premier Division, we have in 6th place the Legion of Zoom. We already talked about how hard it is in this league, but they'll be going down to the Rivals Division next season. We have the Space Capital Letters with a win. They will be facing off against I believe the Breath of the Storm. Let's see who gets into the Premier Division. But yeah, they have 1 win. We have 4th place the Lowland Thunders with 2 wins. In 3rd, we have the Brazilians with 3 wins. In 2nd, we have the Stream Snipers with 4 wins. And in 1st, we have the Dons of Speedstorm, who went undefeated. And the Dons of Speedstorm and the Stream Snipers will be facing each other in the final. It'll be 20 races to see who is the winner. So those are your your division standings. Now let's go to our best performers week 5. All right, so here are the best performers for week 5 in the Rivals Division. In 10th place, we have Absent Culture with 45 points. In 9th place, we have Tom 4K, I believe, with 46 points. In 8th place, we have Tisman or TYS Man with 50 points. Tisman. Okay, that's how you say it, my bad. Okay, Tisman. We have Tisman in 8th place with 50 points. We have oh shoot, I can't see that. What's that name?
That name is Abel Estudiao.
Yep, with 56 points in 7th. We have Griffith in 6th place with 57 points. We have Monstero Zeus in 5th place with 60 points. We have who was that?
Which one?
Who was that?
And third?
In 3rd. Yeah, in 3rd.
This Tim Mark?
This Stem Arc in 3rd place. And then tied for 3rd, we have Cosmic Drifter as well with 62 points. In 2nd, we have Starmondo with 66 points. And in 1st, we have Valix with 69 points. So Valix was putting on for his team. Even though they didn't win, Valix was going crazy. So those are your
like
top
the 3rd
performers.
week in a row that Valix has been like the number 1 for scoring. Says a lot.
Yeah,
Says a lot.
Valid your list now.
I actually was looking at these points, while I'm constructing my list, and one thing I noticed is Valix is actually every single one he has been first place or tied for first place.
Yeah.
Nice.
And I had him on my team at one point. So
Yeah, man, Sam, you could have potentially made waves, man.
yeah,
I know you mad. I know you mad you didn't get that done. You was with the super team.
It's all good.
Man.
Next time.
Yep.
But all right. And now we have the premier group, and here are your top 10 performers in the premier. We have in tied for ninth place, we have Home with 53 points. Also in ninth, we have Falcon with 53 points. In eighth, we have Sandwalks with 54 points.
Wait, did you just say hone? You mean none?
See. Wow, I'm looking. Hold on, the video. I'm looking at the
Hone.
screen.
I'm like hone.
Yeah, that's
Not bad. Bro, watch the quality. The quality's like on 480p, bro. I'm looking at.
Caleb turning dyslexic on us, man.
I don't know what's going
I had
on,
to
but the
zoom in
quality's kind
to
of low.
see it though, so I don't
There you go.
blame you.
We can zoom it in right there for you. There you go.
But we have okay, there we go. We got Sandwalks. Yeah, we have None with 53. We have Falcon with 53, both tied for ninth. We have Sandwalks with 54 points in eighth place for the Lowland Thunder. We have Nalissi with 58 points for the Lowland Thunder and for seventh place. In sixth place, we have WG Crusher representing the Legion of Zoom with 59 points. In fifth place, we have Wolf representing the Brazilians with 61 points. In fourth place, we have Have representing the Dodds of Speedstorm with 63 points. And second, tied for second, we have Toxic representing the Dodds of Speedstorm with 64 points. Also tied for second, we have Manji with 64 points. And then the number one performer of the Premier Division was Dino in first place, representing the Stream Snipers with 74 points. So Dino went crazy. Dino, he did his thing to help us, win against the Legion of Zoom. So shout out to Dino.
Dino, the new number one player in Speedstorm now.
Yeah, I think
Is that
Dino.
confirmed?
He
I'm
might
saying,
be,
I
bro.
think
He might
Dino
be,
is
bro.
the new Maxi. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you.
You know what's
Dino.
crazy?
Hey, I'm gonna
Like-
start pushing Dino is the GOAT, man. Dino's the GOAT, bro.
Hashtag Dino's a go.
Here's how I feel about Dino. I feel like I can beat him, but I feel like he can also beat me. Cause that dude, like, I've raced him enough to know, like, he's really good. Like, you just kind of know. So, Dino, yeah, he deserves his flowers.
Yes, sir, man. Dino tasted competitive and he took off, man.
Yeah, Dino low-key been around for, I was looking back at some old screenshots. He's been around since season 4. He's been around for a minute. Like,
Nah,
he
really,
ain't
that's
just-
true. I've raced him in
Came to
season
3 to
4.
play.
I've raced him every season.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, so shout out. But yeah, those are your top.
He's always
shout out
been
Dino.
good.
Yeah, so those are your top 10 performers in the Premier League. So
Can you imagine if Dino is Maxi's burner account?
yeah, no, I doubt it. Dino actually plays
The burner account is crazy. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know Maxi is based in EU, so I don't, that would be wild. But what if he like just traveled just to be on Team USA, travel back to be on
Dino's actually, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, but I think Dino's Hispanic.
Yep.
Yeah, he might be
Yeah, shout outs to Dino, man.
Mexican, maybe. I'm actually not sure. We gotta ask Dino.
Yeah, well, if you guys were watching the division, and if you were watching our match against the Legion of Zoom, you might have noticed
What up,
in the
Soft
beginning
Valley?
of the stream, there was a little bit of spiciness going on in the chat, a little bit of beef going on. So why don't we bring up the clip, and then we can talk about that a little bit. So I think I sent you a little clip.
So you want me to do the clip first?
Yeah. Or is there anything we want to talk about before we get into this? Yeah, and the angel gets followed. Yeah. So yeah, go ahead and play that clip, the first one.
Sure. All right. Give me 1 second. Get this filter it off real quick. That way we could actually hear it. All right, here we go. Let me know if you guys can hear it too, by the way. Yo, let's go. You got to follow by, what is that? Ariel isn't black. How are you feeling today? Ariel isn't black. Let's go, chat. That's a very controversial name, by the way, yo. That's a very controversial name to have on Twitch. Got Ariel isn't black. Thank you for that follow, by the way. How'd you find us? I'm great, and thank you. I get that a lot. Yeah, I'm saying, because isn't that a big controversy with
I'd say probably bring the volume up a little bit.
action movie with that one girl that started as Ariel?
I can't hear it.
That's the person I have my situation with.
I can't hear
Yeah,
you.
they're saying in the chat
Oh,
they
really?
can't hear either.
And then I'll actually play the whole thing. Yo, let's go. You got to follow by, what is that? Ariel isn't black. How are you feeling today? Ariel isn't black. Let's go, chat. That's a very controversial name, by the way, yo. That's a very controversial name to have on Twitch. Got Ariel isn't black. Thank you for that follow, by the way. How'd you find us? I'm great, and thank you. I get that a lot. Yeah, I'm saying, because isn't that a big controversy with the Little Mermaid live action movie with that one girl that started as Ariel?
Yeah, hey, Angel, that's the person I have my situation with in Skyliner's Discord.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That name is a choice. So you're saying that name is a choice? Sip my tea real quick. Was added. It was the first name I can think of. Oh wow! I mean, damn, the first name you can think of. Yo, let's go.
Angel sips tea.
You gotta follow. Yo, no, I sipped that shit at the perfect time. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, so that's clip one. So, you know, Ariel is black. Is
Wait, he said that was the first name he could think of? Did I hear that right?
Ain't that crazy
Damn.
that you'd be so bothered that a black woman played Ariel that the first
I think we got an echo right now.
Hold on, let me turn my shit down. You know that when a new season comes out on Disney Speedstorm, the Little Mermaid season, the first name you think of naming yourself is Ariel isn't black. That's crazy. So yeah, let's go ahead.
That's wild, bro.
Yeah.
Wow, that's kind of eye-opening. Not gonna lie.
So yeah, let's go ahead and play the second clip.
Damn, Caleb. Still mad I found you in Skylines Productions. Wow.
Hey,
One wing has gold confirmed. I do, Chai. I do.
Make sure it's not on me.
Caleb can come in.
You not me, big dog. I'm the GOAT. That's crazy, Weebo. That's crazy. Hey, take the beef to DMs, y'all. That's crazy, yo. Not on Skyliner's Discord. Damn, Caleb. Not on Skyliner's Discord. That's crazy.
All right, next clip. I gotta give y'all some backstory, some
A
background.
lot of receipts.
Oh
Yeah, we
that's
got
too close
receipts,
to
man.
ours. Way too
Yo, you
close
should
to
ban
ours.
this dude.
Caleb did say he had to get prepared for this.
Hey, just for context,
Ariel,
us
you
on
got
the
one more
panel, I
chance
guess
to, you
aside
know,
from
take this out of the chat.
KH,
If you
we
bring
knew
it back in
about
the
this
chat, one of
episode
my mods
for
ban
maybe
Ariel.
about 3 weeks in advance. So this
trying
was
to figure
literally
out where to
supposed to
get
be
these,
episode
points
3,
score
but we're
sheets
giving
right
it to you now. So that's a lot
Ariel,
of
look,
footage
just know your shit
and
is gonna
content for
get
Caleb to dig
exposed.
up to
It's
give
gonna
to you
be on the
guys today.
podcast and
Yeah, I
everything,
came
so you
into
can-
this blind. Like I found out like maybe 20 minutes before we went on air.
Don't try to front in front of the chat because you already know what the fuck you said. I got screenshots, so don't do that goofy shit. Yeah, if you gonna say some Nazi shit, I'm gonna call you out for it, dude. What the fuck you talking about? You want to say some goofy racist shit, and when people call you out
Yeah,
for it, you want
wow.
to
Yo, thank you, Weeb. Oh yeah, that's too close to ours. Way too
you
close
should
to
ban
ours.
this dude.
One of my mods banned them right then and there, right the last part. I was like, oh man, I forget what they said, but they said some off the wall shit. I'm like, oh my god. I'm just like, man. I was just chilling, you know, because Caleb was doing his thing on the VC, and I'm just like eating my imaginary popcorn, and I'm just like, yo, like this person really got balls. Like this person really got balls, just openly talking about this and having a name like that, and I'm just like, dude.
Yeah, what the fuck are you trying to prove, first of all? But yeah, let's go to the next clip, I believe.
Oh shit! I think I lost track. I think it was only one last clip, right?
Yeah, it might be one more. Well, you know, here's a question for the community. Do y'all want somebody like that fucking with your community in the community? Like, should I? Some people come up with names like Riley isn't gay. Like, where do we draw the line? Like, bro, come on.
I mean, people do that just to get a rise out of people. All right, let's get it. I'm almost on the join. One Wing himself said if he kept going, came in hot like that as a first time chatter. Yeah, I did say that. Yeah, Katie can't hear me though because she's working right now. But yeah, we don't have no place for that in my stream. I mean, it says it in my, you know, profile. You know, no racism shit, none of that shit, bro. None of that. Like all that.
Well, you know, here's a question.
Damn, I was actually about to go off.
Yeah, and you know, I brought that up because, you know, at what point are we just gonna allow people to just, like, you know, run around with offensive names, purposely trying to antagonize people? You know, and for what? Like, is that what, you know, our community wants to accept? And I brought up the Riley isn't gay because I don't know if a lot of people know this, but did y'all know Riley and Inside Out 2 was supposed to come out as gay? I don't know if a lot of people know that.
I mean, it was pretty obvious. That's about watching the
especially
movie.
in Inside Out 2 with her, you know, love interest.
Yeah, she was a little bit like super interested into that girl, that, you know, the hockey
girl.
Yeah, but I think because of the whole, you know, woke is broke, go broke, I think they actually toned down how gay she came off as, so the movie wouldn't like flop. But you know, the same thing, like, you know, if somebody was, you know, to come out with a name like Riley isn't gay, like let's say the movie happened and then Riley comes out as gay, you know, and then somebody in Speedstorm is going around with the name Riley isn't gay, like would y'all really appreciate that? Do y'all think that name would last?
I don't even think that name would even be able to even be used, to be honest. As soon as they tried, the game was like, nah. Which is crazy to me that Game Loft allowed the other one though.
Yeah. So, you know, so that is what happened this weekend, you know, but you know, let's go all the way back to the beginning. The first time I actually ran into this person was in in a ranked match. It was the first time I noticed that name. You can bring up that photo. I think it's the one with the red screen.
You have these numbers, or I see all these
numbers. Number zero.
Yeah.
It's 0.
They're not in order, so I have to like literally. There it is.
Oh, I don't know if you can put it in order.
I can't, but I'll figure it out.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm just, you know, doing some random ass rank shit. And, you know, all of a sudden I see somebody Ariel's in black. So I'm like, what the fuck? Who the hell is that? So, you know, you know, cause yeah, Gameloft doesn't allow like a lot of names. Like you can't even name yourself Gameloft. Like they won't even allow you to have that name. But like somehow this got through the cracks. So I'm just like, whatever, you know, I'll report the name or whatever. Which, you know, obviously you know, they're trying to troll and antagonize.
I don't even know if that reporting shit actually worked, bro.
Yeah, because one thing, you know, before we really get like, why do y'all play games, right? I mean, we can go through each person. Like, why do you play games? Do you play games because it's fun? Do you play to escape? Like, why do y'all play games?
I play games because it's fun.
All right.
Yeah, I say I play games for fun. Games is also a means to meet new people, new friends that you can meet along the way. It's a great social thing. And also, it's a great escape. You have a long day at work, stressful day. You get on the game and you get that dopamine. You know what I'm saying? So you have that stress reliever while you're playing a game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead, Cage.
No. Same thing. One Wing said is that when I first started playing Speedstorm, mentally I was just not in a great spot. Felt very isolated as an extrovert, and having gone through everything with COVID, just mentally I wasn't in a great spot. So when I started playing, yeah, there was a dopamine high, but then I started, getting into the Discords and getting into Twitch and meeting everyone who's a part of this community. So it turned into, it started as I wanted to play to have fun, but then it grew into I have found a second family, which is pretty awesome. So, yeah.
Hey, that's what's up. What about you, Sammy?
I mean, at this point, it's gonna sound like I'm beating a dead horse. But same thing with Angel and KH. Definitely, I can't really recall back to like where my mental was when I first started playing Speedstorm, but I can say like I did have my eye on this game for a while after seeing trailers about it. I did liken this to Mario Kart, so I thought, you know what? If we have a good competitive racer here, I want to see how far this game goes. But I definitely play video games to either escape, like Angel said, you might have a long day at work, or just you're having a rough week, and you just want to take your mind off things, go into a different world, and just settle in. Like I played 400 hours in Skyrim, which is roughly, I think, about a month of gameplay, which is crazy. And that was just for me escaping. And then in terms of like, having fun, I like to play games that give me joy or something that has me get that dopamine. Like I like getting that adrenaline boost. So for me, it used to be Call of Duty, like back in middle school, high school. But now I find it could be something simple as Speedstorm, like when I was in the World Cup. Oh, we have an intense match, and all of a sudden everything is heightened for me. So definitely a bit of both, I would say.
Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, for me, I play games because I think games are fun. I play kart races because I really enjoy kart racers. It's I'm decent at it. It's just something that I like. I've been playing since I was really young. And games for me is just a way to escape. When you ever got stress or different things you're dealing with in real life, sometimes you can just like forget all of that, get on the game, be in a different world, not have to worry about that. Just for like a moment, and then you get back to the real world. Then one of the things, the real world, we got so much stuff going on, whether that be World War III talks or racism or all kinds of stuff. You would think that video games would be a way for you to escape all of that. But, for the unfortunate thing is, as a black gamer, you kind of can't escape that. It doesn't really matter. Like, you experience racism in real life, and then you get on the game, and then you experience it. Like, bruh, I've been, back in the day, some of y'all are young, but when I was coming up, like, middle school and whatnot, that's what the Xbox 360 days. And, every time I get on the motherfucking game, you got somebody coming out with a N-bomb. Like, oh, saying the N-word. The Call of Duty Xbox 360 days, every time you get on the game, it's an N-bomb going on. And maybe for, some gamers who weren't black, they didn't really think nothing of it, all just some gaming lingo or whatever. But like as a black gamer, that shit got exhausting. That shit got
those were the days, man. Those were the days.
Yeah, I remember those Call of Duty lobbies. 100%.
Yeah, those shits are toxic.
Them was so racist for no reason. For no reason. They got the SB. That's the first thing that they say. Or like if they know that you're not, if they know you're a certain race, because I experienced this as a Hispanic person. They used to call me a dirty Mexican. I'm not even Mexican. I'm Puerto Rican. But to them, it's all the same shit. That was racist.
Man,
that's racist as fuck.
You got that Miles Morales treatment.
Wrong
flags.
Yeah. So we don't get to escape that, and calling people slurs ain't gamer lingo. I think some of y'all need to understand that. But it was fun to be toxic, but sometimes it gets exhausting. And unlike some people, we don't get to escape. So there was that. So I've just don't have to deal with that my whole life. Then even today you can't even watch a movie without people complaining about seeing a black person on screen. Anytime there's a black person on screen, oh, this is woke. Oh, this is, oh my gosh, like this is DEI. This is all of this. And, it's just people always complaining just because they see black people on screen, whether it's video games, whether it's movies, whether it's Concord. I don't know if y'all heard about Concord, but Concord was a game. It had like a lot of diversity with age, gender, race. And the game, it wasn't as good as like Overwatch or mechanically it might have not been the best, but I think it caught a lot of slack because the characters were they had pronouns and they had they were black and maybe not attractive, so people are like, oh well, this is woke. So no matter where you go, you can't escape it. So Disney Speedstorm is one of those communities where I thought like, okay, you would think the people who play this game whatever, want to be on that type of time, but you still run into those people in this game. So that is kind of how I feel. That's why like, why does it bother you so much? Like, bro, I ain't got time for that shit. I'm not trying to deal with it or whatever. But obviously people gonna do what they do. So anyways, I just report this person and I don't think really nothing of it. And I go on with my life. And I'm thinking I probably won't see him again. But next thing I'm on the Discord side. I'm in a lot of Discords, and I see this motherfucker in Skyliner's Discord, and running out with the name blah blah blah. Ariel isn't black. Letting people know that he doesn't like the fact that a black woman played the Little Mermaid. And I talked to Nano about this, and this is way before I came in and crashed out. I think I said, Nano, have you seen this person? Skyliner's Discord name Ariel isn't black, and he's like, yeah, I've seen it, but they just looking for attention. He's like, hey, don't give it no attention. I don't know if you remember that, Nano.
Yeah, I remember, and it's crazy because I've seen him even before the whole Skyliner's Discord thing. Like he's, because I think he's. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know when he made that name, but I forgot when the movie came out. Did that come out during the Little Mermaid season?
I want to say I started seeing that name during the Little Mermaid season.
Yeah, I think the movie came out before, but I guess maybe because the season came out, people still are mad about that or whatever.
Yeah, I've been seeing that name for a while, and every time I see that name, I just shake my head, man.
I think that came out Little Mermaid because I haven't seen that name till that season, to be honest, and now it's just in the game.
Yeah, so and I ignored it for a while, but after a while, I kind of got tired of seeing that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like people got a lot of times in their what they call Discord rules, no racism, no harassment, no hate. But then they allow this motherfucker to literally talk and comment all over the Discord, and basically like sometimes I wonder like if YouTubers or people with communities know how many black people are their fans and follow them and support them. And I wonder if people actually really think about that, because there's a lot of black people in the Speedstorm community, and it's kind of crazy that like y'all, it's a lot of this is y'all just allow this in your communities and stuff. Like, do y'all not know? Like, here's the thing. Like, when I first got on this game, I followed Skyliner because he's a very positive person. Because there's Disney Speedstorm. There's a lot wrong with this game. But he always makes videos and it's always on an upbeat note, and he's always bringing a positive twist to it. So I followed him, and then I'm thinking, okay, let me join this Discord, because I would assume that the Discord would be on that same type of energy. But then you get in the Discord and this motherfucker's here, and that's not very welcoming to black people, in my opinion. I recommend people to follow Skyliner. My black friends, they have kids, they have daughters and sons who are excited to see that there's a black mermaid or somebody looks like them on the screen. So the fact that like this is allowed in your freaking Discord and nobody's saying nothing about it, just rubbed me the wrong way. So I snapped eventually. So this was
mind you, I will add some Discord technical knowledge into this. If Skyliner really wanted to, being the owner of that Discord, he could have just changed that nickname to something completely different and just left that at that too. Like, he had the choice to change that name. You could change people's name without them, without their permission.
Wow.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's
Yeah, I actually didn't know that either.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
But
news to me.
I don't know. I ain't gonna lie though. Sometimes I'm in Skyliner's Discord, and I don't know if it's been a recent thing, because I've been in there for about like maybe over a month now. But it seems like Skyliner is like barely. I don't know. It doesn't seem like he be interacting in his Discord like that. It just seems like he only really goes in there whenever he's gonna post something about a video he's doing.
My understanding of that, Nano, is that he is a college student, so he's been very busy with his studies. But that's only what I've heard through the grapevine as to where he is. I mean, he hasn't posted a tremendous amount of content over the past season or so, but that tracks with what I've heard, is that he's been really, really busy. And even during the World Cup, when he was on our team, once we got into August, that's around the time college started up, and he became much less available to do practices and all that type of stuff. So it just tracks with the last 3 months worth of schooling and all that.
Yeah, but I feel like if you like a mod in your Discord, like you don't want to keep up. You don't want to like keep up with it or something. Like, I mean, it feel like he don't say nothing until it's time to post the video. So I don't even know if he understands what's going on in there.
In my experience, I've been in his Discord for like, I guess, a year now, and I would say that he does interact with his server, but it's like the only time he really goes into his server to interact with, like, I guess, the randoms or the rest of us is usually when it's like big news about the game or controversial news about the game.
And also, if you are a mod in a Discord, you also have the power to change names too.
Yep. So we're gonna get into it. His mods were definitely negligent in this type of stuff, but so I eventually call it out, and you see the first picture. I don't know if you can scroll down. So I essentially, say, hey, Ariel isn't black. Ariel is black. Deal with it. You have a dumb name. So there's what's it called? Actually a show for kids called, on Disney Junior, called Ariel, and what's it called? And then obviously we had the live action remake. I posted that.
Now, mind you, in the Space Storm community, or even just in the Disney community in itself, to even be this ignorant about She'll Never Will Be. I mean, if you look at Disney movies, there's multinational cultures in these movies. Mulan, is what, Asian, right? The Asian culture. And Kanto and Coco, Spanish culture. You have the Princess and the Frog, Princess Tiana, she's black. You know what I'm saying? So we have different cultures in this Disney brand and Disney princesses for people to, single out a certain race. It's kind of ignorant. If you're a Disney fan, that's kind of crazy, because Disney is more than just one race and one color. Moana,
exactly.
Merida, like, I could keep going off.
Yeah, and what's it called? I I guess before we get to the next one, I actually what's it called? Have some photos to show how his statement "she never will be" is wrong. Let's bring up the pictures of the compare. I think there's one with, like, there's Ariel, Triton, and Ursula, and they're the next two their race swap counterparts. I don't know if you want to bring those up. Let's see. I want to give some attention to that.
Dry says she changing his name right as of right now. Oh,
Yeah,
to
because he's in a lot of different
Assad.
discords. But here's the thing: I'm not gonna be in everybody's discord crashing out over this dude. So that's why I'm asking y'all, like, what do you want allowed? What do you like? Are you protecting your community? Like different stuff. Like, I'm asking some questions because he you know. But I want this to be something that we can talk, have a discussion about certain topics.
Mhm.
So, I don't know if you bringing up those pictures, Angel, but like, how do y'all
I
feel
can't
about
find
like?
that picture. When you talk about Triton and all them, I don't see that in any of these photos. I don't see a Triton anywhere.
Go out. There's a folder. Go to
Go out of the folder.
Yeah, there's like 3 folders, and one says Ariel and then race swap.
Oh, it's the race swap, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said it's a Triton and what? Oh, Triton and Ariel. This one. I'm playing.
Yeah, there's
right
like
now.
Ursula. There's Triton, and then there's Ariel. So
I know in terms of protecting one's community, Nano is no stranger to that.
oh yeah, Nano don't play that stuff. He'll get you out there real quick. You talking crazy on somebody.
J Smash. Shit.
J
what?
Smash.
But yeah,
I had to get J Smash out of here. Yeah, the Ariel isn't black thing. That definitely would have been flying in my Discord.
Oh yeah. So exactly, and this is one of the screenshots from the show. You got little Ariel, and that's King Triton. So what's crazy? When Disney Speedstorm the Little Mermaid season, I was kind of curious to see if they were gonna come out with like another skin, like an alternative skin, like a Halle Bailey skin, like a black Ariel skin. I was wondering, we didn't get it, but I was kind of wondering when the season came out, we was gonna get that. But yeah, how do y'all feel? Yeah, go ahead.
My question is, why? Okay, even if he didn't agree about the whole Ariel being black thing, why is it so important that he feel like he gotta make his name that in Speedstorm? Like, I don't know,
Yeah.
kind of. It ain't a good look in my opinion.
Yeah, he's trying to troll and antagonize, and I don't feel like we got to put up with that. But like for me, I feel like there are certain characters where their race has nothing to do with the character, and them being white or black or whatever is just literally just like, hey, well, I'm white, I made this character, I'm gonna make him white like me, or like I'm black or whatever. Like Ariel's a fucking mermaid. That's not a real human. Like it doesn't matter if she's white, black. Like the whole premise of the story is she wants to become a real human. She loses her voice, blah blah blah. Like her race really has nothing to do with that story. You can change the race and it really doesn't change anything. Like so I don't feel like it's really an issue. I feel like, if they want to reimagine the story using to modernize it so, people of today can relate to it. Like I don't see an issue with that. If you like the white one, that's fine. I like the white Ariel, I like the black Ariel, I like all the Ariels. But I don't think there's an issue with them, changing the race. What do you guys think?
Before I get into that, Angel, Luna wanted me to tell you that you're a great person and to keep up the great work, man.
Hey, I appreciate that. I actually was reading Luna's comment right now where she was saying that we should have different skin colors on all Disney princesses. I agree. And I mean, they already been doing that. I mean, you got Pocahontas, Merida, Fiona. There's a lot of different, races and cultures in these Disney movies. I would love to see a Puerto Rican princess Disney movie based on the island of Puerto Rico. That would be a beautiful movie to see.
Yeah, man. The thing is really like. Also, this is I don't know if we can get to that later, but yeah, y'all can keep going on your opinion. I'll bring that up later. Because the thing about race swaps, y'all got to think like, let's say, you are DC Comics or you are Marvel Comics, and every single hero that you've made is white. So, but let's say there are a lot of black actors. Black actors need jobs. You know what I'm saying? They want to get work as well. So here's what you do as a company. Do you make a whole bunch of new characters, that may or may not do well and flop, or do you take some characters that you've already made and that already have some success, and you give black people the opportunity to play these characters? Like, that's literally what's going on. Like, I know y'all can say, oh, we just need original characters, we need to quit race swapping. It's like, okay, they can come out with a Superman movie, a Batman movie, everybody's gonna watch it. But like, if they came out with I will get into the stats later, but like, people say, oh, we need more original characters, original movies, but then when they come out with original movies, y'all don't support it.
So
and then they stop coming out with original movies.
So let me ask you this, because I got a question on that. Do you think if they were to make a Spider-Man Miles Morales movie, and him being half black and half Puerto Rican, do you think that movie would not do as good as the other Spider-Mans?
It'll probably be the most. It'll probably make the most money, to be honest.
I think it would do good because the Miles Morales movies are just fire. But the funny thing about that is, I hear people online be like, "Oh, Miles Morales is Miles Morales and Spider-Man is Spider-Man." So they won't even call him Spider-Man because he's black.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm watching every Spider-Man movie they putting in theaters, no matter who's the race of the character.
Yeah, I don't care. He's a dope ass Spider-Man. I
Is
like
the
Peter
movie
Parker
fire?
Miles,
Yeah, if the movie's fire, that's all I care about.
Yeah, people get so caught up on race swaps, and it just really shows you the issue they have is just they just don't like seeing black people on screen. I talked about why we play games, and a lot of it was to escape. The crazy part is about it is we might escape our problems. For some people, they get on the game to escape their problems, and their problem is black people. They don't like seeing black people in real life, so then when they get on the game or they watch a movie and they see a black person, and it gets on their nerves. You made it political. Okay.
It's crazy because I know in terms of Ariel, the person who made their name Ariel isn't black. I know that like probably damn near every time he queues up and he's in a lobby with a black person, they read his name. I guarantee you almost all of them, if not every one of us, like shakes our head or be like, really, dude? Like,
yo, can you imagine if VC was a thing and y'all saw that name for the first time? I would have called them out like, hey, yo, like, what's up with your name right now? Like, I would have been literally talking this whole race, like, yo, why do you have that name? Like, like, why you trying to like be racist in the Disney game at that? A Disney kart racing game.
Yeah, you're playing Disney, and then you're mad because Disney's deciding to, give some representation. Like, know your environment, dude. First of all, but yeah. But yeah, how about we I think I have some photos of the what's it called? Some more photos. I think there's some side by side pictures.
All right, so I'll get those. Actually, one thing I was actually gonna notice too is not to be off topic, but y'all talking about Marvel and shit. I think one of Marvel's best movies was the Black Panther. You know what I'm saying? And that showed black excellence like a motherfucker, bro.
I'm glad you brought that up, dude, because y'all know the Black Panther was created by Stan Lee, right?
Yep.
So the whole reason Stan Lee said that he created the Black Panther because there was a lack of black heroes and representation, and in the comic book industry back in the '60s during the Civil Rights Movement. So he wanted to make a hero that black people could get behind and feel represented.
Was Green Lantern out back then?
Green Lantern is pretty old, I'm not sure if because I know the very first were Shazam, which is Captain Marvel. Marvel actually came up before Superman, so it was Captain Marvel, which is Shazam, Superman, and then Batman were the first three heroes. And then I'm not sure like who comes after those three, but I know in terms of like the original 7, in terms of the Justice League members, all of them came out relatively close in time, apart from Batman and Superman. I want to say 50s, 60s. So I think Green Lantern was definitely sometime between that, but I can definitely check.
Okay.
Well, I can't I can't pull out the photo that Caleb was talking about. I mean, I guess there's these side by sides. Maybe this is what he's talking about. We got the Ariel from the Speedstorm game to the Ariel that on the side by side. I gotta wait. Caleb is not even here. He left the Discord.
I was about to say where Caleb's not here.
Okay, so Green Lantern 1960. The first issue.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a, if you can't tell, I'm a bit of a comic nerd. So. Yeah.
Okay.
You said 1961?
1960.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because I know,
Yeah.
you know, Green Lantern. I know in the Justice League he was a black dude, but I think there's multiple Green.
Yeah,
Lanterns,
there's
though.
multiple Green Lanterns on from Earth. So you got Kyle Rayner, Hal Jordan, John Stewart, but for the most part, it usually follows either John or Hal because they're the most popular lanterns.
Mhm.
There's
Yo,
Caleb.
did I just disconnect? Oh,
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Oh, connection.
I was on my console. I guess my console went out. What was the last thing y'all heard me say?
I didn't even know you disconnected until they said you disconnected. To be honest.
I think you were talking about pulling
Yeah.
up the side by sides, and then you talking about the side by sides of like the characters in Speedstorm, and then the other picture with it.
Yeah, did you hear me say anything about Black Panther?
You were talking about how Stan Lee created Black Panther because he felt that there wasn't a lot of that representation in comics.
Yeah, I
And
think that was the last
he-
one. Yeah.
I think that was the last thing I remember you said before you disconnected.
Yep.
And he went.
Oh, you might
And
get disconnected again.
I think he's muted again. I'm not sure.
He
Okay, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so yeah. And then you brought up the photos. Yeah, so you showed the other ones. I think you showed the Ariel.
Yeah, the picture of
Ariel side
Ariel
by side.
side by
Yeah,
side.
let's see the Ursula one.
The Ursula one. There we go, right here.
All right, there we go. That's what Ursula would look like if she was, race all black. What y'all think of that design? Y'all fuck
I
with
think it looks fire.
it? I like it. You know what I'm saying? And she still has the essence of her character. I don't see an issue.
Uh-huh.
Then we got King Triton. Hey, imagine if they had that skin in fucking Disney Speedstorm.
That'd be dope, man.
2,000 tokens.
That'd be dope.
Speaking of, I think I made some AI images to kind of, just bring some of those ideas to life.
And then these are controversial right here. This is the one that Caleb could talk about all day. Is the fact that they're all crew members other than one race.
Oh, wait. Yeah, so right here, I made this photo, right? Because, we're talking about representation in games. This is every black person in Speedstorm. And they are all crew members but Tiana. She ain't got a voice. So we do not have no representation in the game.
Don't worry, man. We about to get Frozone, man. I believe.
What do y'all think? Nah.
Man.
Frozone as a crew member.
If
Yep.
Frozone is a
what do y'all
crew
think?
member, that would be tragic.
That'd be
Is he gonna-
disrespectful, bro.
Is he going to join Tia Dalma as a character or is he going to be a crew member? What do y'all think?
I think he's gonna be a character, man.
It's 50-50, man. Could you imagine if they just give us the Underminer instead as another villain?
Bruh, if they give us the Underminer and they make Frozone a crew member, I'm gonna pull a nano like, yeah, I'm boycotting. Boycotting the whole season.
I don't know,
Yeah.
man. Frozone's too good of a character to be a fucking crew member, man.
That's what I was
Really?
about to say. I'm like, look, Frozone was an integral part of Incredibles 1. He was a secondary character when you're talking. Okay, sorry. You guys were talking about movies and representation. I'm a film student,
Hmm.
graduated 2011 College of the Desert with a degree in mass communications, emphasis on film. I've watched movies my entire life. I'm 34 years old. I mean, I've been pretty well versed in studying movies and the way things work in the industry in Hollywood. So, trying my best to understand where things go. a lot of the stuff you're talking about, I'm like, yeah, that's stuff I hear a lot. All that stuff back to this, when we're talking about Incredibles, Frozone was very much a part of getting everything moving forward in the Incredibles. Incredibles 2, he's still very much a presence in the movie. So it doesn't make sense for him not to be a character, especially when they say they've got 7 coming. You know, I think all the Incredibles characters, like the family, that Mr. and Mrs. Incredible, Dash and Violet, those are 4 of the 7 that are coming. It does not make any sense to me why they would not bring a character that was so important in the film to just be a crew member. Like that doesn't make sense. Like, if anything, the crew member for Mr. Incredible, which a lot of people speculated that was going to be Frozone, I think that is going to actually be the government agent dude that talks with Mr. Incredible all the time and covers for him, and said, look, we'll make it clean and everything, but after this you're on your own, but maybe I can relocate you, whatever. That all happened in Incredibles 1. That guy is going to be Mr. Incredible's epic crew. Frozone's going to be a character. I have a very hard time believing he won't be.
Especially if you look at the teaser of the map, you got a couple ice parts of the road, aka Frozone. So it wouldn't make sense to not have him as a racer if you're gonna have a track that has a part of it that it's Frozone. You know what I'm saying? That makes no sense.
Hang on, I don't think a lot of us thought about this yet, but who would be Frozone's epic?
That's gonna be my next question.
His
wife, but the thing is, we've never seen
her. Exactly.
That's the problem.
So what is it going to be, like a question mark over her profile picture?
Was there like no like pictures in his house of his
we've
family?
Never seen his wife.
Oh, that's gonna be tricky.
Yeah. So what is going to be a question mark, and it's going to say his wife?
Her name is Honey, from what I remember.
Honey, where's my super suit?
Yes, and actually, I'm actually trying to look pictures up right now. There was some kind of pencil sketch created that shows what she looked like. And I don't know if Gameloft would work with this.
Oh man, if this is a stretch, it already sounds like it's confirmed.
I think people are saying he will be too similar to Elsa.
He won't. They can do other things
That's
with
what
ice.
Shy is saying.
Well,
yeah, I
they
don't
reuse
agree with that
assets
at
all
all,
the
bro.
time.
Like, you can literally, if Gameloft Gameloft got to get more creative with their abilities, bro. Like, just because that's like saying, just because 2 people are using fire means they have to be exactly the same, because the backfire or the fire item is different from Jafar's fire, which is different from Hades' fire.
And then look at Anger. Anger has kind of like a Jafar fire, and he has a trail. Like,
well, let's take a look at an example of the latest character that we got out was Rapunzel. Her uncharged ability is literally the same thing as Woody's, but they've added a little bit of a twist to it. Woody has that lasso that he shoots forward. Rapunzel shoots her hair the same way forward. So I get where you're worried about, oh, well, Frozen will basically be the same thing as Elsa. He might be able to shoot ice beams out in front of his hand, because he does do that in the movie. He also, when he's running away from the big, huge robot at the end of the first film, he's shooting snowballs out of his hand. So in a sense, he could also have a potential special like Olaf, where he, throws snowballs on the ground and causes, slippery surfaces or something like that. So that's a way that they can integrate his frozen power, but have it be unique to him instead of being a direct copy of Elsa. But that's a thought.
You know what I actually think now that you just said all this? I think his ability might be similar to Hades, where if you get into like his radius, he'll freeze the whole area.
There you go. There she is.
Yeah, this is
Honey.
like
That's his wife.
This is
Honey,
the main photo that people.
That's what I was saying. I was like, there's got to be a sketch of her somewhere. So if they've worked with the Disney people, they're probably going to get a picture of her, and that's probably the closest reference you have. But yeah, That's
Is that canon though?
That's
yeah.
a good
He's got a
question.
wife. Yeah, he
Yeah, and we
absolutely.
know.
Yeah, yeah,
He
I
has
know
a
he has
wife.
a
What do you
wife,
mean it's
but
a sketch? I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
he do a
don't know
lot
if
of
the
artwork.
sketch, but like when I'm looking at images of Honey Incredibles, it's literally the same type of photo, like sketch wise.
Yeah.
Mm.
But yeah, there's
So
nothing really like concrete. But I'm sure, you know, they can talk to Disney and see like what she would look like, or I don't know, maybe they seen Incredibles 3 or a preview of Incredibles 3, and maybe she's in the
too.
movie and they know exactly what
That
she's gonna
too.
look like. You never know.
Because just like
Yeah.
Inside Out, when Inside Out dropped the season, uh, the mid-season racers, they already knew them because the movie didn't drop yet, but we already had a snippet of the characters that were coming out for the mid-season racers that season.
gotcha.
Hey, maybe his epic crew member is the cop that told him to put his hands up.
Oh
I
my
get this.
God, that's
No,
crazy.
No,
Uh,
that's just
it'll be her. It'll be his
yeah.
wife.
But I
Um,
will say, I was reading about why she wasn't in the movie, and she was supposed to be like unveiled in the Incredibles 2, but the makers thought it would just be funny just to keep her as just a voice, and that's it.
Hey, you know what? I don't think any of us thought about this, but it might not actually have to be his wife per se. It could be other heroes
It could be
that
It could be
retired.
an animal. It could be an animal. It could be a lot of different things.
Because there were a lot of retired heroes before they got killed by what's his name? Syndrome.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Yes.
you know what I think it is. I think here's the thing. Like Frozone is a side character. I think one of the things that make people so mad about Ariel being race swapped is because he's the main character. I think a lot of people don't mind if there's a character kind of plays like the second fiddle, or it's kind of like the friend or the sidekick. But like when you have the person and they're the main protagonist or something, I think that's why where people have an issue.
the other thing, Caleb. Again, speaking from experience in understanding movies and studying things, movies are meant to do three things. They're meant to educate, entertain, and inspire. And the movies that really stick with you do all three of those really, really, really well. And it's why it's hard to make movies that do all three of them, because it's like you can only do two. You can only do, sometimes you only can even do one.
Mhm.
And it doesn't matter necessarily as a plot point unless it's made, like it's important to the plot of the story that someone is black, someone is a woman, someone is Hispanic, someone is gay or trans. It doesn't matter unless it's very integral to the story. For me, as someone who has studied film and someone who goes to movies to be entertained and to absorb a good story, I want to make sure that that's the priority. Look, I'm sitting in a movie theater spending $20, $30, $40 on the ticket, the popcorn, or whatever, and I want to be entertained by a really, really good story. So as long as I am getting that, I'm good with it. And I think that's something that I try to keep in mind when I have all this stuff. Like I watched the Little Mermaid live action one. I want to say for the first time, maybe 2 months ago. And I thought that there were some good elements of it. I thought that they paid some pretty good respect to the original source material. They could have done a couple of things better. But I think that the actress that they chose for who played Ariel, she's stunning. She's got an amazing voice.
Holly
And
Bailey.
yeah, she has
Yep.
an amazing voice. I heard her sing Part of Your World at Disneyland. It was a video that I saw on TikTok, and she's got a stunning voice. I'm like, wow, Disney, you really nailed that one. It's more than I can say as casting Emma Watson to be Belle in the Beauty and the Beast live action, because I knew she could act the part, but I know she can't sing worth squat, and that's not a knock against her. It's just, when you're talking about remaking a movie that is part of the Disney Renaissance, where it was about musicals, prowess and how your characters can sing really, really well. They nailed that with Ariel. They absolutely did. With Belle, they really didn't do her justice in the acting.
Hey, but she was white though,
part.
right?
I had an
so that
issue
should be enough.
Yeah, and see, I had an issue with it myself with Beauty and the Beast anyway, just because it just prior to this past year, I couldn't say this. As of right now, as of this very moment, I'm an international award-winning film director, editor, cinematographer. When the movie came out in 2017, I didn't have that title. I didn't have the, all these things that I can claim that I have in my, professional business and all that kind of stuff. But I looked at the live action Beauty and the Beast and I said, I could have done a better job filming it because the cinematography was awful. The pacing wasn't super great. The outfit, I mean, I knew better cosplayers who had a better dress, the gold dress that Belle wears in that dancing sequence. And it was just such a letdown. For Little Mermaid, the live action, they did a better job trying to say, what, this is what it would look like. I felt like they took more care with that movie than they did with Beauty and the Beast, which kind of sucks because, again, it's one of their Disney Renaissance films. It's one of the things that really built Disney up as they approached the 21st century. So, it's a lot to absorb.
I think Shaw said, go.
When are we going to see one of your movies?
Yeah, I wanted an award.
It did win an award. I mean, it is my content is out there on YouTube to see, and after the whole podcast comes out, I can send you guys a link to that, and I'll probably even post it here too, so you guys can see it. But
I mean, shoot, we seen that video you did for us in the World Cup already. I was like, okay, yeah, you got some talent.
Your work is definitely not. Your work definitely shows a lot of like skill and love and passion. So,
yep. Second to none.
I'm not surprised if you out here winning awards and stuff with your work.
I appreciate that, guys. Thanks. Yeah, I can absolutely send you guys a list of the stuff that I did. It's kind of going back into the superhero realm. The thing that I was doing is a fan film based in the world of DC Comics.
Ooh.
And
okay, you got me.
It is a 9-episode miniseries, about 10 to 12 minutes each episode, and it faces the question of what would happen if every superhero and supervillain in the world disappeared. If they all got killed off, what would happen? And
so My Hero Academia. Okay.
So
I'm definitely gonna digest this. I'll say that.
And the story is set 25 years after a great war wiped out every superhero and supervillain in the galaxy. And the story is set with high school students who find out that they are the second and third generation descendants of the Justice League.
This sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's a series called Heirs of Justice, and it exists on YouTube. It's gotten to this point 28 awards across 12 different film festivals in 5 different countries.
Damn.
Heirs of Justice.
Prestigious.
Okay, I'll type that down. I'm gonna remember that. I'm gonna look that up.
No, not Young Justice. We called it Heirs of Justice because Young Justice was taken, and so I was like, I don't want to name it something that is already existing. We wanted to make it our own. So, over 6 years, started writing the script in 2017, and then it hit the film circuit in 2021, or not 2021. That's when we finished it. 2021 is when it premiered on YouTube, and then 2023 it hit the film circuit, and it just finished. Nano. This is the film festival I went to in France. It premiered in France.
Ah, okay. Wait, is that when you went to Disney over there across seas?
Sir. Yes, sir. That is why I went over to Paris, and that's why I spent some time over at Disneyland Paris, because I was like, dude, the film festival that we were at is like only 100 miles away from Disneyland Paris. We're going. So
nice.
Yeah, That's it does exist out there on YouTube.
I was looking
Pretty
at
dope, man. It's pretty dope.
Shy comment something. I think she said that Ursula is only for drag queens or black women. Ursula character was based on a drag queen. You know what's interesting? That everybody was so caught up on Ariel being played by Halle Berry. Like Ursula was played by Queen Latifah. I think they had like a live, like you know,
They
I think
had
they had
a
like a.
they had a live, like basically as if it was a theater show. I think it was an ABC special, and Queen Latifah was Ursula for that, I think.
Yeah, so it's so funny how nobody cared or maybe didn't catch attention, but it's like there's always been, you know, black actors and actresses that have played, you know, roles. And Ursula's purple. Maybe that's why nobody was offended, because they changed the purple character into a black woman. But yeah, I didn't know that. So I didn't know that was actually.
Angel, I put if you guys check the Crashout Discord, I put a picture that Dry Shy sent me. You wanna show
Hey, go
that
ahead.
to
Yeah. Hey,
the
put it
people,
on screen.
man?
Put it on screen.
You wanna show that to the people?
Ariel is black. How you feel about this? How you gonna feel about this? How about that?
She changed
Hey,
his
Angel
name,
putting
man.
people on.
She changed his name.
Hey, shot act quick. Shot act quick.
Oh my gosh, man. Oh man.
Yeah, so awesome. It's saying it might just be because I have a special connection to the original. It's hard to like the live actions, I guess. The live action Disney films, for the most part, in my opinion, are not worthy to stand up in terms of the quality that I experienced next to the originals.
I can agree with that.
With the exception of probably Cinderella, because there was like, okay, well, think about this. A lot of the live actions that have come out, we're talking about Aladdin, we're talking about Beauty and the Beast, we're talking about Little Mermaid. These movies came out less than 30 years ago. So the memory of how they made you feel when you were a kid growing up, that's still really, really, really fresh. Cinderella, the animated movie, was made back in 1950. So when the movie came out in 2015, the live action one, 65 years had passed. It's enough time for a generation or two to allow a new stamp to be put on how they feel it would, you know, look. And they updated a couple of things. And it felt, I don't know, it felt like it was a little more truer to the spirit of the movie. Again, this is all just me, and y'all will have your own opinions on those movies, but I feel like the only live action that was worthy to stand up next to its counterpart, its animated counterpart, was the live action Cinderella. The other movies, I feel like not enough time had passed. It was rushed, and there was a lot of expectation on it too. Like Cinderella, people were like, okay, it's Cinderella, it's, you know, it's whatever. But people had emotional attachments to The Little Mermaid, to Beauty and the Beast, to Aladdin, to, I mean, Moana right now. Not even 10 years later, Moana's getting the live action treatment. I'm just like,
Yep.
I feel like it's just placing unneeded expectation on, oh, well, it better be the greatest thing that I can remember ever seeing. And when it's not, it's a letdown. And I'm not talking about, you know, race swapping characters or anything like that. I'm talking strictly, purely from a cinematic storytelling standpoint. I'm not talking about anything else. I'm talking about, does it capture the magic? I'm talking, does it make you forget everything that you're doing for the next 2 hours and just pull you into the movie and make you forget everything? Does it do that? So that's just me on that.
You know what's interesting? It's interesting that you brought up Cinderella, and I'm glad you did, because I actually have there was actually another. I think Cinderella came out in 2013, a live action, But there was actually another live action that came out before that with Brandy. So I have actually have some pictures.
Rodgers and Hammerstein, also Disney version of Cinderella.
Yeah.
But yes.
Angel, can you put those photos on the screen? It's
I remember that one.
And I don't know if Angel's muted. I ain't heard his voice in a minute.
Oh yeah, I am
Yep,
muted.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Cinderella, played by Brandy, and that was Prince Charming, played by Asian Man. And this what was it, 1997, I believe.
97.
And you didn't hear woke, go broke. Oh, this is DEI. Like people were chill back then. Like you know what I'm saying. You could come out with a movie as long as they play to the story and the character is acted out. Like it didn't really matter. But nowadays, if this movie came out in 2024, everybody would be calling it woke. We need a boycott. They changed Cinderella. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, man.
But you can show some of the other photos. I think Whitney, the what was it, the fairy godmother?
Fairy Godmother
She was also black. Whitney Houston.
I mean, oh God, how do you hate Whitney Houston as fairy godmother?
They did a good job.
Such a great job.
Yeah, so even hey, there's a black Ariel and a black Cinderella. So game law, we need our black Cinderella skin. Whenever y'all decide to bring what's it called, Cinderella to freaking game, a Speed Storm. But yeah, that's yep, there goes Brandy. So it's just crazy how times have changed and gotten worse, bro. It's kind of crazy. Cause I remember when this came out. I don't remember a backlash. Is it the internet? Am I tripping? Is that what it is?
Yeah, man. Society. Society's gotten better and worse at different areas. Across the times.
Yep. But you know what? How about just to piss off Ariel's black even more, how about we show some more black Ariel pictures? So I think I have some there's some Ariel dolls from Walmart. You see those pictures, Angel? You can bring those up. Oh wait, yeah, these are the AI. So this is an imagining of Ariel. That she was in Speed Storm, a little that was one. But yeah, you can literally go to Walmart and buy you an Ariel doll, and it doesn't say black Ariel. It says Ariel, just in general. So if at this point, if you can't accept that Ariel is black, the modern iteration of Ariel, then that's a personal problem. But I like it. Some little girls can get a doll look just like them. So it's like when I see people, with the ignorance, I ain't got time for it. But you brought up the AI picture. You might as well show the other two. What was I think I brought up a Ursula, a Speed Storm Ursula, and a Speed Storm Triton. Just something goofy. Bring those on screen.
What I'm saying, man, is these are some top tier graphics. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, man. I think
a little Madden or Ursula. I like Black Ursula. She can get it, huh? I'm not gonna have
your rival ain't gonna be nobody in competitive Speedstorm anymore. It's gonna be Ariel. Is
Ariel the black? Yeah, that's my rival. I'm crushing you. Your little King Triton. Just something light. But yeah, so. I made some of those photos, to piss people off who don't like seeing black characters. But I think the last thing I want to bring up was, just as like some people are mad about like, them making some characters black. What do you think about when they whitewash characters?
To me, you mean like if they make a black character, a character that was originally black, white,
or lighten up their skin a little bit? What do you think about that?
In my personal opinion, I don't mind. I just want whatever the media it's covering to at least be quality.
Mm-hmm.
So my stance still like my stance still it's the same. It's still consistent because for me, I can't say that if they make Ariel like if they make her black and I'm cool with that. I feel like I'd be a hypocrite if I say if they make a black person white, I got a problem with it. So I feel like at least for me, my stance is, I gotta be consistent. And yeah, like I said, as long as the product that's being made is quality, that's what I care about more than anything.
Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know, and I understand consistency. I agree. I think a little bit to add more is sometimes it's like sometimes already don't have representation. So sometimes when it's like you have one black character and then you lighten them up or make them look less black, sometimes I feel like that could be an issue. But which I don't know if you guys.
I think it just depends on the context, though.
Yeah. So. Angel, if you can bring up the Tiana picture from Wreck-It Ralph. Actually, before we get to Tiana, bring up the not Mulan, Pocahontas. Bring that one up first. Bring up the Pocahontas one. So, this was Wreck-It Ralph 2, right? And, people want to complain about, they changed Ariel, made her white, now she's black. I kind of had an issue with how Pocahontas was portrayed. Like, do y'all feel like she kind of got whitewashed in Wreck-It Ralph? I don't know if y'all remember, there was a big controversy with a lot of the Disney princesses getting whitewashed in Wreck-It Ralph 2. I don't know what it was.
Yo, I'm not going to lie. I'm looking at the Pocahontas here, and then the Wreck-It Ralph Pocahontas, she looked more Latina than anything.
I'm like, who was that? I was watching the movie. I'm like, where's Pocahontas at? Like, that don't look like no fucking. Who was that white woman? There was another movie they came out with I didn't see. But yeah, that's Pocahontas. That's how they did. And then, go ahead and show I think there's two pictures, but show the one with the cartoon Tiana, and then what they did in Wreck-It Ralph. So what do y'all? I think they turned her from a black woman into a biracial girl. Like they changed up. They made her nose a little bit more slim. They changed her hair texture.
What's this?
That's Tiana in Wreck-It Ralph 2. I don't know if y'all remember. They came out with a trailer. I don't know if it was on Twitter or YouTube back when Wreck-It Ralph 2 was first coming out to show the princesses, and they're showing all the princesses together, and then Tiana was just in the group, and I'm just like, hold on. So people actually had an outrage, and a Sonic the Hedgehog situation happened because like ugly Sonic, people didn't like the depiction of Sonic and they complained and then they changed Sonic's design. But that's kind of what happened with Wreck-It Ralph 2 when they showed the teaser trailer and they showed Tiana. So yeah, that's how she originally was going to come out with. So they already whitewashed Pocahontas and then they whitewashed Tiana. If you can show the other Tiana picture, so they actually ended up changing her. Yep. So that's what they ended up changing her to, look more like her original character. But that's originally what they were going to go for. So it's just an interesting.
Damn, they really gave her a Starbucks drink too. That's crazy.
The pumpkin spice.
Yo, not the Starbucks drink.
Yeah, it's crazy because I actually didn't even watch Wreck-It Ralph 2, so I didn't even know this was a thing.
Yeah, what's crazy? They it wasn't even just the Disney characters. They had like Ryu and Chun-Li, right? I don't have the picture, but they even had Ryu looking white. I'm like, ain't he Japanese? I don't know what the animators were doing with Wreck-It Ralph 2, but they did not they whitewashed everybody.
That's
I'm like,
wild.
this is crazy.
You're shy. Do you like Starbucks too? Oh man, I have nothing against Starbucks. I just, the point that Caleb was talking about, and that her having the Starbucks drink to top it off, just kind of just
add to.
Yeah, just added to it,
But also I want to bring up two things. One about Ariel. first of all, they changed the one thing they changed about the story is in the original Little Mermaid story, I believe she turns into foam. I think in the original Little Mermaid, or not the Little Mermaid, but
in the Hans Christian Andersen.
yeah, the Hans Christian one, she turns into foam.
Yeah, the original story from the original.
Yeah, so Disney has always, taken a story and changed it, and, to, whatever vision or a modern audience. Like nothing has ever been the same. Here's something, a fact that's really gonna surprise a lot of you people. Do y'all want to talk about race swap? Do y'all know Disney race swapped Aladdin? Ooh, yeah, I bet y'all didn't know that. What race do y'all think Aladdin was?
Are we talking about the live action? What are we talking about?
Just Aladdin in general, because we're talking about characters going from white to black, or Native American to white, whatever race swap they want to do. But
was there like an original?
Yeah, there's an original Aladdin story. There's an original
before
Aladdin story.
The Disney animation.
Before the Disney one, yep.
Oh, I'm learning some stuff now.
Yeah,
I actually didn't know that.
Aladdin actually is a story based on a Chinese man. Aladdin is supposed to be Chinese, and you can Google search this. This is public information. Aladdin is originally a Chinese story that took place in China, and Disney took it and turned him into an Indian or whatever, Middle Eastern. So Disney's been race swapping characters. Man. Nobody cared though, right? It's only when they change the character black, it's an issue. But yeah, that's some a quick little fact, if y'all didn't know. But yeah, so that's some information. I think Indian is Asian, but just like Middle Eastern. But I'm talking about Chinese. He was Chinese. Like if you can, I'll Google search it right now. It says Aladdin origin. Yes, the original Aladdin story is set in China. So I'm gonna come out with a new name. It's gonna be Aladdin is not Middle Eastern. He's Chinese. Aladdin is Chinese. That's gonna be my new freaking username and Speed Snore. But
that's crazy.
But I got a question for you guys. What does woke mean to you? And we can go through each person. What does woke mean? So I guess we'll start. Yeah, I guess you can go first, Nano. What is woke?
I guess usually when I hear the term woke, it's usually maybe, I guess another word for it would be I don't know. I think woke has kind of like been overdone, low key. Yep. Like, okay, so here's the thing. I feel like when people say woke, they're kind of using it as in the same realm as like pandering, but they like, how should I say? They just use the woke word.
Okay.
But I do think that certain things do pander and others don't. But I think because woke has been used a lot, people just throw it out there for a lot of things that isn't really woke, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, it's been bastardized. We'll get to the original meaning, but I guess we can. Angel, what do you think? What's woke mean to you? This is woke.
Woke, from what my understanding, when somebody say, "Yo, stay woke," or something like along those lines, it's just a lot of. It's basically, if I put it in the general sense, is people that call out the bullshit. The bullshit that people either say in the media, or the people that question everything. It's like you say this in the news, but something else is happening in real time that you're not talking about, type shit. That's like a woke mentality, or And you know, some people even put the word woke as to people that have conspiracy theories. You know, people categorize those people as the woke people.
Hey man, Dr. Umar, man.
Gotta stay woke, my brother.
I beg your pardon.
But just like Nano said, like the people just generalize that woke term to the point that just they categorize a lot of things into that woke word now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Sam, what
I was
about you?
gonna
What do you?
say that originally, what woke stood for is not what it means now. Like Angel said it briefly, but being woke back then meant like you knew how things were happening, or like your awareness was heightened. Like you could see like the bullshit in politics, you can see the bullshit that's going on around the world, and you were woke for that.
Yeah,
Now
man.
woke is like, oh, is this is DEI, okay, this is woke, you're gonna go broke, all this other stuff. That is essentially what has taken over the word, which honestly it has kind of gave the meaning to woke. I don't know, it it's it's just been used for so many different things at this point. It's like the word itself is kind of tiresome. Like sometimes it doesn't even make sense when people just say, oh, this is woke. It's gotten to
Yo,
that point.
facts. Because you know, back in my day, I sound old as fuck for saying that, but like the woke term was just like, you know, calling the bullshit. You know, the bullshit in the justice system.
Yeah.
You know, the bullshit in the politics, and you know,
Yeah.
just the general bullshit. Not everything else that is now, but like back in the day, you know, the justice system. You all know the bullshit in the justice system. That's woke, you know, mentality. You know, the politics and you know what you see on the news, which is nearly not as important as what the
Exactly.
shit that they don't cover on the news, but is really happening. You know, shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Angel, why don't you put that picture? Oh wait, KH, I'll let you go last. What's woke mean to you?
Woke. Gosh. Well, woke to me is just it's a very I feel like it's a very broad definition. Um I know being woke, well, I know you're going to, go into the original meaning of the word, so I'm kind of going to go into it as well. Woke has been used since the 1930s, but beginning in the last 10, 15 years, the original meaning of the word's been used to more encompass here, let me make sure I'm reading this right because I'm looking at this on a website because I'm like, I need to know what this word actually means. um Beginning in the 2010s, it's become a word that's used a broad awareness of social inequalities, racial injustice, sexism, the denial of LGBT rights. It's also been used as a shorthand for some ideas of um, the American left involving identity politics, social justice, like white privilege and reparations for slavery in the United States. So it encompasses a whole lot of that. But the word woke was originally used in the 1930s to bring awareness of social and political issues affecting African Americans back in the 30s. So that's from that point to 80 years later, now it's just become a whole big, huge, like you're talking about, go woke or go broke. It's like now encompassing a whole bunch of other things that are all tied to liberal thinking ideologies and standpoints. So it's
Mm-hmm.
just, it's very broad. So when you're talking about go woke, it's like you're you have kind of like a mentality of all that type of stuff that I just described all in your head, and it's all kind of just like it, like a lot of the things and a lot of the interactions that you go through on a day-to-day basis, they kind of go through those filters in your head.
Yeah. Angel, if you could put that photo, I took a screenshot of what woke means. Put that on the screen for people to see. Okay, yep. So this is actually what "stay woke" means in the originator. You know, oh, look, some AI. Even the AI got it right. "Stay woke" is a phrase that originated in the Black community to describe people who are aware of important issues, especially those related to social and racial injustice, and are actively working to improve those things. That's what it means. That's what Black people used to say. Like, hey, stay woke, my brother. You know, stay woke. Or who made that song? Was it Kendrick or was it Childish Gambino? Like, stay woke.
Yo, Shy
I'm
literally
actually not
said,
sure.
"Do not say it's the Childish Gambino song."
Yeah, Childish Gambino. But you know, he made a song about it. But like, it was something that Black people used amongst each other to stay aware of your surroundings. You know, I know some people, everybody who plays Speedstorm or might watch the podcast might not be from America, but you know the history, slavery, Jim Crow, you know, redlining, civil rights. You know what I'm saying? So it's a phrase Black people use. You know, let each other know, like, hey, like, you know, be aware. But you know, and somehow that turned into Angel, if you could post that other picture, the woke one with the three, the white.
Yeah, this picture.
Somehow woke turned into that. Essentially, when people want to say that, instead of saying that word, they use woke, they use CRT, critical race theory, or they use DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. So anytime they see a Black person, woke. If there's a movie that or some kind of program or a game that is covering oppression, woke. So essentially, you know, anything that has any type of messaging, they consider that woke, and then it somehow got bastardized into, oh, it's a Black person, it's a Black pilot. They got in because of DEI. Oh, you know, they changed the race of a character in a fictional program. Oh, this is woke. This is. We all know what they mean.
Don't they? But don't they always? Don't some people also say that? You know, yeah, not even for just like Black people, but when things of minority are being included.
Yeah, I think they use it. Yeah, with gay, LGBT.
Anything
anytime.
that's really
Yeah, like KH was saying earlier, anything that's kind of like towards the left.
Okay.
I don't know if you noticed, but when Space Marines 2 was about to drop, like they were making a big
No
thing
toxic.
about the side characters being Black and Asian.
Yeah, it's got you. Space Marines. Yeah, like even just.
DEI.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that they would even say that's like DEI. So I have a question for you guys. Is Disney Speedstorm woke?
Is the game woke?
Yeah. I mean, you can get on the game, you can change your avatar into a pride flag. Does that make Disney Speedstorm woke?
I mean, I don't really be using a woke term like that. I mean, I feel like Disney Speedstorm, you know, they just try to include everyone, or as much as they can.
Yep.
You know, they need to get a little better on some parts, but you know.
You know, I wish Disney Speedstorm kind of took the Apex Legends route, because you know, they had the pride flags. I think it would be cool if they had like a Black Lives Matter flag, and I'm rolling around on Speedstorm with BLM in my bio. You know, that'd be hella dope.
That'd be.
But no, they ain't got
fire.
that, because Apex, they got Black Lives Matter, and they got Stop Asian Hate. So I don't think that's woke. I think that's fine. Yeah, I don't think there's nothing wrong for if there's a pride flag in the game. But I know some people will consider Disney Speedstorm woke just because of that.
I'm not gonna lie. I actually think it's pretty dope that they have all those different flags and stuff in the game. Me personally, I like it.
Oh, yeah.
You know, everyone got their little representation, man.
You know, where my Rican flag at?
Yeah, where's my Mexican flag at?
I think they should have a flag for all, you know, as many nationals as they can.
Man,
Yo,
where's our
actually-
Jamaican flag at?
Yo, I'm not gonna
See,
hold it
a
to you.
Jamaican one, that'll be fire.
I'm not gonna hold it to you. When I play a lot of games that include country flags, right? And me being Puerto Rican, I like to rock the Puerto Rican flag. but a lot of games will only freaking include the Mexican flag, and that is the only Hispanic flag in the freaking game. I'm like, just so y'all know, there's 26 Spanish countries, my guy. There's 26 flags to include, not just the Mexican flag. And not to be, like saying bad about the Mexican culture, but I'm just saying, like, I feel like when people think Hispanics, they always think Mexicans, and they don't think about the Puerto Ricans, the Colombians, the Dominicans, the Salvadorians. There's so many different Spanish countries out there that like these games only just represent one portion of it. And shit, I'm Puerto Rican. Let me rock the Puerto Rican flag for once,
I think, and I could be wrong, One Wing, and you can correct me if I am, but I think the biggest reason is because we do, as the country of the United States, we do share a land border with a Spanish-speaking country. So everybody thinks, oh, you're from there. I'm like, well, in my case, yes, I am, but I'm not every Hispanic person in the United States. There are people who come in from, like you said, all 26 of the Spanish-speaking countries. There are more than those out there too. So it's like, it feels like, oh, it's just an easy out to not get to try and really understand someone's culture or anything like that. But that's just a thought as to why people automatically assume, oh, you've got tan skin on you, you're a Mexican. So,
that's why, I actually, okay, I guess this segments into my next question. Do y'all think representation matters in games and movies and TV shows?
Most definitely. Hell yeah.
Okay, and why do you think it matters?
Because I feel like, okay, so a lot of times when we look at these type of medias or indulge in these type of entertainments or activities and whatnot, a lot of times we like to be able to see things that remind us of ourselves, and it feels good seeing people that represent you and what you stand for, doing things or being in things, because especially if it's shown in like a good light, because it's like it's like, yo, like that's my people, or yo, like that could be me or something like that, or kind of like a good example is like y'all ever play games? Y'all know how some games have like good or it's how some games have like character creators, right?
Mm-hmm.
But whenever you get to like so let's say if you're like a black person, you're trying to make like
I know where you go with this.
black, right? They, for some reason, they never have good black people hair, but they have a whole bunch of good hair for like white people and stuff like that. And it's like, what's going on? It's like, do I gotta play NBA 2K or Madden to have good black people hair? Like,
It's the same hairstyles all the time.
The Killmonger, like, they say
everybody got
doing
the
a
same
Killmonger
hairstyle.
or
you get afro, braids,
or
Killmonger.
afro,
That's all you get.
crew cut or dreads. It's like, what the heck, man?
There's way more like black hairstyles that get completely overlooked because they just go the mainstream stuff, and that's cool, but it's not like really doing the representation for black hair justice or black people. But that's just an example. Like if you see when we see people, or I guess if we're delving back into like the black space, seeing certain things like your president being black, or people in the justice system being black, or movies and animes being black and stuff like that. That's cool because it's like, yo, like me and this person got this in common. Like I fuck with it. So, and that goes for like other races and other, stuff people stand for too, not just black. I was just using that as my example because I'm black. So,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, that's my stance on representation.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Nano. I mean, coming from like the Spanish side, I would like to see more Spanish representation and things too. From hairstyles, music, just the culture in general. You know what I'm saying? I think that goes for any race. I feel like any race, they will love representation of their race in certain games. Like I was talking about trying to rock the Puerto Rican flag, but they never have those in a lot of games. Like people really like to be able to have that and option in a lot of these games, and they just generalize it, and it's horrible. Like, don't generalize it. Actually do research and actually put more than just a general thing, because at that point you're just being lazy and you're just going out for the easy things to do just to get it in there, and that's it.
Yep. Shoot, I remember, correct me if I'm wrong, Angel, but didn't you say like that was like a big reason why you like Encanto?
It's
I'm literally looking that
100%
up.
a fact. Encanto, I loved Encanto, even though Encanto's not like representing like Puerto Rican culture, but it still represents the Colombian culture, and we're very alike when it comes to like family and the bond we have as a family, which is what Encanto is the bond of their family. So that's why I resonate with that movie so well. It's just because as the Spanish culture, I relate to that.
Can you Google search Encanto and then bring up a picture of that? Because I think Encanto is probably one of the most diverse movies Disney has came out with, and I think a season will be fire.
You know what too? And Dry Shy really brought up a good point. A lot of anime lately has been making and creating a lot of black original characters.
Yeah, I think I don't know if you guys watch Fire Force or Soul Eater.
Yep, Fire
But
Force.
they have a lot of black characters, and I think the creator, the reason why he
One
made
Piece.
these black characters, because he felt like, why aren't there any black people in anime? So he went and took it upon himself to start making some black characters. Yeah, go to the I think the one you just
Samurai, of
owned.
course, but
It was like a
even
title, but yeah, you can zoom in. I think this kind of like encapsulates. They represent basically like all of the different shades of like Hispanic people, because they come in like there's Afro Latinos and Latinas, and there's I don't know all the words for it, but like one thing I liked about this movie, it showed
The different
every single
colors,
shade.
the different
Yeah.
shades.
I didn't
There's
watch this, but this Encanto look like it might be kind of fire. I might gotta check this out.
Encanto is a beautiful,
man,
beautiful
podcast
movie.
might have to do a watch party at this point.
Beautiful movie,
Encanto, man.
And just like Caleb said, he said he didn't know the terms, but like I find it crazy because there's a lot of Puerto Ricans that don't know their ancestry, and like sometimes they need to like actually like understand the history of their people, because our people is a mix of the Spaniards, the Taino Indians, and the African Americans. They were all in the island of Puerto Rico at one time due to like the slave trades and the Spanish conquerors, and then the native people, which were the Taino Indians. So like when you look at the Puerto Rican race, we literally have African American ancestors, we have Indian ancestors, and we have the Spaniard ancestor all into one gene. And a lot of Puerto Ricans don't know that. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, I like that movie, but it's it's very interesting because I was looking up the top grossing Disney movies, and Encanto, I believe it was a great movie, but I don't know if it got that much, did as well in the box office. I think it was like 200 million. I think the Little Mermaid live action actually, I think, made more money. I think they got like $500 million.
I'm looking at the stat right now. So Encanto at the box office made 261.3 million. Am I looking at that right? Hang on. Yes, 261.3 million. And The Little Mermaid live action made 569 million.
Yeah. So y'all will say, oh, y'all need to quit changing the race of characters and just make some new movies. Well, guess what happens? They make a new movie like Encanto that's good, has a good story, and it don't get supported. Oh, it's woke. It ain't got no white people. It's woke. And y'all don't support it. So there's a reason why they change the race of certain characters instead of just making everything original, which I think they need to make more original instead of just doing live action everything. But I'm just saying, like, money talks. And so if they're going to make the most money from a series that already exists, then guess what? There's going to be some race swaps. I mean, look at what was Heimdall from fucking what was that? Thor. You know, I think he did a great role. I think, you know, he's an Asgardian or whatever. You know, y'all just have to understand that. But you know, I guess
that's the black dude with the dreads and Thor, right?
yeah.
I actually like this character.
Mm-hmm. Bring up I guess it's the last picture I have. It's Snow White. So how many of y'all excited for a Snow White season?
For a Snow White season?
Yeah.
I think that would be fire.
Who would be your racers from Snow White?
Snow White.
Yeah.
Snow White's definitely mid-season, bro.
Snow White
Have a bunch of dwarves.
Yeah, but one of the doors be crew
Those
members.
are definitely the crew members, man.
Those are your crew members. Like, I can only see two crew members, not two crew members, two racers. That would be Snow White and the Evil Queen.
What about Prince Charming?
See, that's the problem with all these Disney princesses, because they don't have a lot of princesses. That's what I meant to say. They don't have a lot of characters in their movies in terms of bringing that to Disney Speedstorm, where they can actually be potential races. They'd just be crew.
See, this goes back to my thing of why I feel like if a character is a crew, they should still be able to be a racer if they're important enough.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, that's a different topic for a different day.
But yeah, lastly, this is Rachel Zegler, or whatever her name is. But what do y'all think about Snow White's representation? Do you think this is a good casting?
So
I think she looks just like her. I think they kind of look similar.
it was good until I guess she opened her mouth.
Yeah, I heard. I don't know what the problem was because but I heard there was like some negative stuff going on based off of something. Did she like say she didn't like Snow White or some shit like that?
She has given an absolute masterclass in what you should not say to promote a film.
I don't know what happened to our marketing team and their PR team, but damn.
She has literally cost the Disney company millions, if not billions of dollars by everything she has said. And the movie's not even out yet.
Yep. I heard they canceled it, so it's still greenlit.
No, it's still happening.
So they pushed it back then.
It's still happening. To answer your question directly, Caleb, you said, do you like the casting? No, I don't. I do not.
But it's not because she's Indian.
She's Colombian, isn't she?
I don't know if she's Colombian. Is she? It might be one of the others.
I believe Rachel. Hold on, I'm looking this up. I believe she's Colombian, if I'm not mistaken.
Hey man, where's Sonic? Because
The
Sonic
trailer
usually
for
on
the
top
movie
of
is
this
out
too.
now. Okay, so I mean, look, her mother is Colombian descent and her father is Polish, so she's half Colombian and half Polish.
Do you think Snow White? Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Do you think Snow White should only be played by a white person since it's in the name?
When you're talking about honoring the source material, probably. That's not to say that you can't have someone who, you know, doesn't have a different skin pigmentation play a character. What I don't like is, you know, speaking to Nano's point, she did an interview, I think it was at D23 last year or maybe the year before, and she was just absolutely dogging on the source material that she is supposed to be representing. And I said, do you understand? Like, forget the fact that this is a Disney movie, okay? Just forget the fact that this is, another live action Disney movie. Take Snow White, the story that Disney created, in a bubble. It is the very first feature length animated film in history. And that's talking about everything that we've ever seen in terms of movies, which, by the way, movies were like, we're talking about movies as a genre, not more than 125 years old in the history of the world. So I'm just like, this is the first time it's been animated, and Disney did this, and it was a tremendous success back in 1937. So for her to just be so dismissive of the source material and how she wasn't really a fan of it, I'm just like, this is really sad to me as a Disney fan and as a movie fan in general, because she's basically showing all the cards of what they are already planning on doing. She's like, well, I don't, we're making her, I think the quote that she said was, she's not looking for a love story and her love interest. She's focused on becoming the leader that she knows she can be. And I'm just like, do you realize that you have just shot this entire production in the foot with a 12 gauge shotgun? Do you realize that you've just handicapped your own film by telling everyone exactly what this story is going to be about? That's why I said she cost the movie millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah, because I guess I heard that there's going to be some changes in the new upcoming Snow White movie or something, that maybe she doesn't get rescued and she rescues somebody. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, so I don't know if people going to like that. I mean, people already on.
Yeah, but that's basically what they're going with it, and I'm just like, awesome on the chat saying, I don't have a problem with changing the race. It doesn't change the story. But that's the thing, Awesome. She's talking about this is changing the story. This is changing the fundamental aspect of Snow White and her character and her characteristics and her personality. And that doesn't fly with me, because I'm just like, look, if you're going to do that, you're making a completely different movie and just putting the Snow White title on it. And that's not cool to me. Now, to other people, they may be like, oh yeah, cool, that's great. And I'm like, look, if you're going to make a movie about Snow White, you need to follow the source material, especially if you're doing it for the company that originated the story. Because it's Disney doing the live action of the very first movie they ever made at this current point in history, 87 years ago. It's the first pillar in the Disney history of legend and anthology that they have. And you would think that they would be respectful to their material by having someone who, and I've seen several interviews now of Ariana Grande, who, the latest Wicked movie just came out. She's a huge fan of the source material of the musical, and she, is a musical kid.
Speaking of that,
she was super excited to play Glinda. And she really wanted to put her own spin on it. She's a fan of Kristen Chenoweth, who originated the role. And so she wanted to honor the source material, but make it her own. And I haven't seen the Wicked movie yet, but I'm sure she's done a fine job.
That's another movie that would be considered woke or DEI, because, they made the witch who has a green skin, a black woman, so.
And see, I I'm like, look, if you can sing and act the part, I want to see you do this. I want to see you bring it to life. Can you sing it? That's the big thing, because Wicked's a musical. Can you sing the hell out of the songs that Idina Menzel made famous? Can you do it? Because Ariana Grande, I know she can. And this, I'm blanking on the other woman's name. I think it's Cynthia is her first name. I'm blanking on her name. I'm sorry. But I'm like, look, if you can sing it, great, fantastic. That's what I want, because that's what this musical is supposed to be. But getting back to the Snow White part of it, what Rachel Zegler's approach should have been is, look, I want to honor the source material because this is the very first thing Disney made. And so I need to be respectful of this. But everything she's done from the minute a microphone was put in her mouth, you know, in front of her mouth to talk about this movie to this point has just been nothing but dogging on the source material. And I'm just like, man, why? Sorry,
Yeah, so
I got in a little bit of a soapbox there. Sorry.
no,
Nah,
you're
you're
good. So, you know, as we can see, representation matters. Do you feel like when they change a character's race that it's taking away from like white kids and their representation? What do y'all think?
So for me, in terms of like race swapping, I'm not. I guess the easiest way to say it is like I'm not really for it, just because in terms of originality, if you're gonna retell a story or retell an original story, do it faithfully. This is the same way why The Witcher got canceled on Netflix because they couldn't be authentic with it. They started changing things, and the characters weren't the characters anymore. And you see how quickly that show turned out. It's almost like if DC had went full. Okay, so at one point DC was in an impasse and they didn't know what they wanted to do with the future movies, and the suits that run Warner Brothers were like, okay, we're gonna come out with a new Superman movie and he's gonna be black. Had they done that, DC couldn't come out with another movie for another 20 years. And that's nothing to say against black people because I'm black myself, as you all know. But there's something about original stories being told and then remixing them. I don't want a black Superman. Let's be real. If you want a black superhero, okay, give me Static Shock. Give me Icon. Give me Jon Stewart. There's a plethora of heroes that you could choose from that have never seen the silver screen. Use those characters.
Yo, a Static
But then-
Shock live action movie would be freaking fire.
That will be
Exactly
cool.
my point. That's why we got Blue Beetle, right? But I don't want them to start taking all the characters I love and grew up with and the story arcs that I've also grown up reading to change because now this person has a different race. Some of the social injustices that they had gone through don't even make sense now because they're a different person. So all these things have to be taken into account in terms of when we race swap characters. For me, about this, my only rule about race swapping characters is unless they're not human or they're like humanoid. So in this instance, like Little Mermaid, I don't mind. She's not a human. But I could also see why people are upset why they race swapped her, even though she's not human, like I just said. In terms of like Gamora from Guardians of the Galaxy, I don't mind that. It just really depends. We're talking about humans, even though some of them are going to be superheroes, because I was just harking on the point of it being comics. I still want them to be their original characters. Like if Bruce Wayne was an Asian man, like I don't know, man. I've been a huge DC Comics fan for like the better years of my life, and for all of a sudden the story to just be changed or swapped out is kind of ridiculous to me. Like I do like takes where they did Batman Ninja. I don't know if you guys have seen that, and all of a sudden they're in Japan, or there's different period pieces of these characters and they're in different eras in time. Like I don't mind that, but just race swapping characters just to, I don't know, hit a checkbox or appease fans from a different demographic doesn't sit well with me.
You know what's
So,
interesting?
would you ever change
I
your
agree
name
with you,
to?
Samuel.
So, are you saying that you would change your name to Superman Isn't Black if they made a Black Superman movie?
I would never. Okay, personally, me myself, I would never do that just because that's kind of corny. However, okay, I'm not saying there isn't a black Superman, but you know, in the time that they were gonna do the black Superman, it was gonna be looked as like someone checking a box. Like he was gonna be tokenized. I didn't want that. If you're gonna do something like that, tell Superman's story out, flesh that out first, and once you move on from that, do what you want to do. You know what I mean? But don't have a character that's already been introduced to the general public, and then you know what? You know we're gonna scratch this character, and we're gonna come back with the same character, just a different race. It's like, bro,
Here's the thing
like
about
what
the
are we
Superman
doing?
thing. I hear you, but Superman is literally an alien. Like there's
Doesn't
literally,
matter.
and he gets his power from the sun. So you would
Doesn't
think somebody
matter.
who is an alien and gets their power to the sun probably would be melanated. And then two, there's literally no reason for Superman to be Caucasian other than the original writers wanting him to be white like them. So I feel like here's the thing, because people want to do this like, well, if you want to be scientifically accurate, Ariel is actually white because she doesn't get access to the sun because she's underwater all the time. If we want to go that route, Superman literally is powered up by the sun, so him being black actually makes a lot more sense.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't. You don't have to necessarily.
I think
You
Superman
don't
could
have
be
to
any race,
necessarily
really.
race swap.
But I think Superman
Technically,
could be
he
any
could
race and
be
it don't change anything.
as an alien. Oh, it would change everything.
He's an
I
alien.
think it doesn't matter if he's an alien, bro. It's too much risk. It's too much rich lore to just ignore throughout the years. That's like all of a sudden, okay, we're gonna take Static Shock and he's now Indian. Do you know
Well,
why Static Shock even originated?
It's kind of like Black Panther. It's like they make these characters because
Exactly
there's
my
a lack
point.
of. But
Okay,
Superman,
hold on. Let me
McDuffie created all these characters because there was no representation in the first point.
Okay, hold on.
And all the characters that were black that came into the superhero spectrum had the same abilities, lightning powers. He created a cast of diverse superhero characters to give us more representation. So to say let's just use Superman and race swap him, I say a hell no to that because we have so many diverse characters already that don't even see the silver screen. I'd rather see a Static Shock. You want a Superman? Go use Icon. He's literally Superman, but black.
Black
I
Adam.
think my Vlad.
So hold on.
Hey,
So
Vlad,
let me ask you this, Caleb. So if they made a Black Panther movie and they made him the main character white, how would you feel about that?
That wouldn't make no sense, but they'd have to explain it in a way because it's Wakanda and there's literally no outsiders. So they would have to explain how a white man could be a Black Panther. Like I could see them doing like a Winter Soldier coming to Wakanda and somehow fighting for the Black Panther spot and getting that. So that if they made a movie out of that, I wouldn't have an issue. But they would have to explain
So
it.
you feel like as long as they can make it make sense, you wouldn't have a problem with it.
Yeah, if they make it make sense and it's also not something that has to do with like a culture. Like for instance, I'll say this, you know Brave, the movie Brave? You know, the Scottish princess?
It's an old one.
I could understand if people made they made a Brave movie and they made her black because she's literally Scottish. She's a Scottish princess. If they, you know, hey, shout out to all the Scottish people. They have somebody they can look up to. But if they made that person black, that wouldn't make sense. But if it's like a mermaid, it's an alien from outer space, whether that's freaking Superman or Goku or one of the people from what's that movie? Invincible. Like there's literally no reason for like everybody who's a Kryptonian or everybody who's a Saiyan or everybody that's a Viltrumite has to be white, other than the comic designer wanting their character to look like that.
See,
That's where
this is where
so Michael B. Jordan, he can be Superman if he want to. I'm all for Michael B. Jordan being Superman.
This is where I'll stop you and be like, Caleb, it doesn't matter if he's an alien and he's a Caucasian alien. Part of the reason why he was designed that way and his design has stayed that way is because in his origin story, he was able to blend in because he looked like humans.
Are black people not humans? You be able to blend
I'm not
in?
saying that. I'm not saying that. But I'm also saying it just fit the story. I'm not saying if he was black it wouldn't fit the story, but in terms of like I stated earlier, if you want to use aliens, you could have literally used Martian Manhunter if you didn't already know. Most people that voice Martian Manhunter throughout the years have always been black.
Yeah, but I think this kind of goes into like Superman's kind of like the leader of the Justice League. He's like that guy, so I think that's why it might cause an issue to see him swapped out.
It's not even that. There's a lot of cool characters in DC. They just don't put them on the screen. Like Jon Stewart, for a lot of the Justice League, for the most part, has led the Justice League when the big three aren't there. I know you're gonna say, oh well, that only happens when the big three aren't there, but if you didn't know, he also was in the military, so that's part of the reason.
Yeah,
he's a born leader.
A comparison to Superman is, there's people who have an issue that Captain America is now Anthony Stewart and is black. Captain America: New World, Red Hulk. Y'all gonna see that movie?
Wait,
everything MCU hasn't been doing good lately, so I don't know about that.
No, the MCU hit its peak with Endgame. After Endgame,
but there's people
literally
who got
the
issues.
title.
Wait, so
we are very much going off topic, Dry. You're right. I understand.
But no, I get your point. That's your perspective. I honestly, I'll be cool with Black Superman, but I get your point. But
yeah, if they made a Superman black, and they wanted to give a spin on that, I wouldn't have a problem with it.
But Angel, I posted something in the Discord, and this is probably gonna be interesting when it comes to the race swap, and see if y'all see anything in common and what y'all think about that.
No, Dry, you're right. You're right. Yeah, it's 11 p.m. for everybody on the East Coast. I mean, I'm on the West Coast. It's 8 p.m.
Hey, that's why we started earlier this time.
That's 5 p.m. here.
We always gotta be beefing, but we can talk about some real shit. But
no, I do enjoy this conversation. That's why I said I could see on both sides, and I could definitely agree with both sides. But just certain things, you just gotta draw the line.
So Kayla, Sammy,
what do y'all think about this picture?
Are you for Ariel is black, or Ariel is?
Are you on Ariel? He's on Ariel Black side.
Yeah, I said I don't mind if the character is like. So, if you're a human, the character is just human. Period. And I'll also say if you're a superhero and you're human, like stay your original race. However, if you're an alien like Martian Manhunter, don't matter. You can be Asian.
So basically, anybody who's green, orange, blue can be black, or Ursula Purple, they can be black. But if they are white alien, they can't be black.
So that's why you didn't have a problem with the Queen Latifah thing.
I didn't really care. Look, you could definitely play an alien. I'm not saying black people only have to play aliens, but I'm saying if they're gonna use a character that's not an alien, there are so many other diverse characters that haven't been touched. Bring those on the screen.
I agree with you, Sammy, because the biggest draw in terms of cinema, in terms of the history, has been Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, the members of the Justice League. But you're correct in that there are a lot of superheroes because you've got decades worth of comic books
exactly
that haven't even been touched. So I agree with you on your points. There are a lot of
that and my point on to that is because they have so many unused heroes and stuff, and why would they make a new black hero that's an original character when they can just take some of those unused heroes and have a black actor or actress play out those characters?
That's exactly what I'm saying. We could literally use Black Manta, who was the biggest draw as a villain in the longest time.
I'm talking about just like for instance, I don't know if there's like a hero like Polka Dot Man, right? Polka Dot Man, they could have a black person playing that motherfucker, and it wouldn't change that character. And that's a character that doesn't get a lot of attention. So it's like something like that. Even though that character is originally white, I don't think if a black person played that character, it would like diminish it.
Yeah, but you're also forgetting that because there's so many diverse superheroes, a lot of them don't even see the silver screen. So to take a main character like Superman, for instance, and just turn him black, it's like, okay, yeah, there's a black Superman. Yet look how many years we've been waiting for a Jon Stewart to touch the silver screen, and they made him light skinned. We haven't seen a Static Shock. We don't have an
Oh, no,
icon. We barely see Cyborg. You know what I mean? All these characters that just get slept on, and a lot of people want to see them, such as myself. But we're just gonna take characters that we've already been regurgitating for the last maybe 50 years and just race swap them now to appease other people from different demographics.
And so that leads into what I'm gonna say is Hollywood and that industry in general likes bankable, easy money. And
Yeah,
when you have
I believe it.
established, and I do mean very established characters like a Superman who's been in film since 1978. And even before that, he had a TV show. Batman has
Yep.
been a TV fixture since the frickin' 40s, okay?
Yep.
Wonder Woman's been a TV fixture since the 60s or 70s. You've got very well established characters, and when things aren't going well, they're like, okay, well, cool. Let's just go ahead and make a reboot of those characters. And that's, the MCU has come up in, in a rivalry to DC and has surpassed them, in my opinion, which sucks because I really like DC Comics a lot.
Me
But
too.
some of the decisions that they've been making have been, making me scratch my head a little bit.
Hey, dry your shot. Maybe we can get you on the guest one of these days.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
true.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to steer the conversation off, but I mean, like,
Now you
when
get
you're talking about like, okay, let's reboot Superman, but let's have him be Michael B. Jordan instead of Henry Cavill. It's because Hollywood's following that formula again of this is an established character, let's just reboot it. We'll make a little bit of a change here. Let's just go because they want that bankable, easy money that's going to fill seats, that's going to grab popcorn, that is going to consume the media that they're going to create.
I do wish they would do more heroes.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is it's going to need to require someone who has the creative vision, the respect for the material. You're going to need to find actors who can play those parts. And more importantly than not, a lot of the stuff that you need to do isn't cheap. I mean, you can create films a lot easier now than you could about 10, 15, 20 years ago. But it still costs money to do. It still takes labor to produce all these things. Making a movie, all those credits at the end of the film, yes, you see the actors and you see the people who are on screen, and they are the crown jewel of the movie. But without the hundreds, if not thousands of people working behind the scenes, that doesn't happen at all. And that's not cheap to produce. Like the series that I told you guys a little bit about earlier, it cost me 6 years and 11 grand to make that movie. I saved everything that I could from the job that I was working in to make that. And I did it with a crew of about 10 people.
But yeah,
And
I know.
So.
I know Angel took that off the screen, but I was gonna. It was a picture of like all of the gingers that have been in like a previous comic or iteration that they turn into black people. And do y'all see that as like a trend?
Yeah, that's
as
definitely
turning
a trend.
redhead characters into black people. Cause I'm all for I don't care a
definitely been
race
the trend.
I think that's very interesting that there's so many examples of that. I think there's Ariel got a redhead. There's Wally West, the Flash.
It's an artistic interpretation.
What's her name? From Ninja Turtles, April Jones. Yeah, April Jones from Team. Oh, so Shy, you're saying April Jones was originally black? That's interesting. So yeah, I don't mind. It's. Are y'all really trying to act like, oh man, we gotta protect the gender representation? They're being blackwashed. But I do think it's interesting that the characters that they do choose to change. Yeah, Mary Jane and Spider-Man, Zendaya, another redhead. Yeah, it is very interesting. I will say that. But okay, well, what do you think about Starscream or
Zendaya's a
Teen Titans?
redhead.
Mary, what's her name? Mary Jane is a redhead, and Zendaya
Oh, okay.
plays her, and she's
She's
black.
playing
So
her. Okay.
Yeah.
some people,
But this also goes to one of my points as well, is that with the Green Lantern casting is like, I don't mind who they casted as Green Lantern. He's a great actor. I watched him on a series called Krypton. It was nice, and I thought he was good there. And I was upset only. I wasn't upset that he was casted for the role. I was more upset that the casting was the way it is. It's like it's Jon Stewart. You finally get like the first, probably, well, not the first, but one of the first black superheroes and one of the founding members of the Justice League, and you cast him as a light-skinned black man instead of just going out getting like an Idris Elba or something.
yeah, it's kind of like the Tiana situation with Wreck-It Ralph. They try to they lighten it up a little bit. They don't want to go too black.
And that's the thing. A lot of times when there's a black character, they're never someone who's of dark complexion. They're always light complexion.
Hey, that's why I like Black Adam. Hawkman though, Hawkman, I think Hawkman was black in that Black Adam movie. He did his thing. But yeah, yeah, so it's a very interesting conversation. I think when it comes to the movies, I wish they would come out with more movies than just Batman. They have enough heroes. But if money talks and people are only going to see the main heroes or characters, then I think black actors and actresses should be able to audition for those roles and not be like, oh well, the character's been white for so long, so you can't play this role. White actors only. I think.
No, go ahead.
At that point, I would agree with you, because if they're only gonna just keep using those characters, and they're gonna be like, okay, even though we have like hundreds upon hundreds of characters that we can use, but we're only gonna be set on using these characters, at that point, do whatever you want to do. But if I think it all goes back to what KH said earlier. You need 3 points to have a great movie, and most of the time, as Cage did just explain, it is expensive to make movies. We all know that. And a lot of the times, studios don't want to take the risk on something that hasn't touched the big screen.
That's what I'm saying. You've got to have a bunch of things go right at the right time. You've got to have, a group of people that believe in your work, in you as a director, the script that you have, the story that you want to tell, and you've got to get people to buy in for that. And that's a lot harder than you think it would be. It's like, no, I've got this great story and I've got this great thing, and I'm just like, well, you might believe that, but you've got to convince other people. You've got to convince studio executives who have billions of dollars that they're going to throw at you, because to be honest, a full-length feature film costs anywhere from $100 to $200 million to make. So when you're talking about, let's bring it down to a realistic scale. If someone were going to give you $10 or $20 to do something, they're going to want a return investment, because they're like, look, I'm giving you this, but I'm counting on you to bring in a total of $100, because I'm trusting you with this, and I want you to deliver. So you need to have a really good bankable story or character as your centerpiece. And that's just, again, a lot harder than it is to do in just about any other type of thing.
Yeah. So I think we kind of covered pretty much everything when it comes to woke, DEI, race swapping, a lot of the different perspectives.
Conversation, by the way.
Well, all of that in mind, it's time to get to the crash out. So, and I guess you guys can see why I responded in the way that I did. I think I've pretty much expressed my thoughts and my perspective. So, we can get to the crash out. You know what I'm saying? I tend to be crash out a lot, these days. But this is, I guess Skyliner's Discord don't have a lot of crash outs, but I guess I was the first one. But I guess we can go to Angel. If you could go to the screenshots and bring up screenshot number 2, and then we can go through what happened. I know y'all been waiting.
What was screenshot number 1?
Me just posting Black Ariel, the little Disney Junior.
Oh, okay.
Because I saw the name Ariel isn't black, and then I posted like, yes, she is. So that's how it got started. I didn't. It was just a response to that stupid thing. But yeah.
So I want to ask you this, Caleb. Do you feel like it's mainly you don't? So do you have a okay? Do you feel like you have more of a problem with this person naming themselves that than the actual them believing that Ariel shouldn't be black?
I think it's them the reasoning why they don't like Ariel. Like we all know why people don't like Halle Bailey is because she's black, but then they'll try to make it about a million other things. Like I'm not stupid. Like people will know what they're doing when they say the same thing.
I'm not gonna lie, he was saying some crazy stuff about Halle Bailey, man.
Yeah, so we're gonna get into that. So, number two, I said she's black, posted pictures, she never will be, cry about it, Disney shills like you are embarrassing. Well, it's interesting he's calling me a Disney shill, but he's like his main profile is of a freaking Disney character. And I say a black Ariel made Disney $500 million cry about it. Ariel's black and always will be. You're racist and lame and always will be. So that's how I'm coming. So that was 3. We can go to 4. And then he posts something. He said the film was a box office flop. It had 15. What's it called? 15 seconds of minutes of fame, and people already forgot about it. So they forgot about it, but when the what's it called? The Little Mermaid season came out, you literally changed your name to Ariel Isn't Black. Clearly, you didn't forget about that movie. She said she's always going to be white, plain and simple. It's sad you enjoy white hand-me-downs like it's the 1800s. Everybody's going to forget about that terrible live-action remake, and everybody's going to continue to love the original. You're blind to realize you're being pandered to. And I just said, what I just said, but it's like, damn, he gonna say basically Halle Bailey playing Ariel is a white hand-me-down like the 1800s during slavery.
Yeah, that was low key kind of prejudiced and kind of racist. Not gonna lie, you just like kind of like compare that situation to that. That's like definitely a no. Like I don't even know how Skyliner just let this shit slide in this Discord like that. Like that right there.
Was this guy not even banned?
You'll see why. Y'all see why they let this shit slide. But we can go to slide number 5. But yeah, the moderators, I guess they don't see no issue with certain things.
Well, did Skyliner even know any of that stuff happened?
I mean, I tagged them, so and I think WeCon and whoever else might have talked to him about it, or maybe they talked to the other mods. But it's crazy. But yeah, you said, Caleb, you have an issue. I can smell people from a mile away. Look, I say one thing, and this is how he feels. Like only somebody who feels this way would make their name that. But
I remember one of the things that I didn't like when he was talking about Halle Bailey was he was saying how she looks like a sloth or she has like sloth eyes or something like that.
We gonna get
I didn't like that.
And then I was just all like,
I feel like this is doing too much.
Yeah. And then he's like, you're the one who got upset over my name. You're the one defending a garbage movie that floundered at the box office. Also, you used the rate card because I hate a obviously DEI casting. We kind of talked about DEI. That's code word. You see how he's coming. You see how these words are used. But it's funny how he'll accuse me of playing the race card, but it's like, look at your name. But yeah, I said Ariel's a mermaid. She's a fictional character. Ariel's whiteness isn't something that is innate to the character. You can change her color, and it changes nothing about the character. And then this person's like, Ariel is described to be white in the original story and white in the original film. If they really cared about representation, Tiana would have gotten a remake instead of blackwashing Ariel. It was a white hand-me-down, plain and simple. That's an interesting statement because I don't know if a lot of people remember when Princess and the Frog first came out, like before it hit the theaters and there was a trailer, there was some controversy over that too. I think people like forget about some of those things, but I remember like it wasn't just like that movie. What did it just come with open arms? So, and like I said, is what's it called? They don't have to make a live action Princess and the Frog, for there to be a black movie. Like, I don't see an issue. But anyways, I just get straight to the root of it. I said losers like you who haven't achieved anything in life, like to hold on to their race and whiteness because they don't have anything to be proud of but their skin color. So I feel like that's what this type of person is. Yeah, it's true. It's true. So yeah, we can go to the next slide.
Oh, man, the gloves
Talking about some
are
black
off,
hand-me-downs.
man.
Come on. And I said, I thought racist people like you didn't see color because clearly, you noticed that Ariel's. But here's the thing: the reason I say that because I grew up, people used to always tell me, "Oh, we're in a post-racial society. I don't see color, blah blah blah." But now, now it's almost like people see color in everything. Like anytime a black person's casting anything, all of a sudden nobody's colorblind. So it's funny how that got proven to be, people was lying when they were saying, "Oh, I don't see color," because clearly you do. You saw color in the mermaid and you had an issue with it. But anyways, this person responds, race swaps rarely ever work because they are mostly done to fulfill DEI quotas. Racists like you love pulling the victim card anytime they are losing an argument. The fact that you pulled race card just shows how much of an immature man-child you are who has the mind of a 14-year-old. The only racist one is you, since you think white hand-me-downs are good and original POC stories are bad. There's nothing proud to be white of a white hand-me-down. I'm just like, so I'm racist because I'm calling you out, or I don't mind the black Ariel. That's crazy. And whenever a racist gets called out for their fucking bigotry, they always want to like throw the word back at you like they got some power over it. But anyways, I said DEI is a good thing. What kind of person would be against diversity, equity, and inclusion? It's a giving Nazi. So that hurt his feelings because earlier in the beginning of the video, he was an angel stream. Oh, he called me a Nazi. It's like, bro, you talking like one. You talking about 1800s black hand-me-downs. Like, bro, you talking like that, so I'm gonna call it for what it is. So there's that. So
I kind of find it funny that he said that you pulled the race card. When all this started because the name that he has, which is already pulling the race card.
Oh, Ariel, wow, they wasn't banned. Apparently, WeCon said they was banned, but who knows? But and then he said, Nazi, it's clear that you're just an X user who's not used to having proper conversations with someone. And I said, black Ariels and the hand-me-downs are upgrade, And then he said, rage bait. Like I said, you're a Disney shill who bootlicks a terrible actress that looks like Sid the Sloth. I wouldn't be surprised if you bootlicked Rachel Zegler since you seem to act just like her. And then I said, Halle Bailey is beautiful. Having wide-set eyes doesn't make you ugly or Sid the Sloth. You just mad because you can't get a woman that looks half as good as Halle Bailey. So can you go to slide 23? I know I'm skipping, but it's because I have a picture of Halle Bailey. So we want to talk crazy. And that's what they have an issue because she's black, but then they try to make it about other things. Like, oh, I don't like her because it's because she looks like Sid the Sloth. Oh, it's because she's ugly. That's why I hate Ariel, black Ariel. When really we all know why you hate the character. But I kind of responded. I said, he said, oh, it's not worth getting mad on. Plus, she actually has red hair. Blah blah blah. I said, people with quote unquote Sid the Sloth eyes tend to be very beautiful. So we have Halle Bailey there, and then we have Anya Taylor-Joy. They both have wide set eyes, and they're both very beautiful women. But,
hey, I love me some Anya Taylor-Joy, man.
Yeah, but
calm down.
People
tell me you ain't fucking with Anya Taylor-Joy, man. Come on.
People like to slander these women because they have wide set eyes, and Ariel or Halle Bailey has wide set eyes, and people the racists want to belittle her even more by trying to compare her to Sid the Sloth.
Damn, Caleb got the timeout right after that.
It's yeah. We can go back. We can go to slide 8. Wait, no, she don't look like no Sid the Sloth. Get the fuck out of here. People can have eyes that are close, far. Like, come on, like it's just basically just anybody with wide set eyes is Sid the Sloth. That's what it's come down to. So just, it's whatever.
You know, I really hate that these are not.
Yeah, I don't know why. I think in the thing I put it in by name. Maybe I have to sort it by name or something because it goes by like the date. But yeah, I hate that it's not in order either. And then he said, I'd rather have my voice taken by Ursula than to get a girl who looks like Sid the Sloth. And then I said, Rachel Zegler is another great casting for Snow White and another beautiful woman. Now, maybe the outside antics doesn't make her good, but I think like the way she looks, I think she looks like Snow White. But he's like, oh, you're proving my point.
So too.
Yeah, he's like, oh, you're proving my point about being a Disney shill. Of course, a whiny brat would like her. Snow White is one of the most whitest things in existence. She's described to be white as snow. There's nothing about Rachel Zegler that describes white. Your mental gymnastics failed you. And I said, MLK had a dream that one day people will be judged not for the color of their skin, but the content of their character. If the best actress happens to be black or brown and can play the role, there shouldn't be an issue. That's how I feel. But you can go to 9. And then he's like, Rachel Zegler is a spoiled brat who whines more than the princess, more bucks. So there's no way she's going to do good at portraying one of the most kindest characters in existence. He's like, you judge people for theirs. That's the problem. She didn't play the role well. But that's why race swaps don't work, because they end up terrible. Barely few have worked. For every Brandy Cinderella that worked and Jason Momoa Aquaman, you get a bunch of Mindy Kalings, Velmas, and Halle Bailey's Ariels. Well, first of all, like I said earlier, like if Cinderella came out today with Brandy, he'd be calling it woke, and Cinderella isn't black. So I think it's just funny and ironic that he brought that up. And yeah, Jason Momoa, that's another race swap that works well. I think Aquaman is blonde. Jason Momoa is not. But yeah, I was like, Halle Bailey, Black Ariel, can sing. She played a great role because she's a good actress, not because she is black. You're just mad because people like you are going extinct and your birth rates are declining. So yeah, I kind of was getting irritated. So I said that.
Jesus.
But hey, you know, he wants to bring up the 1800s. Like, let's really talk about the issue. But all right, we can go to 10. And then they're like, well, she can sing. Everybody knows that. She can't act to save her life. She was inexperienced because all she did before that was grownish. Your racist rage bait is making MLK turn in his grave. You call me racist, yet you say white people are going extinct. You're no better than me. Yet the only thing supposedly racist I've done is hate a casting. You know what? There was a time when she acted like Ariel when she got the Little Mermaid figurine. And then I said, I love how white racist conservative Nazis like to speak on MLK as if he would literally agree with anything you've been spewing. And then this is when WeCon comes in. I think this is Ahmad in his Discord. And he's like, guys, stop. And then he said, I can't take you seriously when you resort to Nazi accusations. Like, yeah, that really rubbed him the wrong way. And then he said, we can go to the next one. He's like, I didn't start it, but I love seeing him whine. And then WeCon's like, I need you both to cut this conversation now. He's like, I'll stop, guys. And then I said, why is someone like this even allowed in the server? You can tell they were looking for a reaction by the name they have. Ariel is Black says, I've done nothing rage baity here. You're just a racist man-child, not worth anyone's time. It's interesting that he's saying all of that to me when he has that name. But WeCon's like, they have been here for some time and no one has said anything. No need to make it a problem. I'm serious, though. And I say, having people like this in the server isn't welcoming to black people. And I have an issue with the thing WeCon said is the fact that he was almost like saying that because nobody else called it out, why are you calling it out? Like, let's say somebody had like the N-word as their like profile name. Because nobody called it out or banned them, the moment somebody does, they're the problem. I'll have an issue with that. And you're wondering, well, like, why is this person allowed? Because apparently nobody made an issue. Like, I think Nano said, just don't give them attention. This is what happens when you allow people to slander and you don't address them, because all of a sudden it gets normalized. People think it's just some regular shit. And then when you call it out, now you're the problem. But yeah, he said they've been here for a while and nobody said anything. No need to make it a problem. Now, I'm gonna make it a problem. I don't feel like I have to log in every day to try to escape, to interact with a community, and then I gotta see this motherfucker every day? No.
Yeah, what if every time you interacted, like let's say you were cool with this person, right? Now every time you gotta like hit him up, you gotta like uh call his name. Ariel isn't black. Like let's say if Ariel isn't black was on Team USA or like on our team. Every time we call this dude, have to be like Ariel isn't black. That's mad wild, bro.
Yes, that is. And I'm just like, yo, like WeCon's a mod. I'm like, having people like in this server isn't welcoming to black people is an issue. And then it's like Ariel's in black and never will be, blah blah blah. He's like, this conversation doesn't need to happen here. Calling people right-leaning Nazis isn't welcome either.
Like,
and I said,
for me, if he doesn't like the fact that Ariel wasn't portrayed in the movie, the live action, like how she is in the animated film, I don't really have a problem with that. For me, it's more so the name. I'm not really a fan of the name. Like, you could feel how you feel, but I don't feel like you have to, like, just making your name that. I feel like that's doing too much. Like that, it kind of like definitely. It kind of feels like there's like some like you got some undertone personal shit going on.
Yeah, and I guess your way of getting back. It's just like it's crazy. But I'm like, I'm serious as well. That's not respectful. I said black people have to see this person's name every time Ariel's black makes a comment. How it's just not an issue. Then I move on to the next one. He brings up, oh, so welcoming. Luther's like, you preach tolerance, but it's some of the most intolerant people out here. And I said, why would I be tolerant to racists who complain about DEI and black mermaids? So he posts another screenshot. Like, yeah, you can post a screenshot. Like, I said what the fuck I said. And then in 14, and I said, why would I be tolerant to racists who complain about DEI? And then he said, because they're white hand-me-downs. Now, somebody be given the opportunity so they can be included. I don't see how that's a white hand-me-down, but he keeps saying that, which I don't know what talking point he got that from. But WeCon's like, if y'all both about to fight, I will silence you. And he's like, all right. And I was like, yo, WeCon, this ain't your server. The rules say no harassment or hate. Ariel isn't black. Literally is harassing black people with their name. And is spreading hate by tearing down black people for being cast in Disney roles. You don't get to abuse your power as a mod and turn a blind eye to people like this. It ain't right, and you know it. And then I tag Skyliner. So we can go to 15.
Oh, I'm looking for it. Sheesh, this is all over the place.
Caleb out here looking like a mad scientist.
I'm speaking some real shit. Like, I'm not, like, you know what happens when you don't say shit? People let it slide. So I ain't letting it slide. And I said, are you okay with having people like Ariel isn't black? Because what if I got like a black niece and then she's a Skyliner fan, she likes his videos and she gets in his Discord and she has to see this motherfucker when she gets on. Is that welcoming? No. This is the Skyliner production Discord server. No harassment, bullying, and hate. Be nice. So just the name in itself isn't any of those.
Which is exactly why you got to get certain people out of there.
Yep. So I'm just like, and then Ariel was in black. It's like, you harassed me first. You wanted to argue. Stop playing the victim. You called me a right-leaning Nazi because I hated the casting choice. You're just a toxic, sad excuse of a human being who pulls the victim card anytime they're backed into a corner. So I'm harassing you for calling you out for your name and calling it dumb. Interesting. But, all right, 16. You tried to harass me, bully me while being toxic as possible, only to resort to pulling the victim card when you get back into a corner. You're the only one who had a problem with my name here. And I say, calling you out for your name isn't harassment, and lots of people had an issue with your name. They're just silent about it. He's like, oh, prove it. Go on. It's funny because I literally talked about earlier. It's like me and Nano had the conversation, and Nano wasn't a fan of it either, but, he just wasn't going to give it no attention. And I'm sure Nano was the only person. Me and Nano aren't the only people who got an issue with the name. I think just a lot of people know it's a troll looking for attention, so they let it slide, but I'm just like, nah, you know what? We should. Wow, fuck that. Anyways, then this is when Disney Dev comes in. It's like, can you guys please stop fighting? I'm trying to watch the movie with some friends. So I don't know Disney has notifications on the general chat and Skyliner's Discord, so I guess people will get notifications. I don't know. But WeCon's like, I will speak with the others about what's going on here. Things will be decided if necessary, but I'm not going to do that. But nothing will be decided by you two either. And I'm not trying to distract you. My bad. If I am, here goes another racist tirade by a man-child. Like, you literally hate a character because they're black, but you're calling me racist. That's crazy. But I said, I brought this up. I said, I guess if somebody changes their profile name to the N-word or a racial slur, if anybody complains about it, they risk getting silenced by WeCon. Because, yeah, I'm calling out the mod, dude. I'm calling out the mod because, like, why y'all letting this shit slide, bro? Why y'all letting it slide? But I'm just saying, I brought that up as an extreme example just to make a point. But I'm sure y'all get the point. 18, you'd probably be okay with it if it was racial slurs against another race, especially if it was white people. And WeCon's like, I'm not pulling any race cards. I'm not taking sides either. I will simply discuss and address as needed. And he's like, knock it off. The situation will be discussed, but for now, I have to stop. I'm not gonna start swinging hammers. And Disney Dan's like, thank you, WeCon, for attempting to put the end to this. This hour is not a good time. I don't know who's awake right now besides me or handled. Go to 19. 19. I don't like how you are playing neutral. This is the WeCon, acting like both sides are equal when you know one party is blatantly out of pocket. I guess black people aren't allowed to exist or play Disney roles without being shamed and ridiculed. And that's one thing I don't like is when, you know, somebody's making a racial or statement or a demeaning statement and then somebody calls it out and then you're treating both sides like they're equal. Like, I think that's fucked up. It's kind of like, I don't like people who try to play the middleman or, you know, like, it's like one person's like, yo, black people should be slaves. Another person's like, no, black people should be free. And then somebody's in the middle like, hey, I think we should hear both perspectives. It's like you're holding them as if there's some like equal, on some equal ground of footing. I hate that shit.
I mean, you gotta, at least the way I see it is, it's kind of different where when you're actually black, you know, certain things hit different, bro. So they probably not gonna feel the same way you feel.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
Yeah, so they don't understand.
And then WeCon comes under this this after the podcast be like, I'm black as fuck.
He ain't black. And then he's like, yeah, people calling Nazis definitely an act of out of pocket compared to the one who just hates a race swap. Tiana's loved. Like I said earlier, Tiana wasn't as well. You can look at the reviews. Everybody wasn't fucking with her like that. Even though that was a great movie. Joe Gardner is loved. Frozone is loved because they are original characters. The remake, Ariel, was a white hand-me-down with no thought or effort put into it. You know what's interesting? The whole Tiana and Joe Gardner. Joe Gardner was the character in Soul, which I think it would be awesome if they had Soul as like a mid-season racer, like a Soul season. That'd be cool. But one thing that Disney likes to do with black characters is they like to make the black character an animal or like some kind of like inhuman creature for like half of the movie. Have y'all noticed that? Like, yeah, Tiana, they always make the black person an animal. There's actually like, it's actually interesting because you would think like they would get like 100% screen time, but a lot of times it's like, oh, he's black, but now he's a little blue creature for half the movie, or oh, she's black, but now she's a frog for half the movie. I just think that's very interesting. But
I didn't watch Princess and the Frog, so I don't know.
Yeah. And then he said, you know, this could have been a private message, and you didn't have to turn to this. We can be reached if you have an issue with anything, so they can be handled accordingly. And I said, if you're going to allow disrespect to black people publicly, it needs to be addressed publicly. And I stand by that. Like, if y'all going to openly allow somebody, like, I don't think it should be handled behind closed doors when you allow, like, slander openly. I don't know how y'all feel about that, but that's how I feel. No one's being...
I feel the same way, too, because it's kind of like with the J Smash thing. I said that shit on my Discord so everybody could see that it's not certain things can't be tolerated.
Yeah, and I was reading 20.
So I agree. Mm-hmm. I agree with you, Caleb.
Then 21. No one is being disrespected. You're just a sensitive little baby who can't handle people hating garbage remakes. Like, no, I'm not just being insensitive. Like, you know what the fuck you do. And then he's like, all right, he's enough. And then that's when Consume comes in. And essentially, I just get to the root of it. It's black actress equals garbage remake. Got it. Like, just cut past the bullshit, bro. And then Consume's like, "Oh, you sure you want to post that?" And I'm like, I don't know if he thought I believe that. No, I'm just going off of this dude's rhetoric. But we can go to 24. I think that's 22. So you see the meme he posting. And then it's like, you guys always act like you're better than me. And I think it's Ariel. I guess there's a brand called Ariel. And what is that? I think that mermaid is from the Kraken. There was like a Little Mermaid copy or some shit. But some more slander showing Halle Bailey in the unfavorable light. Blah blah blah. She gets a lot of hate. But and then lastly. If you want to talk about Ariel's color, go to Twitter. Like, Consume, how about just shut the fuck up, mind you? Because one thing is like, dude, like, you're telling me that I want to talk about Ariel's color, but the motherfucker's name is Ariel isn't black. So that's not me wanting to talk about color. That's me calling somebody out. And it's funny that whatever. So, but yeah, at the end, I was just all like, I can't have fun. Like, every time I open a server, I see people complaining about black people in movies. It's goofy. So that is the crash out. I know people wondering the messages got deleted. That's what happened, y'all. So what are y'all thoughts? Like, how do y'all feel about that whole situation?
I mean,
Say we should let KH start off first.
oh, okay.
Well, it was inappropriate behavior. Just like, he's asking for things to start off that way, like we discussed already. Like, when you start off with your name saying Ariel isn't black, you're asking for people to just start a dialogue. So I really don't. I struggle to understand the reasoning behind choosing that username, other than getting the rise out of Caleb that he got.
Yeah, me, I'm not gonna hold my tongue.
No, I know that, and I'm just saying, other than getting that exact reaction out of you, I don't know what the purpose of creating that username exactly that way, both in the Discord and in the game in Speed.
Man, he wasn't trying to just get a rise out of Caleb. He's trying to get a rise out of anybody who has a problem with,
Right. So it's just it's sad, because I agree with Dry. They have a heart full of hate. So that's my thoughts, to keep it brief, honestly.
Yeah.
Does anyone know if he's in the official Discord?
I think he was, but got kicked out. I think I've seen him in that name before. Like I said, I've seen this person. I don't think he's in the official Discord anymore.
Yeah, I mean, y'all already know where I stand on it. I was basically sharing the same sentiments as Caleb.
Yeah, it's just like I said earlier, I gave a little bit of a backstory. Like, I'm black, I watch anime, I play video games, I watch movies. You grow up your whole life seeing all of these characters you relate to and like, and none of them look like you. So when all of a sudden they start coming out with, movies and games with people that look like you, I think it's a dope thing. But in to see people just openly try to hate on that, like, I don't fuck with that, bro. I don't like that shit. But that's really how I feel, and why, I crashed out, why it really makes me feel some type of way. But I guess, Angel, what are your thoughts?
I mean, my thoughts is pretty much the same, I don't understand why people hate on, different, swaps or whatnot. I mean, I understand some people like to have, the actual, what's the word I'm looking for? Things that stay true to certain aspects, but I mean, I think it doesn't matter what the color is. To do a good job acting as the character, I don't think that should matter. You know?
Yeah. The issue I have with all of this DEI woke talk and people being anti woke, anti DEI, anti black, anti gay, whatever it is eventually if these movies fail because of all of these narratives, guess what? Disney's gonna stop making these. They're gonna be like, oh well, we tried Strange World, we tried Encanto, we tried Wish, we tried to be diverse, and some of these movies might not be written, whatever, but you know what? Maybe we do need to, listen to people like Ariel is black. Like, I don't like that. That could be a thing, but it's just very because I'm already seeing, yeah. It's just very interesting to see where culture is going, to be honest. But
I don't.
yeah,
Caleb, let me interject just for a second here. I think it's not necessarily strictly speaking from a movie making standpoint. I think the ideology of movies being woke, specifically having that type of message inside of them, has started to be pulled back a little bit from where it was 3, 4, 5 years ago. And I don't believe with the amount of people who, we've gotten accustomed now to seeing Black people, Latino people, Asian people on screen a lot more often now than we did even 20 years ago. I don't think that them being off, I don't think you're going to revert back to only seeing white people on screen. That's not a realistic pattern of behavior that Hollywood's going to do. Not with the fact that there's a lot more of a prevalent presence of people who aren't white on screen now. That's just not that's not a realistic expectation. I do think that it would give birth to stories that don't necessarily have a woke or a far left ideology. It would give them a chance for those stories to have more of a chance to flourish because you're not trying to push a specific message down someone's throat. You're just trying to entertain an audience, which is really what a movie or a piece of media is supposed to be. So, don't. This is not me attacking you. This is me going, I don't think that the industry is going to have that level of a patterning moving forward to a point where it's going to align with people who think the way that Ariel isn't black thinks. And in terms of what they were talking about, they're talking about how, how the movie flopped. Well, it did not. It definitely did not meet the expectations that they were expecting. I will give you that. I mean,
made them a lot of money.
It should have made more money than it did, but there's a lot of reasons why it didn't.
Boycotting narratives. Here's the thing: sometimes movies ain't perfect. I'm not going to act like just because a black person is good. I think sometimes what happens is because they don't like that, they feel like it's woke. They over criticize, and then you got it's like people make YouTube videos, review bomb, and all that kind of stuff. So,
but I mean that happens with every movie. That happens with every movie, and the movies that don't get those review bombs happening towards them, they're generally, not all the time, but generally, the reason that they don't get those review bombs is because they're a really good story to see. It's something that doesn't preach at you. It's something that takes you on a journey that you really enjoy going on. That's at least my feel on how movies have been over the past 5-10 years. Like, for example, Barbie and Oppenheimer. There was a complete resurgence of the Hollywood industry over the past year because of those two movies by themselves. Now, the leading actors were white. So, does that mean that it's only a movie for white people? No. It just tells you the fact that these two diametrically opposed stories, for whatever reason, releasing on the same weekend of, during that summer last year, they were so diametrically opposite of each other but they both worked in the stories that they were trying to tell. One was a biographical story, one was a commentary on society, but they both worked because they were both good stories. That's what I'm getting at, is that if these movies are made with good stories attached, not necessarily anything else, that's what will make these things work well.
Oh yeah, good stories for sure. But I will say, Disney, the next time y'all come out with a Star Wars movie, don't shrink Finn on the poster to appease China, huh?
Well,
Disney
you
ain't
know,
that woke. That's the crazy part, that they actually did that. That whole shit was wild.
Yeah, man.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Finn should have been a damn Jedi. Let's be honest, Finn should have been a Jedi. But it was funny how they in the marketing they kind of shrunk him down. So I wonder if that's gonna be a thing. But no, I get where you're coming from, KH. I get where you're coming from. But yeah, that's how I feel. My thing is, like I said earlier, into the community is like, art to any creator, anybody with a Discord, anybody who streams on Twitch, YouTube. Are these the people that you want in your community? Are these the people that you want interacting with your community? And are you guys going to do anything to protect your community from people who are trying to harass or spew racial animosity? Because I see this person around a lot of different places, so I'll pose that question to people. Maybe y'all need to rethink, and if you actually got some rules about hate or whatever, maybe actually like don't just put that in your fucking welcome thing and then not actually like protect your community. So yeah, I crashed out and I don't regret it. So that's what happened. So
Welcome to the Crashout.
Yes, sir. And I think we had a great discussion about a lot of different elements, whether dealing with Disney, race swaps, the representation. I think it was a great conversation. So now we're gonna move on to our next topic. And Sammy, if you want to take over.
So before we go to the last subjects of the podcast, we're gonna go ahead and leave you guys with a little teaser for next week. So just so y'all know, I know I've been talking in the chats about the One Winged Angel list. This should be coming on the next week podcast. But I have a little teaser here for you guys. I'm gonna leave you guys with the little disclaimer here for you guys, and I'm gonna do some honorable mentions. These honorable mentions are not gonna be in the list. That's gonna be your teaser. As some of these names, you're probably gonna be like, "Holy shit, they're not on the list." So, without further ado, I'm gonna just generalize this part. It's just basically saying,
Hey, you better hope people actually read this shit, bro.
Uh-oh, is this the list? The top 100 list?
No, this is not. This is a teaser. This is a teaser. Stop it. This is my opinion. This is not a correct ranking system, guys. This is, me, off of racing with you guys, seeing you guys in division, seeing you guys in regulated time trials, anything that involves Speedstorm, guys. They play time trials play a factor, but they're all unregulated, so like, it's like a hit or miss with that. Just because you played in tournaments and do well in time trials doesn't mean that you place higher, Also, to be on this list, this is the most important part, because I don't want people to get it twisted, and I'll literally repeat this and say it, and so you guys read it. In order to be on this list, you had to be actively playing in the current season. If the list is well received, I will be doing them on a seasonal basis every end of the season. Next week is basically the last week of this season, so it's the perfect time to do this. You can always rank higher next season or be lower than your current rank this season. So if I do this on a seasonal basis, you might be 10 this season, you might be 20 the next season, or you might be 5. You never know.
Man, it's trying to get hate every season.
I don't even care at this point.
Season 11, Nano about to be number 100.
At the end of the day, I respect all the racers that are going to be on this list.
I ain't tripping.
There's me not attacking nobody. I don't have personal beef with nobody. This is just my personal opinion, out of my eyes. And, you know, once you see this list next week, I don't want to get hateful DMs like, yo, one week, man, this is a bullshit ass list, or yo, why am I on this part when I beat so and so that's higher than me, yada yada yada. Like, look, just because you had one or two good races, guys, with these people doesn't make you better than them. Okay, like I can make that same argument that you guys are gonna try to pull on me. So let's just get it out the way now.
Go, hey, I beat you. You were 20 levels ahead of me.
Yeah, for real. But these are my honorable mentions. These are people that are not gonna be on this list, but should be respected because there's some of the, you know, top players that I have either personally met or heard of, because I never played season 1. So some of these are people that, you know, I never got a chance to play with, and they don't really play the game no more. A lot of the OGs don't play this game no more. Number 1 being Maxi, guys. You know, Maxi retired after the World Cup, so Maxi no longer plays this game. They're not actively in the game no more, but should be an honorable mention because Maxi is arguably the number one player in the game. So South Rallis is another one that retired after the World Cup. He's no longer playing Speedstorm. He does time trials here and there, but that's literally just here and there. Like, he don't actively is playing Speedstorm at the level.
He might have retired after the, what was it called? The Community Cup, because it wasn't regulated. So he said he wasn't going to do it no more.
Yes. And RIP Duff also on this list. Giselle, no, you know, she hasn't played since season 4 or 5. Thais, Quinty, these are OGs. Chiku, I played with Chiku back in season 2. Definitely should be on this list. Defender William don't play this game no more. Desync don't play this game no more. Hoodie don't play this game no more because he's not in divisions, and I haven't seen him in ranked. Zuzu hasn't played this season. Most skills don't play. He only plays when Silent plays. Mad Max don't play this game no more, really like that. Smarty don't play this game no more. Binksy, these are all top players, guy. PJ, Marco, yo, I miss Marco. That was my guy. Marco was my guy. You know, I put Bozzy on here because we kind of canceled him, so he don't even need to be on this list. You know, our homie, you know, Pro Gamer, he just became a dad, yo. So, you know, big congratulations to Pro Gamer, but he should definitely, you know, be an honorable mention because he is a good player as well. You know, another Team USA member that don't play this game no more, Jacko, and there's many more. I could, like, if I literally would have made a list of honorable mentions, guys, this list would have been crazy. And I'm trying to make a top 100 active list, but these are the names that kind of stuck out to me that should be, you know, recognized because they are or were top players or active players. So at the end of the day, just so you know, these names here are not going to be on this list. So, you know, if you look at this list and be like, hey, why is so not on here? I'm telling you now, there's the reason why, because they're not active in the season. So y'all can go ahead and pause it and read this if y'all want, but I just wanted to give you a little teaser. Next week, guys, I will be doing my list. And
so when you don't see these people on the list, you'll know why, because they're honorable mention and they're just not current.
Exactly. So I don't want to hear, hey, this list is not accurate. Like, you know, I haven't seen Hoodie play this game this season. I mean, Toxic,
I haven't seen him either.
Get me wrong.
Nah, I don't think Hoodie's playing right now.
I haven't seen him in competitive. I haven't seen him in leaderboard. I haven't seen him in the rank, really.
Falcon says Strider. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, Falcon. I don't even think I've ever raced Strider, to be honest. And if I did, that was my apologies. But I don't know who Strider is.
You just
ranked. If you did rank, you definitely race him.
Yeah, because I've raced Strider a bunch of times before.
But this is like back in the day type shit, right? Because
yeah, this
I feel
is like later. This is like earlier seasons.
Okay, that's probably why. Because I'm so used to seeing the same people, guys, that when I race online, I'm literally seeing the same freaking name. So if you guys are giving me a name I may not recognize, it's because I'm so used to seeing the same people over and over and over again, which is a problem in this game. Because if I'm literally seeing the same people and over again, you got to fix matchmaking.
Yep. Because there are people who play this game, it's just the matchmaking just don't put you together. Like, I've already tested this out, same NPR, same level. You might win 2 times and you don't get matched with them anymore, or you know, maybe you're like 3 NPR off. They don't match with people, so it's, you know.
And like I said, Strider might have been on the list too, but like I said, If I literally would have made a whole list of honorable mentions, that shit will probably be in the hundreds. So I don't want to sit there making an honorable list when I'm trying to make the actual current top 100 list. To be fair,
Yep.
that's why I said many more, because there's a lot more.
Oh, I'm excited for that list next week, baby. Let me see. When's the next?
I can see a
when's
lot of people.
Wednesday
I'm gonna
next
tell you this
week?
right now. Off of looking at this list, I'm gonna tell you right now. I know a lot of people are gonna crash out. That's what I'm saying. And it's like no disrespect, but like I judge it off of divisions and competitive, and I'm a heavy rank player, so I will put rank into the consideration.
Yeah, it matters. I agree with you. Rank is significant. Like you know what's crazy? Like I when me and Toxic were doing the Jasmine 1v1, it was very close and regulated, but those ranked matches I still feel like hold weight. They still matter. So
Oh yeah,
can't sit up here act like rank don't matter. It matters.
you can have not maxed out crew, but you have 2 to 3 star crew members. You're only going about maybe 5-6 miles per hour slower. That could be the end all be all, but if you're a good racer, that 5 to 6 miles per hour is not gonna matter.
Yep, you can make up for it. Sometimes you got less crew and you beat people, so that might be why you up on the list. So
right, you can be a level 1s beating level 30s. I mean, that's just skill right there. So
that is.
All right, but that was my little teaser. So like I said, I'm excited for next week.
So that is December 4th. So you're gonna have a December 4th. One Wing Angels top 100 Speedstorm list. I'm excited.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm gonna get the dental treatment for a little bit, but that's all right. That's all right. Like if you really feel strongly about my list, you can go make your own list, and you can understand how hard it is to actually make this when you try to do it yourself.
And I'll be completely honest with you. That's why I don't do that. I'm just like, there's no proper way to quantify a top 100 or a top 150. It's like, yeah, this person's really good. I gotta watch out for them. Oh, they're on their main. I gotta watch out even more. That's really, literally all that it is, because I mean, it's also RNG based. It's also the track that you're on. Like, there's a whole bunch of things that can go into when you're going up against someone. Like, if I were to go in a 1v1 with Caleb and he's on Jasmine, I'm just like, okay, well, this is probably going to be a loss, especially if I'm on someone like, like, let's say if I've got my Bell out there and we're on, ranked, I'm just like, this is probably going to be a loss for me. But let's say we're on the really short, windy Kawaii version. I'm like, well, Jasmine doesn't have super great handling, and this is a map that's more tailored to Bell. So as long as I can really make my lines clean, I'm going to be able to at least keep up with him, if not stay in front of him. But again, this is why it's just impossible, because had the roles been flipped and it's the same 2 characters, but we're on Jungle Ruins version 1 where it's complete straightaways and Caleb can just pull away, then it's like, well, of course I'm going to lose. Doesn't matter how great I drive. Jasmine has like 20 mile per hour more top speed than Bell, so it's just impossible to qualify.
And there's some
to quantify, putting people wherever they are.
Yeah, there's been some races you can beat me when we both on Jasmine. You know what I'm saying? Like in some of these private lobbies. So yeah, it is hard. And
hey man, oh, go ahead, Caleb.
And I know it gets crazy when it's like players are very close in skill. Like, I feel like me and Angel are close in skill because I feel like he beats me sometimes and I beat him sometimes. So it's sometimes it is hard to quantify because we go back and forth. Because it was like, what was it? The Family Cup? I think Toxic won. I got second, you got third, and then the second round you beat me. So it's just it can be very close.
Wait, who all entered the Family Cup? I forgot to ask that.
I think it was like me, Toxic, Sonic, Falcon, KH maybe might have been.
Yeah, I was in the Family Cup. Sonic came in.
He had like all the meta banned, I think.
It was a modified version of Silence.
Oh, okay.
I think you had more people banned in that one though. One wing.
Well, that's good. I'm for banning.
No, but I get your point, KH. Because honestly, in the USA qualifiers, like, here's the thing: like, if me and Nano went 1v1, I feel like I could beat him. I feel like he could beat me. But in that particular USA qualifier, Nano probably was the best at choosing characters. So, yeah, just choosing the right character on the map
That plays
can
a
make
factor.
difference.
Yeah. So,
So
like I said,
is the person better than you, or are they smarter than you, or have better map
Or
knowledge?
sometimes it's just
choosing the better
they
character?
just probably know more.
Yep. Somebody with knowledge, maybe let's say you're more skilled than somebody. Somebody with better knowledge than you, even though they're not as skilled, could beat you. They got the right character on the right track. So it's
That's
very
true.
interesting.
Oh yeah, it's 100% the truth. And you know, I mean, there's a lot of people that I've raised, even back in early access. In early access, I was a noob, so like I'm a way different racer I am now than I am in season 2. But I have raced a lot of people, and there's a lot of people that I can say, you know, when I see their name, it's like shit. You know, I can either win or lose this, and you know, like depending on how I go about things, and also depends on the racer, because sometimes, you know, you can pick a heavy racer randomly and you go play rank and it's a fucking Kawhi, and somebody has a maxed out lightweight, you know, in my sense. So like I'm like shit at this point, you know, this lightweight might whoop my ass, because you know, even though I'm maxed out, they also got a maxed out lightweight.
Yeah, that's why I like the dubulator spins for tracks, and then letting people choose characters for that track versus it just being random. Because sometimes you might pick like
Shout
you
out
said
to Doobie.
Gantu, and then it's Kawhi. Yeah, shout out to Doobie. I love that he made that site. It's very
No facts,
useful.
yo. I've been using that wheel lately. It's literally life changing. You don't have to worry about doing a variation RNG calculator. You don't gotta do none of that because it does it for you.
Mm-hmm. That's dope, man. That's dope. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the list, man. I think it's gonna be fire. And I'll say this, man. If no matter if you get like hate or not, Angel, I think it's good that you came out with it, because at the end of the day, I don't think people should take your list as like fucking the Bible. You know, at the end of the day, you're just going by your opinions and your experiences. And, you
And
know,
we all have limited experiences.
yeah, you know, they kind of like what KH said, you know, the game has a lot of, you know, RNG stuff going on. Everybody doesn't have the same experiences racing each other. You're not there when somebody else is racing another person 24/7, so they could be like, well, I beat this person all the time, but I mean, you're not there, Angel, so it's not like you're gonna know that. So,
Yeah.
so you know,
Yo, facts.
yeah, so it's, you know,
That's why I like tournaments, because we
expect
can
some
at least
hate.
quantify something.
Expect some hate, but you know, I wouldn't really take the hate too seriously.
Nano's the
because,
devil is
you know,
feast on. Ooh, they was cooking Nano.
Oh man, they're gonna cook
That's
my
all
ass
I-
when this
What
list
Nano
comes
is
out.
saying is he's extremely happy not to be alone anymore.
listen, people was on my ass, but you know what? I could make a big argument that that list actually helped the community more than it hurt the community.
Yep.
You can make an argument. I think the reason that it affected a lot of people and ruffled people the wrong way, myself included in that second category, is because we do respect your opinion, Nano. You are someone who is looked at very favorably, not just in, you know, the World Cup Discord, but that's definitely a big place where you have a presence. But I mean, just around. You're a streamer. You're a great person to, you know, hang around, whether you're in someone's stream or whether you're streaming yourself. So you're someone that I think people just like look up to as, you know, as someone who plays the game pretty consistently that way. So when you put people on a list like that, especially when you number them, that type of opinion holds some weight to it.
Understandable.
So, yeah.
In other
That's,
words, KH don't like Nano no more.
That's
I
crazy.
no, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Don't twist my words.
Nah, I know
I
that's
was
not what you said.
that's not what I said.
No,
I
I'm
will.
just
I,
messing
I
around.
will.
Don't worry, KH man. I was the
Oh
fucking the
man.
worst enemy for Shy when that shit came out. So
But I understand where Shy was coming from.
KH, I got a question.
Yeah.
If you and Shaw raced 10 races, 1v1, who do you think comes out on top?
That's impossible to say. That is impossible, Caleb, for all the reasons I just said.
Yeah.
That's impossible. Like, look, we had an Elsa off at the beginning of season 10, and I'm not gonna lie, I thought I was pretty confident in my capability to get to UC before she did. She's gotten much, much, much better as a racer since the World Cup, and it was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be, and we ended up tying. So that speaks to her tremendous growth as a racer, even though she doesn't play nearly as much as like Nano. You touch this game every day.
Yep.
He doesn't. She's got school going and she's got a job, and so I'm like, sometimes maybe she gets on the game. She's got other responsibilities too, so it's just like some people don't have the time to devote to the game every day if they're able to. Like, I work from home, so more often than not, I play this game every day. But sometimes, like in the last month and a half, because of the elections industry that I work in as my day job, I've been super busy. So it's like, going back to your question, Caleb, do you think, who would win in a 10 race 1v1? That's just impossible. Because, like, what tracks are we going to use? Which characters are we going to use? How many laps? What's the RNG going to do in every single race? Do we know? No, we don't. So it's, like, impossible until it
I'm just
actually happens.
Because, if there's a list and I'll put KH at 30 and I'll put Shy at 31, or I'll put Shy at 29 and I'll put KH at 30, would you say, would you be like, no, that ain't right? I'm one up.
I will say, personally, and Shai shares this opinion, we both thought we were going to be inside the top 100. Both of us.
Yeah.
The fact that I wasn't, that I missed out by 1 point, that I told Nano earlier, I didn't need another reason to have a chip on my shoulder when I race. That gave me another one.
Your ass been coming heavy ever since, too. I've been seeing you these live going
pause.
Yo, that's a fact.
I will
KH.
say, to me, that sounds like a positive thing, KH.
But KH, you heard us talk, you know what I'm saying? Like, and once the list came out, I was like, hold on, KH already outcompeted some of those people. So you definitely, your top 100 spots definitely deserved.
Yeah,
but that's the
that's
thing.
facts.
It was, but that's the thing. It wasn't given. Doesn't matter that. Oh yeah, he should have been. He should have been. That's the quote. He should have been in the top 100, but he's not.
Hey, KH,
I
don't
mean,
worry.
technically,
Just slide me some
KH
tokens and get in my top 100.
Technically,
Pull a Zuzu.
KH,
Hey, give Sammy some tokens. He'll put you in the top 10.
technically, KH, since that is my list, and I did acknowledge that be based on you actually competing in like competitive Speedstorm, and that you've actually beaten certain people that I had over you. I did acknowledge that same stream that you definitely deserve to be moved up. So technically, you are in my top 100.
That is true.
Okay,
He
well-
did. He
well-
did say that.
Okay. I hear that. I'm more of the fact that number 101 is still just there, and it hasn't been erased from my memory. Because that's the
Erase
number
it, Nano.
That's the number
Hey.
that you gave.
Hey, man.
So I'm
Erase
like,
it,
okay.
Nano.
I
Man,
see
I can't
that
erase
that
it,
is where
man.
you've placed me, even though you're like, yeah, well, but you should have. No, it doesn't matter. That's where you put.
Delete.
Shit, yo,
So I'm
Nano,
like-
you
and
really
I'm-
did
so
have
I'm
this
just like,
Speedstorm
and I'm
gauntlet.
just like, okay. And I mean, like, look, I I specifically look when I play this game, I do it because first of all, I do love the Disney characters. I am a Disney nerd. Um, so the IPs of Disney, you know, keep me in, along with the fact that I, get to hang out with all of you guys in stream. As terms of kart racers, I know that's the primary reason why some other people play the game, just because they like kart racing games, and it's just this one happens to be Disney, so it's a bonus. For me, it's the other way around. And I enjoy pushing these characters high, and I mean, it's almost cooler to do the stream when I have someone who's under leveled, because that forces me to not rely on the fact that this character's level 50, because that's a way that I quote handicap myself unquote, so that I can race better, so that I need to really focus on my boost management, that I really need to focus on what my character's capabilities are in terms of their kit, in terms of how strong they are with the crew. So I know I'm improving myself as a player. But like I was saying, the whole point of this list coming out with Nano, and now even bigger, is One Winged, because One Winged, we all know he's the Poppy of Speedstorm. He has the sound for it, of course. So when Poppy has the list, not to say that Nano's list isn't important, but when One Winged, who is the Twitch partner that has Speedstorm to his name, who has 70, 80, 90, 100 people in his stream at a time, when that type of a list comes out, that's going to hold a whole lot more weight, because a lot of people are going to be looking at him going, where does he got me? So this is another, again, this is you didn't even think about that, but I'm looking at it going, this is why I can't do that. Not even that I don't have the clout, not like Nano or One Winged or Caleb or Sammy or whoever who decides to make a list like this. It's for the reasons I stated. It's impossible to say where someone is, because you're shooting at a moving target the entire time. But the reason it ruffles people's feathers is because you are well respected. Your opinion does matter. We do want to hear what you have to say. And if where we are is not favorable to where we think we are, yeah, of course it's going to sit wrong. But yes, you're also right, Nano. That did light a fire under me, and I think that was the primary reason you were doing it, even though you really like stirring the pot. I think you got a real kick out of that.
Oh yeah, it was. I'm not gonna lie, it was great. Like if after that came out, I ain't gonna lie, man, the community was kind of lit. It got kind of lit after that, so.
Like I said, after that list, private lobbies are on fire. We're getting solo tourneys. Like, yeah, there's a lot of.
I'm creating my own solo tourney that I'm gonna probably do in like the next week or two, but I'm still forming it right now.
Okay. Hey, I didn't even know that. That's good to hear.
Yeah, like I haven't really like finished forming it, but like I am definitely doing one. So, I mean, Silent did one.
Okay.
He did some custom lobbies earlier today, and I was only in it for just the one round. But I mean, yeah, if I'm able and I've got the time, yeah, I want to continue to improve myself.
Also, crazy lap, Angel. That's a crazy lap on that Mountain Olympus.
Yeah. This is probably like me at my like pinnacle like skill level, because I literally ran this track, guys, multiple times, and to master the slingshotting, to master the right jumps, to get the right items. Like KH does have a point when it says this game's RNG, because you can have the greatest RNG to pull off the craziest time, because you're getting the exact item that you're getting at every moment.
That's what I'm saying.
And this run was definitely a combination of that, because if you can basically do Rajas and rushes literally the whole race, you're chilling.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You've got a double boost bar. You're going to be able to rush forward 3 times. Sometimes you may get double Raja or double rush. So it's really a matter at that point of what lines do you got to take? How can you sling yourself off? How much air can you get? How can you reduce your drag? Like, there's so much that goes into it. And what y'all are watching on the thing is the Brazil time trial that was posted in Wolf's Discord, which I did. I couldn't get anything below 133. Like that was just
Yeah, I pride myself in Jasmine gameplay, but I was hitting like 135s, and I just kind of gave up because I don't know what it was. I was just like the jumps weren't jumping for me. I don't know, but maybe I gotta put more time in it. But
yeah,
and this is super impressive.
I will say, during this time trial, I have learned immensely how much bunny hopping is really crucial in this game. Drifting is another thing, but if you can master bunny hopping with the drifting, it puts you in a whole different level.
Yep.
Yeah, that's gonna be the next thing I apparently have to learn. Again, my thing is just it feels like a cheap mechanic.
I agree. My reference to that is I know like bunny hopping was a big thing in Mario Kart 8, and then they came out with 8 Deluxe and they removed it. But I feel like every kart racing game, there's always some type of bunny hop exploit, and I'm not a fan. But either they patch it out or they don't.
I like it.
Of bunny hopping?
I feel like it adds like another like thing you could do in the game to make you better.
Yeah, it's
And it feels nice, like when you like know and understand it. It feels really good to like do it, like, and know that you're going faster.
Yeah, it's just weird because some aspects are nerfed and some aren't. Like the bunny hop with the buzz rockets, like you do the third jump and all of a sudden it like artificially slows you down. But then there's like other
I ain't gonna lie,
moments.
Buzz was like crazy broken with that shit, bro.
And then it's just I guess there's a learning curve, but yeah, it's just I don't know. I like lines. I like racing and I like doing my lines out line and maneuvering people. Like if I lose because somebody's going downhill and they just jump better than me, it's a little cheap, but I understand it's part of the game. Like I'm already defended shortcuts. I can't complain about bunny hopping, but it's just part of it. It's not. I'm not a super fan. We all have our likes and dislikes, but I understand it. It's part of the game, and game life ain't gonna just. You better learn.
Pretty much, bro.
Yeah, it's like ramen.
Yes, sir.
I'm on the pro. I'm pro rammer, but
there is people that refuse to side bash in this game.
Yep, and you gonna get left behind. I mean, you can race, but if you're just gonna get side bash, and you're gonna get screwed. So you better learn to ram yourself.
See, yeah, I'm not an aggressive driver as it is, so the only time I side bash is unless I see someone on my screen.
Mm-hmm.
Or I'm looking to pass somebody, or I need boost. That's about it.
No, here's how I know I'm not an aggressive driver. It's because when I'm in private lobbies and I'm playing a defender or a brawler or a trickster and I need to pick up a trick or something, I'll side bash into someone and they're like, "KH, what are you doing?" And I'm just like, "What do you mean? I'm doing what you would do." Otherwise, if you guys are racing as a brawler and you decide to smash me and I get, thrown into off the map or something, that's what you guys are going to do unless I decide to side bash you first.
Yep.
I have to learn. I'm just like, I have to, side bashing you does something. Even as a speedster, it does something.
They gotta do something about
a trickster.
You just
at the wrong time.
Ooh.
It's over, bro.
For me as a trickster, it comes second nature. Like anytime I see anybody, I'm side bashing. I need those items, man. They come in handy.
Yeah.
I'll say when it comes to like a team race and you got a teammate that side bashes, they gotta like
Yo, hold on. Hold on. Yeah, I know my headset died. No, my headset died, so I switched to my AirPods. But since I switched to my AirPods, I need the audio from your guys to go through my AirPods. But since everything goes through my Go XLR, um, I gotta reroute the Discord audio into a separate source. That way, you get the chat can still hear you guys. So that's what I'm doing right now. I realized that as soon as I switched, when I switched, I seen the mic audio just die. I'm like, oh shit, I just cut everybody off. And I'm over here trying to fix it real quick, but I couldn't get it in time. But yo, I got it. Don't worry. I'm switching it right now. And we should be good. It's not going through yet.
It's like 11.
Yeah,
Hey, we can
10:24
still
for
keep
me.
it going. I know Sammy got his topics. We can keep it
Oh
going.
yeah, of
Shit,
course.
it's the
Oh,
weekend.
these are
Not the,
juicy
it's not the
topics. I know
weekend.
Nano's ready to talk about this stuff too.
Yes, sir.
Ooh, this is a podcast. Every podcast ain't gonna be an hour. We this is a juicy length podcast. Y'all ready? Ooh, get ready for the next topic. So this gonna be
All
interesting.
right.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, can y'all
Yeah,
hear?
y'all know y'all got the
now?
y'all got the freaking next day off. It's
Effort,
Thanksgiving tomorrow.
dry. Can you hear us?
Let me know. Let me know y'all can hear them because I switched it.
Let us know in the chat if you can hear us.
Talk about it.
Testing 1, 2, 3. I've got the volume coming out of my microphone, so.
Okay, positive. They can
There we
hear us.
go.
Okay,
We fixed
good.
it.
Yay.
All right.
Wonderful.
All right, there we go.
You can be heard. Are we alive?
I
Yay.
apologize, chat, on that.
Shout
That was
out to
my
all the night
bad.
owls.
I was just trying to switch real quick, so I didn't interrupt nobody because my headset died and I couldn't hear nobody. So I was like, damn, do I switch or let them talk? And didn't work out as planned.
We're live. Ta-da.
Welcome to the Crashout.
Yes, sir.
The audio crashed out.
So
That's what happened.
6.
Hey, I bet some of y'all thought I was gonna talk about being number one for 2 hours, right? Is that what y'all thought was gonna happen this podcast? Hell no.
Oh
We talking about some
man.
real shit today.
Oh man. I'm the number one. I'm Dirty
I'm
Dan.
number one, Bob the Builder. I'm number one.
That is crazy.
Hey, Jurassic Park wants his number 1 spot.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
He said,
I will say,
But,
I will be the number one Frozone, huh? Who said that? Well, hey, if y'all want that spot, hey, good luck.
yeah, you're gonna be
"Oh,
number 1 because I'm gonna be in hiatus, bro.
Okay, Sammy. Now that'll bring Sammy, in the competitive
that's
ranks.
crazy."
Right.
I mean, I will say
The minute I'm
this:
free, it's on.
I'm gonna be one of the first few C's. What said that? What?
Man, this dude, he
I'm
gonna be
gonna
the
be the
first fucking Incredible, the first Mrs. Incredible, the first Jack Jack, the first Violet, the UC. It's gonna be between you or Ishnik. Y'all gonna be one of the first.
Yep. Or Jimmy Tracks.
Who?
The artist, the
Fantastic.
racer formerly known as Jimmy Tracks.
He said who?
Oh, yeah, he can't even get his name
He
back.
can't
no
get his
more.
name back.
Yeah, there is no more Jimmy Tracks.
Jimmy Tracks is dead.
Jimmy Racks.
Unfortunately, so Jimmy
Sucks
Tracks
to
is over
suck.
with.
Sucks to suck.
Damn, not the sucks to suck.
They be like that, man.
Alright, so our next topic. So we had recently the PS5 Pro release. I know you guys are avid PlayStation gamers, so I'll let you guys start off first. What are your thoughts about the console so far?
It's diminishing returns. It's not like the jump from the PS1 to the PS3 is drastic, or the PS1 to the PS2. Obviously, as the graphics get better and better and better, you're gonna see diminishing returns. But there's a narrative going out where people, man, it looks exactly the same. That's a lie. I've seen some of the side by side screenshots. And the PS Pro does look better. It does run better, 60 frames per second, but it's not worth $700. And my issue with the PS5 Pro is that the PS5 Pro is what the PS5 should have been, because when I got the PS5, they advertised 4K ray tracing, 60 FPS, but then you get the game and you're only getting 30 FPS. So you have to choose between the graphics or the performance. But in the PS5 Pro, you actually get both. So, but is it worth $700? No.
No, I will give you guys some technical background on this. You know, me being the PC guy, I'm gonna tell you right now, in specification and number wise, the only freaking thing that is different is they boosted the clock speeds of the GPU. That's literally all they fucking did. That, if you really want to know, for $200, all they did was up the clock speed. It's the same
They also
GPU
upped
as
the
the
CUs
PS5.
as well?
No, the CPUs stays the same.
No, the CUs. I swear before there was like 30 something, and now it's like 60. I swear they doubled it.
I think what they did with the CPU had a boost clock that was I think if the number is right, I think it's 3.5 gigahertz is the normal clock, and then the boost is 3.8 or something like that. So what they did with the PS5 Pro is basically enabled the boost clock to be always active. That's the only difference. Is they boost is now active at all times, and then the clock speed on the GPU is up. That's all they did, just to give you guys that 60 FPS. But I mean, from a technical standpoint, that is down $200 worth of stuff. All they did was up things.
Maybe the
So they
people who
just
got
made
the
it more expensive.
The only
maybe the people
people who really like, who I'd recommend getting a PS Pro is if you're a collector for, like, you know, stuff like that, or you just didn't have a PS5 in the first place.
If you're a collector, I would just, my opinion, I would go for the 30th anniversary edition and skip out on all this other crap, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because that looks amazing. Only problem is scalpers. So
the
there's that.
crazy thing, the reason I feel like, yeah, I think the crazy thing is that a lot of people paid $1,000 for the PS5 regular because of scalpers. So maybe they don't see an issue with the 700 price tag, because technically it's less than what they paid for, because they made the PS5 so unavailable. But I paid regular price. I paid 500. I didn't pay no scalper price. F that. If I
Oh, you
ain't
got
going
the
to no
digital?
scalper. No, I got the disc drive, $500. Disc drive, everything.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think it this the price for the PS5 Pros in due part to the scalpers being able to charge
Sammy,
$1,000 for these
you
consoles?
hitting some things, man. You hitting some notes. I think motherfucking Sony, excuse my language, they saw that people were willing to pay $1,000 to a scalper just to get a PS5. So they're like, hey, if they gonna pay $1,000 for a scalper, shit, why don't we make this Pro 700? Shit, you know what I'm saying? They're seeing how much we're willing to pay, and people who paid for the scalper show they willing to pay a grand. So now Sony's trying to charge a grand, which I don't like. All you people who get scalper products, stop it. So, that's how I feel about that. And freaking, yeah.
Oh, how do you feel about it?
All right, guys. All right. Want to look at numbers?
What's up,
Here's-
Angel?
For all
Okay.
all you number guys out there
That
that
would
like
be
to
me.
go with the numbers. So
I'm a
the
numbers guy
CPU
myself.
on the PS5 is 3.5 gigahertz. CPU on the PS5 Pro is 3.85 gigahertz. It's the same Ryzen Zen 2 CPU that are 8 cores across the board. It's just a higher clock speed on the CPU. The GPU is a little bit different. I will say it is a little bit different. It's the same RDNA graphics card. It's just like, say for example, like a 5070 to like a 5080 type of like a jump. You know what I'm saying? That's that type of jump here. As you see the 10 flops of the PS5 versus the 36.1. That means they have like the higher version of the GPU that was used on the PS5, which is what's giving you the guys the 60 FPS and whatnot. But don't get me wrong, just because it's the better version of the GPU doesn't mean it's a newer version of the GPU. It's just like a step up from what they already had. And then everything else is pretty much across the board the same.
And I think another thing with the PS5 Pro, it might not be worth it, because a lot of these games don't even fully utilize the power of the PS5. Like A lot of them are still trying to make games that are for the PS4 and the 5. Like they're not really utilizing it. So it's like you're paying all this money for a console that you're not even getting your money's worth for yet, at least.
I mean, to be fair, that's the developer. That's a developer issue, not really a Sony issue. Well. Developers are being lazy and they don't want to actually utilize the full potential of even computers too. I mean, granted, I know, you know, computers is different because you have so many different configurations and whatnot. But a lot of these consoles are used with the same PC architecture that PC gamers uses. AMD Ryzen 2, so you can still get that on the regular PC. You know, the RDNA chips that they use, those are the same RDNA chips that you can buy from AMD for a desktop process graphics card. So, I mean, the architecture is pretty much the same across the board. That's why ports are easier to do now from console to PC because the architecture is basically identical. But I really feel
actually, yeah, go ahead.
I'll say my main argument with consoles is I know they do it for cost-effective purposes, but like these consoles are severely under like powered compared to like PCs. Like, you know, my PC has a 3080 Ti in it, and my PC will shit on every single console that's out right now when it comes to power. Yeah, I spent a little bit more money on it, but my PC over time, a PS6 can come out. My PC will still perform better than the PS6 or the new Xbox that come out because they always cheap out on hardware to save money to be able to, you know, make a console. And I feel like, you know, they can literally try to do something with these manufacturers like Nvidia or AMD to at least get a upper mid-range type of computer architecture to put on these gaming consoles to at least be able for them to do 60 FPS, you know, good graphics. At this point, fuck 60 FPS. We should be doing 120 and higher at this point. Yeah, ain't no console should not be doing anything higher than 120 right now. Frames
That's
per
what I'm
second.
saying. The PS5 should already be at 60 FPS, not this 30 crap.
The Series X was already pushing 120 when it came out.
I will say it will make the games look like a movie because I don't know if you guys played a Ratchet and Clank on the PS5. That looks like a Pixar movie. It looks so amazing. I think they even have a thing where if you have a certain type of TV, you can get 45 frames per second. But I'm just thinking like, I will say with the Pro, if you're playing games like Ratchet and Clank, Spider-Man 2, Final Fantasy 16, to be able to get those games in 60 FPSs, it's going to be a game changer. Just the fact that all of them are going to look like smooth, high quality movies. So I think that is, where the worth lies. It's just being able to be on fidelity mode and getting 60 FPS. I do think it does hold some value. I will say that.
I've seen a lot across the board where many people just call out the facts where when you do like side-by-side comparisons, there isn't much there visually that would draw you into spending that much money.
I think in Spider-Man 2, you get more like people in the environment or in the city walking around. So you might get more people walking around, and you get better ray tracing, which means like the reflections are more clear and better, more accurate. And also it just depends. Some of the images though, like it probably look better on the TV, because some images are compressed. But it's a slight. It ain't no big jump, but it's a slight improvement. But it's not worth $7. Here's what I might do. I might wait for the PS5 Pro price to go down, and then trade in my PS5. And then
I doubt it.
But then again, nah, it's not worth it. Cause wait, one thing I'm missing is it doesn't have a disk drive, and they're trying to charge it. The PS5 Pro is $700 without the disk drive. You got to pay like what, $100, $200 for the disk drive, something crazy, $60 something.
Yo,
you gotta pay
crazy. If I have the option for a disk drive, I'm always gonna have a disk drive.
Yeah, so you potentially do got to pay $1,000 for a disk drive. And why is the disk drive important? Because guess what? They just came out. When you get a digital,
bro.
Yeah, they don't even have a stand. That's cheap.
They trying to Apple us.
Does we even have a controller at this point?
Yeah, they start doing that, so you pay.
I would be surprised if they start doing that bullshit.
Y'all do realize
when you get a digital cords
game,
or nothing. You just got the console. You gotta get the cords separately.
Shit,
That's
man.
crazy.
When you get a digital game, you don't own it. So all
That's
that
some
means you
game
get the
law
license
shit.
for a game. You get the license to play a game when you get digital. That's why a disc drive is important, because when you
Yep.
actually have the disc, you own it.
Yep.
I agree. I totally forgot about the no disc drives too. That's a huge
Kind of wild.
that's a huge thing for $200. I mean, at this point, Caleb, don't even wait for that to go down in price, because by the time the
I don't think
PS5
it's
Pro
going
go
down in
down in
price.
price, the PS6 is about to get released, and at that point, you're like, you know, because I noticed the cycles. They'll release their Pro versions 3 years later. The new PS6 and the next Xbox is going to release.
That PS6 is gonna come out just in time for GTA 6.
Yep.
At this point, yeah.
I know
So
KH got a PC, so
Yo,
I do have a PC.
Yeah.
I tell everybody that has a
I
console,
told him I was gonna
man.
visit his house for that PC.
I tell
Look.
everybody, yo, I recommend getting a PC. If you guys are console players and y'all scared of PCs, I'm gonna tell you right now, if you get a PC and you actually take the time to actually get a PC or even build it, I guarantee you, when you start playing on your PC, you forget that you even have consoles. Because as soon as I built my computer,
Sir.
I have an Xbox, I have a Switch, and I used to have a PlayStation. As soon as I built my PC, I haven't touched none of those consoles since owning a PC. I'm telling you, it literally is life changing. No, not really, because I don't even want to get into it, but I could kind of play, Switch games on my computer. So I mean, I don't need a Switch, and I can play these games at 60 FPS better than what the Switch can.
Exactly, and the thing with having a custom built PC is, look, you may have more cost up front. Like, it cost me just under $2,000 to build my PC, but I've got 128 gigs of RAM on here, 16 gigs of dedicated VRAM that can process 4K raw video, which are gigabyte sized files, like it's nothing. I've got a really, really good graphics card on here that allows me to play any game that I want at, 30, 60 frames per second, whatever I want it. And yeah, is it more expensive than a PS5 Pro? Yeah, that's without saying. But in the long run, all I need to do is switch out the graphics card. Maybe I upgrade the RAM a little bit. But I mean, like, you're talking about upgrading pieces and parts that are like $250 each time, and maybe you have to replace those maybe once or twice, every 2 years or so, or maybe 3 years, depending on how good of a part you get. So yeah, it's absolutely worth it to get the PC, in my opinion. But that's also because I use the PC for other things. Like, I have it for my job, I have it for the photos and the videos that I edit with my business. So it's like, there's multiple uses that I could get, which is why I justified getting that versus the PS4 regular, which I only got because the entire series of Kingdom Hearts came out for the PS4, and I was like, well, I want to get it. And that was 2017, 2016 when I got that thing.
The PS4 regular is so horrible. They can't even fully utilize your Wi-Fi connection. It's crazy.
Which is why when I first started playing the game, I was on the regular PS4 and I was like, damn, I really, really suck at this game. But then I realized, I was like, no, it's because the PlayStation limits what I can do. And even now, playing on the PC, like, One Wing is able to stream the game and he's able to play it so much smoother than I ever could, even though I have really good stuff that plays the game. There's also lag on the servers, which we know. But, like, even without that lag, like, I'm not able to stream the game at that quick of a frame per second that everyone else is. So it's I'm still at a disadvantage. I'm still not, like, on super exactly equal playing ground, and I don't think anyone will be, because, like, the game's gonna just be experienced different for everybody.
Speaking of Switch players,
boycott
the Switch. That's what
Switch players.
More often than not, yes.
Switch is horrible. Like, I understand Nintendo cheaps out on hardware and shit like that, but the fact that these fuckers really, a phone can play the game better than your console. That's a
Yup,
problem.
I was just about to say that,
I
man.
need people to
Yeah,
understand this. The Nintendo Switch is literally the PS3 in terms of power. So keep
Wait
that
a
Not
in mind.
even.
Yeah.
Not
KH,
even.
when you play
PS2 at
Speedstorm,
this point.
what are you playing Speedstorm on?
Steam.
Yeah,
Okay.
Steam, or they even have it at the Epic Game Store or the Microsoft Store if you're playing
I've
on
never
PC.
had problems with the Epic Game Store.
I don't like the
I
Epic Game
mean,
Store. I think it's too bloated, to be honest. Like all the pop-ups you get in the Epic Game Store and stuff like that. Like I feel like that's not really needed. I don't know. I just feel like the launcher for the Epic Game Store is kind of clunky. I compare it
I
to
can
Steam.
agree with.
Steam is so fluid. Steam is literally like if I can buy the game on Steam, I will buy it on Steam over Epic Game Store over any other like store. I don't know why, but like the way I see it, it plays better. You know, like not plays better, but like it always loads nicer. It always loads good. Like when I'm streaming a game and I try to open up from the Epic Games launcher, that shit literally drops my frames on my stream. Like almost instantly. That's how I know there's something wrong with the Epic Games launcher because that's the only one that it does it on.
Well, I have both Steam and Epic, but the only game I play from Epic Game Store is Multiverses and Speedstorm. Just because when I made the switch to start doing content for Speedstorm, I was wondering which storefront would offer, I guess, better stability, and I've been hearing a lot of people getting into issues on Speedstorm on Steam.
well,
I mean, I never really had any issues on Steam. From my personal experience at least, like I never had any issues other than when the Steam store is down. If the Steam store is down, then obviously you can't play online, so you
Right.
won't be able to play Speedstorm. But other than that, I mean, Steam's been pretty stable for me for the most part. You know, I
So,
mean,
oh, my bad, I don't mean to interrupt. So
oh
essentially,
no,
the overall consensus is: are we all saying the PS5 Pro ain't worth the $700?
I don't know.
no,
$700
Hell no.
build a freaking computer.
build a computer at that point, bro. Yeah,
What do you
absolutely.
If you're going, you're pushing $1,000 at that point. Build a PC, bro.
Yeah.
what do y'all think about people saying the PS5 ain't really even got no game?
I mean, okay,
Kinda
what
true.
are they talking about like
Exclusive to the
exclusive?
PS5. Mm-hmm.
Mm, I feel like there definitely could be more exclusives, but I mean that's like another reason why getting a PC ain't a bad thing because PC gets shit from everything. So
Yeah, they get the Xbox, Microsoft. They get Game Pass.
Oh, that's
yeah,
a
Game
fact, yo.
Pass is actually pretty good.
Game Pass
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
is
I got Game Pass Ultimate
crucial.
myself, so I'm feasting.
Yeah,
Yep.
I highly recommend you have a PC Game Pass Ultimate because that shit you can literally anything that you could get on Xbox you can get on the PC. Call of Duties, the Fables, all the Activision games now. Like literally anything that's Microsoft owned now, you get it day one with the Game Pass. Every single first party title. Like you can't beat that.
Not even
Alright,
just
Yep.
that. I could play my whole library from my Xbox console on my laptop if I want to.
Yep.
yeah, and PlayStation tries to copy, but their version of the Game Pass is definitely not as good. They ain't got the library for it. I don't know.
No, as Sony
It's just
released
not.
their first party titles on their like Game Pass equivalent, I think they would do amazing because Sony does have a lot
They
of
got the
exclusive
exclusive.
titles. But I mean, I
Just
think
that.
they're greedy. They don't want to
They
do
got all
that.
the anime games. I know that.
Just that. Go back to all the games that they released during the PS3, PS2, PS1 even. Like, if you start dropping those into like a Game Pass equivalent, that'd be crazy.
But here are
It's
Like
the,
Sly Cooper.
Yo, they need to do a new Sly
Yo.
Cooper, yo.
play Astrobot. This is why Astrobot potentially is going to be Game of the Year and deserves it. Astrobot does a better job than Sony at literally giving respect to all of the PlayStation properties. Like every single PlayStation IP you can think of is in that game. and they
Oh
you get
yeah,
the
Yeah, man,
I
I
seen
can't
people
wait.
play that game. That game looks
I
lit.
can't wait till I play that game because when I
Yes.
played Astro's Playroom, for that to be a free game that came with the PS5, that shit was fire, bro.
Mario
That
is
shit that shit had that shit fucking had shit in the game that I haven't felt on any other PlayStation 5 game that I've
Yep,
had.
and they utilize all of the features of the PS5 controller. Like a lot of these game studios don't really take advantage of it, but Astro Playroom, Astrobot, they do.
Yep.
It's crazy.
The
They
only
got
thing
mock.
that
Yeah.
Mhm.
the only thing that I'm not really a fan of is like you know that fucking thing they do in shooting games where the trigger,
Oh,
it
haptic
kind of
feedback.
that shit is fucking ass, bro. Like if you want to stress out, get arthritis in your fingers, have that shit on, bro. Like I don't know why
Oh, when it's
anybody
like
would have that shit
resistance.
on. Yeah, that shit is fucking
Oh,
doodle
dude, you
doodle
know
butt
what's
cheeks,
crazy?
bro.
The Disney Speedstorm ain't really got it, but like Hot Wheels Unleashed or another racing game I play, they had that shit on max, and like people were literally breaking their PS5 controller because they were trying to press so hard on the trigger and shit. They were breaking their triggers.
Nah, that haptic feedback shit ain't lit. Now I will say, on Astro's Playroom, I haven't played Astrobot yet, but I will get that. But on Astro's Playroom, they got levels where it'll be raining and you could feel the rain on your controller, bro. That shit is amazing, bro.
Mhm.
Like, like if you
Yeah.
if you have a PS5 and you could play Astro's Playroom, or hell, even get Astrobot, it'll be an experience you've never experienced before in
Yeah,
a
and
game.
that's just the Playroom. Playroom's fire, so you just
Yep.
know Astrobot is. I play both of them. I love both
hmm
of them. So
Like I think Astro's Playroom is nominated for Game of the Year, and some people have problems with it because it's a kitty. It looks like a kitty game or
oh, it
so,
has an
which I
art
think is stupid.
style.
But if it wins Game of the Year, it definitely deserves it. Now, in my opinion, there's actually another game that came out that I think deserves it more. But
We'll get to that.
If Astrobot wins, I have no problem with it.
Here's I will say, just real quick, because you were talking about Astrobot giving it praise. Here are the PS5 Pro exclusives. I'm on the site. We got Astrobot, Astro's Playroom, which we just talking about. We got Demon Souls. We got Destruction All Stars, really fun game that died that PlayStation sabotaged by releasing it when nobody had a PS5. But anyway, Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Final Fantasy 16. Great game. I love that game. Forspoken. I played the game.
I
It
fucked
wasn't
with
that bad.
Forspoken.
I
I
like
think that game is
yeah, I like
underrated,
running around
bro.
in that shit. Yeah, it was another.
It got
Part of the
it
criticism
got a bad
there
rep,
is
man.
there is a little bit of criticism. Part of it is the whole woke stuff we were talking about earlier. Some people didn't like her. Some people thought her dialogue was cringe. Like yada yada yada. We got Horizon Zero Dawn remastered. I will be playing that. I love Horizon. You know what's crazy? Horizon Zero Dawn remastered is a PS5 exclusive, but Horizon Forbidden West isn't. That's crazy.
Mhm.
We got Marvel Spider-Man remastered because it's on PS4. We got Marvel Spider-Man 2. We got Pacific Drive. We got Silent Hill 2 remake. We got Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. We got Returnal. We got Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade got robbed.
Returnal is amazing. If you love roguelikes, you gotta play Returnal, bro. One of the best games I've played on PlayStation.
Stellar Blade, when you get past the ass and titties and all the people, all of that type of stuff, it's a really good combat game. I played it on
Yep.
my channel. It's really fun. It's actually good, great combat. We got The Last of Us Part 1, The Last of Us Part 2 remastered, Uncharted Legacy of Thieves collection, Towers of Agasaba. I don't know what that is. These what are these exclusives? But
Yeah, I'm not gonna hold it to
okay.
you. All those exclusive you just named, I just know like a couple of them.
And then they got some upcoming ones.
Yeah, it's
Marvel's
probably gonna be like
Wolverine,
that since we're talking about PlayStation games.
Knights of the Old Republic remake. I can't wait for that game to come out.
Cancel that?
I think they It was rumors, but
Canceled.
I think they claim it's wait. They said Bloomberg has claimed the remake has been delayed indefinitely, so it's in delayed. Damn. It's gonna be in development
Usually when it's
hell.
delayed indefinitely, it means it's canceled.
No, damn it, Sammy. Shoot. So excited. We got. I'm gonna cross my fingers, I guess. Don't bet your life on it. We got Ghost of Yati. I guess that's the Ghost of Tsushima.
Yotai? Ghost of Yotai?
Yeah, that's gonna be a what's it called? A sequel. That's gonna be amazing. Death Stranding 2. Uh, Marvel's Wolverine got leaked. That shit was crazy. Just Marathon.
People are playing it on
Yes.
PC as we speak.
But yeah, Phantom Blade Zero. That look. But yeah, those are the exclusive games that PS5 has. So if you want to get that Pro, those are some games that I guess you can play. And then they got some cross gen, but I ain't going over that. Foam Stars.
Foam
God
Stars.
of War
I
Ragnarok.
actually downloaded Foam Stars. I haven't played it yet, but it got some fire music, man. Remind me of Persona.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check it out. Horizon
Why you
Forbidden West.
laugh,
This is
Sammy?
cross.
Nah, it's all good.
Foam Star.
You
Sound like a
don't
Diddy
like
party
Foam
to me.
Star, man?
Sound like a Diddy party to me. Got a bunch of people playing, grabbing each other in bubbles.
Hey, the gameplay look kind of cool though. I haven't played Splatoon.
It
but,
do, but I
heard
play
it.
Splatoon. That's the Foam Stars is the copy. Splatoon is the freaking OG. Splatoon.
Sony trying to, they want to have their own shit.
Yeah, they ain't trying to get sued.
That's
Sony
true.
and Nintendo, they're both Japanese companies, so they be competing against each other and stuff.
Yep.
So. I heard Foam Stars got something like, do they got like some battle pass stuff, or they charging money, charging every character or something?
I'm not too sure. I know Poppin was covering that game when it first came out.
Yeah, he was for a little bit. Yeah, I remember it got praise, and then I just remember it was almost like people.
I think that what happened was the player base died or something like that.
Usually, if it's a free to play, it's always some monetization where it's like they nickel and dime you for every character. I think that's like the new thing that's just going on lately. These gaming studios are trying to get their dollar any way they can. Even your favorite ones.
Game Loft.
I blame the 2K. I blame the 2K community because the 2K community pays for the same game every year, paying for VC. Get the new game. None of it transfers over.
VC for one character.
Yeah, EA Sports saw how much they could get away with. So all these other game studios like, we can nickel and dime.
FIFA Ultimate Team.
Mm-hmm.
But FIFA Ultimate Team, man.
In terms of yeah, I was gonna say in terms of the PS5 or the PS5 Pro, I should say, that's what I wanted to ask you guys or bring to the panel and share with our audience. Just because I know, for the most part, Nano and Caleb both are on the PlayStation side of things, so I wanted to get your opinions on the thoughts of the matter here.
I will say 100% life. What was it? Whatever. You know what I'm saying? On my heart, blah blah blah. A PS5 is 1000% worth getting over a PS4. So get the PS5. If you ain't got a 5 or you got a 4, upgrade immediately. But if you already got the 5, you can wait it out. You're good.
Yeah, at this point, if you only have a PS4, might as well go for the Pro.
Wait, what was the question?
There wasn't a question.
Oh,
just
how?
Since we both had PS5, our opinions on it. And I'm just saying, if you have a 4,
yeah,
get the 5. I like the 5. The 5 is a great console.
I'm gonna be honest, bro. At this point of the game, you should have a PS5, bro. Like, if you only play on PlayStation, like if PlayStation is like one of your main consoles, you should have a PS5 at this point. Like,
Yeah,
Let me ask you
all the
guys this
PS4
then.
dudes talking
If
about why
you
my
if
games
you
keep crashing.
I want to ask you guys this then. If you guys are only on PS4 currently, not you guys, but the people that are only on PS4 currently, should they get a PS5 or go for the PS5 Pro?
get a PS5 Pro. You might as well
Okay.
get a PS5 Pro.
Or at
I
that point, do you
will
just wait for the PS6?
wait for the
Eh.
PS6. But
Okay,
well,
okay,
no,
hold
no,
on, hold
no,
on.
no, no,
I'll
no,
say
no, no,
this.
no,
I'll
no. 'Cause you got to get off
say
the
this.
four.
You gonna have to get. It doesn't matter what you get as long as you're not on a 4. But if you have access bread, then get the Pro. But if you don't feel like, cause I'm gonna be honest, the Pro isn't necessary. You could get away with getting a 5 and be feel suffice. But it's if you have the excess bread, then get the Pro. But if you
Yeah,
don't have the excess bread, but you still want to place it, then get the PS5.
yeah, and if you play VR games, then get the Pro because it does have a significant benefit in VR. I know Gran Turismo 7 has VR features and it's way better. So yeah, VR. If you genuinely do not care about a disc drive, if you do not care about owning games, if you just download a game, play it, delete it, and don't care about it anymore, hey, maybe get it because you will be playing the game at the highest level. I guess I will say the 60 FPS. If you care about frames and you want the quality and you want the frames, it's worth it. Just
Yep.
know that there was people paying more for the PS5 than you are for the Pro.
I'm not
So.
gonna lie, bro. If you got your money scalped, I feel bad for you, bro, because I got my shit regular.
Hey, hey, the game is game. I don't know, y'all got a Nebraska Furniture Mart in your state, but that's where you can get one. But I
I
guess
got.
since COVID, they're giving us enough. They're giving stores enough PS5 Pros or PS5s to where people
I
can
mean,
buy
they
them.
better be enough now. Like the scalpers. I heard scalpers were losing money on the Pro.
Yeah, they're losing money on the
Yeah, ain't
Pro, but
nobody
I think
jumping.
they're making money on the anniversary edition.
Well, probably. Well, I mean, that one
Yeah, just
sounds like it's more limited, so it makes
yeah,
sense.
because it looks like a PS1 or whatever.
Yeah, but I don't think there's like a drove of people that got
No.
PS5s going out for the PS4 Pro like it's Jordan sneakers. Like, really not. We ain't doing
And
that.
then on top of that, with the frame stuff, sometimes like when you have lower frames, it actually makes it look more like a movie. Because I don't know if everybody knows this, but like movies are like shot, I think like 27 frames per second.
24.
So 24. Okay, yep. So
Technically 23.97, but that's getting incredibly, incredibly technical.
yep. So if you want to play on the graphics fidelity mode, I mean, shoot, it's pretty much a movie. So do you need the extra frames? It's just personal preference, really.
Kind of off
'Cause then
topic, but KH, do you know the reason why they do that?
Yes, I do actually. Um, it's because that is the closest you can get to what your natural eye perceives as real life.
Okay.
Um, and
So you're saying we
some
don't see it at 60 FPS?
no, absolutely not. No, we don't. Um, it's the higher frame rate that you get, the more fluid the motion will be because it's it's just yeah, it's just more fluid if you see things at like 60 frames, 120 frames. It just goes so much faster
So
because
you're
you're
saying
literally go ahead.
even though we see in maybe 30 FPS, we can still tell the difference.
We see in 24 FPS. Everyone
That's
in the
crazy.
world does. Unless, you have like some superhuman ability that we don't know about. Everyone has 24
Superman?
frames per second vision in their eyes.
Mm-mm.
So
I
how
mean,
can we
Caleb
tell the
is the
difference?
Black Flash.
Huh?
Yep. Hey, Speed Force, attosecond. So if we can only see in 24 frames per second, why people demanding 120 frames per second.
because everything
Weird.
like when you talk in the game aspect, yes, we can't see anything above 24, but you can feel it. May not be able to see it, but you can feel it in your gameplay. You know, that's why when you like, if I use Destiny as an example for me, I played Destiny at 30 frames because it was locked at that for consoles. I switched to PC, played at 60 FPS, and I noticed a huge difference. Not like seeing it, but I felt it, if that made sense. Like everything seemed more fluid, everything was smooth, everything seems more fast because the frames are coming at you double than what you're normally like accustomed to in your eye. So like, you know, stuff like that, frames really don't matter in single player aspect, but when you play multiplayer games like Call of Duty, Apex, and you play competitive games, the higher your frames per second is, and you have a monitor that supports that, the cleaner your game is going to be because you'll notice things a little bit quicker than somebody that's on console.
Right. And no, and I'm not saying that your eye is only limited to seeing 24 frames per second. Like, oh, you can't see 120 frames per second. Yes, you can, but your eye, without seeing anything on computers, can see things in 24 frames per second natively. FPS, that's frames per second. So that is 100 like, for example, for 24, that's 24 images that are shown in a fraction of a second, 1/24th of a second. But they move ever so slightly to create what we know as motion. When you're talking about 120 frames per second, you're talking at images that move at 1/120th of a second. Again, with a small, insignificant, limited range of movement and motion. But when you have nearly 5 times more of those still frames moving at you, your eye is going to pick up a lot more than if you were just going to go at 24 frames per second. So our eyes can still see it, but the image that we see is a lot more fluid because there's more images to take in. There's more frames per second. So that's why when you're talking about looking at a movie, like a movie from like the 40s or the 50s, everything was there shot at 24 frames per second because that's what the capability of the camera was. There are cameras now that can shoot at natively 120 frames per second, but you typically don't see that done because when you go to a movie, unless it tells you that it's at a higher frame rate, it's shot at that frame rate because that's what real life looks like.
Or Golden Rush, that's also 24 frames per second. You know, our daily Golden Rush feast.
I don't know what Golden Rush is.
We get the gold coins and the frames drop. I think
Oh,
I
you
did.
talking about Treasure Rush?
Yeah, Treasure Rush. My bad. I said the same. I said the wrong
Oh,
thing. That was
I'm like,
like
what do you mean
20
Golden
frames.
Rush? I'm like, what are you talking about?
I could tell the difference in the frames on that thing. That might have been 15
Then,
frames.
you know,
Yeah, no.
I literally thought that was a sequel to GoldenEye.
I was like, what are
yo,
we talking about here? What do you mean? I got you. Okay, now I'm picking up what you're putting down. Okay,
jeez, Caleb, you just confused all of us for a quick second there. Like, what?
I'm like, wait,
Man,
what?
I'll give it to Professor KH, man. He's putting down a schooling right now.
Hey, like I said,
Yeah,
I
most
went to
definitely,
school
man.
to learn all this stuff, man. Hey,
Got the
Oh,
intel.
and
That's why I asked that question specifically.
actually, you know what's crazy? Anime. So I was watching anime. Anime, I think it's like 24 frames or something like that, maybe 30 frames. But like I was watching it on like some kind of like 4K TV that had 60 frames, and the anime fights actually look different at 60 FPS. Like a lot of those impact frames have impact because the less frames. Like when you have 60 frames, sometimes it can mess up the action. So
Yep.
well,
sometimes
and again, it also depends on what the source resolution of your media is. Like, I'm not saying that they don't do this, but if you're talking about an anime, which, you know, let's be real, unless you're watching a Miyazaki film. Well, no, that's like that's the rule. A Miyazaki film is all hand drawn. Sometimes animes aren't all hand drawn. Most of them are, and if they are, they're going to be shot at either 24 or 30 frames per second. When you try to upscale things to 60 frames per second, but your source material is at 30, a computer is going to have to manufacture 30 extra frames per second. Versus
Yep.
if you're going from 60 frames per second down to 30, the computer will, quote, leave some frames out to give the illusion that you're watching it at 30 frames per second instead of 60.
Okay, that makes sense. That I guess that explains why it might have looked weird or
Yeah.
whatever.
Because the
like you said,
computer is
okay.
trying to make it look that fluid that you would expect to look at 60, but the source of whatever you were watching was already at 30. So it's trying to put extra stuff that doesn't exist in there. Some computers can do it better than others, and some can't.
That's a
Makes
good
sense.
segue. I feel like because I think
Yes.
Sammy was talking about how Sony is trying to get into the anime business. Sammy, I guess you can clarify that.
So, well, I don't know if everyone knows this as a fact, but Sony has been in the anime industry for quite some time now. Previously, I believe they owned was it Crunchyroll or Funimation? I don't know which one they owned at first, and then they uh bought the competitor, which was either Crunchyroll or
It
Funimation,
was
and
okay. So they so Crunchyroll ended up basically absorbing Funimation.
Funimation. Yep.
Yeah.
Wait,
And I
hold on,
believe
Sony owns Crunchyroll?
yep.
I
Yeah.
didn't know that. Holy shit. Crunchyroll is like literally like the application for anime. Like,
And I
Yeah.
believe they own Aniplex as well. So Sony's been on a
Aniplex.
little buying spree in terms of the anime space.
They need to
And
get
now
Go Anime.
recently, I don't know if they could do that. But recently now Sony's been in talks with Kadokawa to buy them. And the I guess the big problem or the big issue with them buying Kadokawa is that besides Shueisha, which is like everyone knows the number one house in terms of anime, the number two is Kadokawa. So people are now saying if Sony buys Kadokawa, they pretty much have too much of a hand in the anime industry, and
Yeah,
they
they're gonna
can
have the monopoly.
literally, yeah, they'll pretty much have a monopoly over anime.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
I don't want that.
that might be a bad thing because what if Sony tries to influence anime artists to promote or not promote certain things in their anime, like, or they start censoring things because they have the monopoly in the anime industry. Because there's
Yeah.
some
Yep.
anime that gets censored heavy or whatever from the source manga material, and so we don't want that. But Sony, if they gonna own all these anime studios, that's
Sony
fine.
better not fuck up anime. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's why we need more like we need like we don't need it's not a good thing if Sony's like trying to buy up all um these anime services and
Studios.
stuff like that because we want more diversity when it comes to the power distribution for anime
Yeah.
because you
Yeah, I
want
mean,
you want competitors because that means when there's competition there's just companies are they're almost forced to do different things
And if
or
that's true.
try to be better than their competitor, which means they
An
got to do better
example,
by us.
an example of like an anime competitor would be like a lot of those Korean animations, which they don't call it anime, they
they
call it
do manhwas,
Yep.
manhwas or whatever. Yeah,
they do
one of
manhwas,
his
and then they do webtoons.
Yep.
solo leveling. I don't know if y'all seen solo
Yep.
leveling. That shit was fire, and it wasn't an anime. It was a
And
manhwa.
and Guess what service that was on?
What was it on? Crunchy?
Crunchyroll. Exactly.
Yeah, it's a
They still
fact. I
got the
can't wait
So
for
that
season 2.
that's the
Yes.
big issue because right now we know that most of like in terms of anime, we know most of it derives from Shueisha. So we're talking about like anything that is like let me see, Black Clover, um My Hero, things in that nature, it usually comes out of the house of Shueisha,
Oh,
right? And
snap.
Kadokawa is literally like their main competitor. So Sony gets their hands on them. It's like what Nano just said. They're gonna, or what Caleb said actually. They might change things. They might censor things. You know, you already don't get a lot of blood in anime as it is. Now we're not gonna see any blood. You know, someone gets
Yeah.
killed. Some people, instead of people getting
Yeah.
killed on screen, people are getting killed off screen. You know what I mean?
Smoking mirrors
Lots
type
of
of
things
stuff.
like that. But when the news first broke, a lot of people were excited because I don't know if many of you know, but Kadokawa is the parent company to From Software. So they would actually own the studio that makes Dark Souls, Demon Souls, and Elden Ring.
Elden Ring. Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
So
You know,
everybody was
it's
kind of excited about that until, you know, everybody who follows anime or a big fan of anime, it was like, no, it's not just Elden Ring, it's the
I
anime
don't even
industry.
I don't even want Sony to own FromSoft because I like the fact that games like Elden Ring and Dark Souls could be played on Xbox and PC and stuff like that. Like
Wait,
I
is
don't
this?
want those games to be just on Sony because I want everybody to experience. I want as much people to experience a game like Elden Ring as
that's
possible.
why Xbox actually, because they bought, didn't Xbox buy Call of Duty or something like that?
Yeah,
But
I was about to
they're
say, is this Sony's
Activision, Blizzard.
answer? Is this Sony's answer
yeah,
to Microsoft owning Activision and Blizzard now?
No clue
maybe.
because I know the first punch was Microsoft buying Bethesda. Then Sony was like, okay, we'll buy Bungie. Then Microsoft was like, okay, well, we're building a mobile storefront, which just kind of released. And I think that's part of the reason why, you know, the courts are asking Google to split up, but that's for another time. And so they bought Activision and Blizzard, and, you know, it really helped them because now they can really flesh out their mobile store, but also, you know, Call of Duty being the juggernaut as it is because it's probably, I guess, the number one shooter of all time at this point. So I
They
guess
make
Sony
more
was
money
looking
for
for
it being on all the
something.
consoles.
They do, and which I always felt like should have stayed that way, and I'm happy that they kept it that way. But I guess this next punch was, you know, Sony's, and they were like, you know, if we have a chance, we could. But the twist to this was Kadokawa actually reached out to Sony and said, we want you to acquire us. So it's like,
Oh,
even
for real?
though, yeah, so it's like, even though we might feel a way about it, it's just like the company
Okay.
itself was like, buy us. But then it's just like, everyone else who enjoys anime is kind of in a situation like, what's gonna happen to the industry?
Sony has a hard time coming out with a good Spider-Man movie, first of all. But recent or Venom, my bad. But
That's
you know,
crazy.
the Sony is on some nonsense because first of all, they the bad guys, bro. They are the ones when we were trying to get crossplay. Sony was the reason why there are so many games years back that you didn't have crossplay because Sony didn't want to have
And it,
crossplay.
yeah,
So
Yeah.
Sony owning everything ain't good because that
They the
if they
ones
get
that fucking make it so hard for fucking it. Remember when Xbox got integrated with Discord like mad quick and plus
yeah,
Sony, it took Sony forever to get the Discord on PlayStation.
mm-hmm,
Like
exactly, yep.
it's
should be
funny
And
because
crazy, man.
Sony actually bought Discord.
I know that's the crazy thing. That's
so
why it
are
doesn't
they
make
going?
sense.
It'd be crazy if they pulled like a move like, yeah, we're taking Discord off of Xbox and you can only use it on our platform. That would be
Yeah, I
wild.
mean, you could use it on PC. Could you imagine if they said we're taking Discord off PC and mobile?
I mean, that's why a lot of PC players have been upset with like some of these games because they say like in order to play some of these games, you have to make a PlayStation account or something like that, PlayStation Plus account, something like that.
First two,
And what game is it that they did that? What was it? Helldivers, yeah,
first two,
Helldivers
yeah,
2.
they literally killed that game's momentum because when it first came out, it was doing like 300,000 concurrent players, and then once they started doing all that crap, it just like the
Yep.
player count dipped to like 40K.
It was cross-play. People were playing it heavy on the PC, and then they stopped because they had to get a PlayStation account. So that's what I'm saying. Sony acquired everything ain't good. And on top of that, when it comes to the anime side, like we got to think about voice acting. Don't y'all ever watch anime and y'all might listen to the dub, and it's almost like you hear the same four voices in every anime? Because I think a lot of these animes, they're what do they call it? Their dub studios all come from the same place. I think it might be Funimation. Funimation's owned by Sony, so that's one of the reasons why you hardly ever hear any diversity in voices when it comes to fucking anime.
I mean, I listen to sub. I haven't watched.
I don't got that problem. I'm a
Yeah,
real anime watcher.
I
I've
listen
seen
to
the
sub
air.
too. It's very rare that I'll listen to a dub unless the dub sounds very good.
Okay, here are the
I
best
agree.
dubs,
I
right?
agree.
Dragon Ball has a great dub. Naruto has a great dub.
Death Note actually has a fire dub too. I think Death Note, Bleach.
Mm.
But
You
I
know,
haven't watched
All
dubs
of the
since
big
like
hitters,
when
I
I
think.
started watching anime.
I will say from like a standpoint of watching animes, like I watch animes in both sub and dub to like just to see the difference in dialect and dialogue. And I'll tell you, like I even did this with Squid Games. I watched both English and the native language, and 100% of the time, I feel the true emotion of this like either fight sequence or this storyline in the native language over like the dub language, because like they can't copy the original emotion
Yep.
of, or like the true emotion of what they're trying to bring out in the anime, because they can't replicate it.
Yep. I mean, look at Black Clover. You know, the main protagonist be yelling all the time, and his yells just don't hit the same in the English dub. But that Japanese voice act, he be going. I will say you're 99.9% correct. The only anime that is worse in the sub is Dragon Ball Z, bro. Because I don't know why Goku was screaming like a little 4-year-old child. I don't know
I
what
mean,
that's all about.
the person that his voice actor is a old lady that been voicing him
Yeah.
forever.
Yeah.
And that's the same with Luffy. Luffy's voice actor is actually an old lady too, who's been voicing him since the beginning.
Same with Naruto. His voice actor is a woman as well.
I think that's in English and Japanese. Naruto's voice is a woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say yes. The Dragon Ball dub is definitely
Japanese.
A1. Like
Yeah.
definitely A1 in the dub. I haven't watched Naruto in dub, so I don't know how that compares to the sub, but I do know sub, definitely had the emotion perfect on that whole series. Like I was like,
Naruto's an anomaly.
Watch the
Naruto's
dub.
an
You can watch the
anomaly
dub, bro.
where the dub and the sub is almost like 1-to-1 almost. Like
really?
The voices sound exactly the same. It's
Yeah.
weird.
Oh man, I might have to see it in dub just to see.
a lot of the issues why
too,
a
man.
lot of times I end up watching the sub is because I get so far ahead in the anime, like One Piece, where the dub hasn't even caught up.
So you're a sub.
That too.
You're a sub watcher only when you're forced to watch
Yes.
sub.
Yes.
Damn. Okay. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with it. Nah, man. See, the thing about sub is that, like, sub to me has like too much positives, bro. Like, it has too much pros, cause that's one thing that. So the dub, like, if something's new, you probably not gonna get the dub for the dub's gonna be like late and stuff, and even the sub stuff is technically late because the manga be like way out in front and stuff. So the dub is
Yeah.
like double late.
The dub is always,
Yeah.
I feel like, 2 to 3 episodes behind the sub. It's the worst.
It
I don't
is because
like
they
the
got to do the
censorship.
voice acting and stuff.
No, one time I literally do this. Like one time, cause episode's 20 minutes. I watch the episode in dub and I watch it in sub, and sometimes in the dub they be freaking switching stuff and they be watering it
Yep.
down. Like I'm like,
Yep.
what? That
Yeah.
ain't what you said.
Hey, that's
Yep.
why I said you
Most
gotta be able
definitely.
to. Hey,
You
if you fuck with anime, you might want to hop on the manga wave too, man.
you be getting the 4 kids TV treatment where they freaking mess up everything. I don't know if
Oh
y'all
my
remember
god.
that, but One Piece
No,
used to be on daytime TV.
I,
Yeah,
no,
I
they
didn't
just
even know that.
not that you
Yu-Gi-Oh,
said that.
Pokemon, Sonic X, all of that. Yeah,
Oh,
Sonic X
Yo,
is an
yes,
anime.
but One Piece?
yo, what about Beyblade? The original Beyblade.
Yo, yeah,
Oh,
original
yeah, I
Beyblade was
remember that.
tough.
With your boy Tyson and Kai and all them. Come on, yo, that
Yep,
shit was fire.
it
Wait, hold
was. Oh my
on.
gosh, bro. Kai?
Kay, do you watch anime?
No, I'm totally lost in this conversation.
Oh, yeah.
That's for
You know
real.
what? What if Disney came out with anime? Would you watch it?
Hell yeah! Listen,
A
I'm
Disney
an
anime?
advocate for
Yo,
anime,
Yo,
bro,
everything.
bro,
yes,
But you
Kingdom
know,
sir.
I could see
Hearts,
them doing over the Disney stories and with like an anime style.
bro, Kingdom
That'd be
Nah, I
fire.
Hearts,
mean,
Kingdom Hearts in
I would
anime
love to.
form, bro.
I
there's
want to see that
been.
Hearts?
My
that
goodness.
big ass
Kingdom
Mongolian
Hearts
dude in
anime would
Mulan.
be fire, bro.
I'm trying to see the Mongols come down like Mamoru Uchiha, destroying the Mulan. That's what I'm trying to see.
It's okay,
Yo, can
Dry.
you
It's
imagine it in
okay.
Kanto anime? That'd be crazy.
In hey, yep.
Listen, man.
Angel would be losing his shit watching that, bro.
That's
Anime makes the
yo, I'm
world go
saying,
round, man.
because
Look,
you think
this
about
is.
It
it.
does.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if you think about it, you have Disney characters and you have Final Fantasy characters all into one, and in anime form. I always say I wish they would do a Final Fantasy anime because I think that would do great because Final Fantasy has amazing storylines.
Is it the
So
same
Yeah,
why
thing?
not?
No,
Or
there is a Final
movies?
Fantasy. Isn't? I think there's a Final Fantasy 15 anime.
Right, but that's only you have 15 different Final Fantasies.
I
Imagine
know
a
a lot of
Final
people love
Fantasy
7.
7, a 7,
I
or
will
even
I
a
will
10.
still say 16 is fire. It's up there. If you ever play
Well,
16,
I
play
will
16.
still say 10's the best, but that's just me.
10 is my favorite Final Fantasy series. 10 is my
Yes.
favorite. I love 10
Clive,
is one of my favorite games, but
Yo, so
12 is like
10
right
would
in
be
that range
fire.
for me.
10 will be fire. I think Final Fantasy 14, even though not a lot of people don't play it because it's an MMO compared to the single player, the storyline of Final Fantasy 14 in anime would be crazy.
Yeah, I hear 14 storyline is great.
Yeah, but
speaking of,
KH, I know you wanted to say something.
No, shoot. It's not to say. Okay, I if I can find a good anime, just to watch and it's a good story, I'll get into it. Like that one night where we were watching that like volleyball anime.
IQ?
Yeah.
Thank you.
IQ,
Like I was
Yeah.
like, "Oh, wow, okay, cool. I'm into it." And we didn't go further than episode 1 for whatever reason.
Listen,
Shy,
man.
what
High,
happened?
high cute. Listen, I asked Shy about it. It's we just never did it. But shit, I was always down, man.
I'm gonna have to put you on game. There are, I think, a
Hey,
handful of animes you want to do for first time watchers, and one of them is Hunter x Hunter. You can't go wrong with Hunter x Hunter.
Hunter x Hunter is
That
good,
you you
but
you already messed
the
up. See,
volleyball
he
the
said he's in
volleyball
cinema.
one.
You know what he needs to watch? Akira. That's what he needs to watch first.
oh, that's
Put him
with the
on to
motorcycle.
Akira.
Yeah, because a lot of the cinema
Yep.
took a lot
Put.
of frames from that
Mm-hmm.
anime. It's crazy how much the movie studio industry takes from anime.
So for
They take a
me,
lot of
for,
inspiration.
for if I'm trying to get somebody who isn't really an anime watcher to watch anime, I usually put them on to Death Note. I feel like Death Note is a good like beginner one. But
Yeah, I keep hearing
the
that.
reason why we watched High Q was because Shy is into volleyball.
Yeah.
Like she
Sense.
knew what a libero was and everything. She knew like the different positions and stuff. So I felt like Haikyuu was a good one, and she fucked with the first episode.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah,
oh,
You
wow,
just
you
gotta
definitely,
commit.
yeah, you definitely got to get them hooked in that first one or two. That's why another one for me is One Punch Man because the animation is just so clean and it's season one at least. It's
Yeah, I love
so
One Punch
clean,
Season one.
like
I'm glad you put that out there.
I still
it's
think
just
season two
yeah,
is fire.
it's okay.
Oh,
It
okay. You know what you could watch that isn't anime, KH? Avatar: The Last Airbender.
yeah,
okay.
that's what they say is a cartoon that's the closest to.
Exactly, to anime.
So don't kill me. Back when this series was like at its peak, like in the early 2000s, and
Yep.
I had the access to watch it, I didn't because, there was just things that got in the way. And so I've actually never seen the original Avatar: The Last Airbender cartoon series all the
Okay,
way through.
saying me neither, me
Bro,
neither.
you slept on the greatest cartoon of all time.
A lot of people tell me that. A lot of people
Yeah.
tell
Oh,
me
yeah,
that.
that's
And I just,
that's
again,
It's
goaded.
like,
not
I
too
am,
late.
Is it?
I'm
Damn, what?
not,
It's better than Ben 10?
Yeah.
Ben 10, bro.
hey, nothing's better than Hey
Nah.
Arnold. Like, let me just stop y'all
The
right there, okay?
nah, the regular
Hey,
show is
you'll
where
say
it's
that
at.
now.
Y'all know
You say
the
that
regular
now.
show's coming back. The regular show's coming back. Shout out to Chowder, honorable mention.
Powder
I
was,
think
oh God.
Adventure Time, or not Adventure Time,
I
fucking
lost brain cells and IQ points watching Chowder. Sorry.
Avatar: The Last Airbender is really good. It's exceptionally good, and I think it deserves its hype. Um,
Yep.
so I'd highly recommend it. I'd highly
Dry is sad
recommend
that she's not a part of this. I'm sorry, Dre, but at least you're hearing us. You're hearing us talk.
it.
Yeah, Avatar was
Yeah, man.
goaded for sure, for sure.
I didn't watch Legend of Korra yet, though.
Me either.
You can miss. I mean, it looks more anime. The way that it's done. It looks like it could be an anime more than Avatar was. That makes sense.
Hmm.
But if you don't watch it, you're not missing anything, to be honest.
So the greatest cartoon has the worst movie of all time.
It'd be like that. Adaptations could make or break.
Yeah, y'all
It
want to talk about talk about
yo,
adaptation representation. That
no,
movie
no, no,
was
no, 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 Caleb, you want to talk about Dragon Ball Evolution?
Oh my
oh
God. I knew you
no,
was gonna go there.
that was terrible. That was all kinds of
Yo,
wash.
Goku!
when you make the Kamehameha a fucking something like windy, I'm like, bro, what the fuck is that? That's not a Kamehameha. That's fucking you pushing out wind and air and shit. What the fuck was that?
Yeah, and Piccolo looked terrible. There's everything is wrong with that movie.
Yeah.
That's the worst representation. I'm gonna turn into freaking Ariel isn't black watching that.
I
That
want to say
movie
the
is
best
garbage.
adaptation in terms of anime has been One Piece so far.
Yo, One
You said the
Piece's
best or the
Yep,
worst?
live action has been
definitely
amazing.
the
Best
best
anime,
one.
the best
No, but
live
it's
action.
woke. They made Usopp black. It's woke.
No, okay.
BI.
So here's the thing. So I don't know how many of you guys actually keep up with One Piece, but the actual like mangaka of One Piece, Oda, he
Yeah.
all of the main crew are of different like
Yep.
nationalities, and he
What's
said
his name? Luffy is Brazilian. What is Usopp?
Usopp. I forgot what
Is he
Usopp
South
was.
African or something?
I don't
Oh, and
remember.
they did race swap. They race swapped Nami's sister, Njoku. They made her black.
But yeah,
Shanks.
he said if these got he like made like this like note that if these like the main crew he like if they were like real he put what nationality they would be, and in the live action adaptation they actually made all of them that
Yep.
ethnicity.
Yep.
So I think
Yeah.
that's fire.
So
I think they did One
Shanks'
Piece
crew.
justice on the live action.
I like the
What was the
dude
name of
Reasonable
the
on
live
on
that.
action?
I
Shanks'
gotta see how
crew
they
that has the
go.
chicken.
I wish they
Oh
gave that
yeah,
same
the fat
energy
dude.
for Cowboy
Yep.
Bebop
Oh,
because they dropped
I
the ball with
know,
that.
I know. A lot
I
of
didn't
people
watch that.
hated the live adaptation of Avatar, but I actually enjoyed it. But I also
okay,
didn't. I also
Angel, the
on
movie was
Netflix or the
bad.
movie?
The movie was bad, but the actors did live the role.
no,
Like, I
no. I'm
think
not
what
talking about. I'm not talking about the movie. I'm talking
We're
about the
talking about
Netflix
Netflix.
series. I know a
Yeah,
lot of
the
people
Netflix
hated
wasn't so
it.
bad.
Like a lot of people hated
I
it, but I viewed it as not trying to compare it to the TV show word for word, scene for scene. I just viewed it as, you know, it's a live action version. It's gonna be different because it's not gonna be the same as the storyline as, you know, the cartoon. And you know they did change a lot of things, and they tried to like rush a couple things too. But like I think they did really good. Like the quality, the everything was actually really good.
For me, the
Speaking of,
reason why I didn't like it or I didn't enjoy it as much was because I felt like they rushed too much of the story in certain aspects, and on top of that, I feel like they cut out a lot of storylines or character arcs for specific characters. So now these
you know,
characters won't grow the same way anymore.
that's a good point, Sammy. Because as much as I like the One Piece live action adaptation, they did skip over like a whole arc. I think it was like an arc where some dude had armor. He's like a general, and then Luffy did like some corkscrew
Yeah, but they're not gonna
attack.
they're not gonna go through every arc. I don't think.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's over a
I don't.
thousand
No.
episodes, man.
Yeah,
I
that's a
don't
lot of
you know,
even
episodes.
think they're gonna go through shit. They might skip fucking Thriller Bark, man.
Yeah, I think
For
they're
all
gonna
we
go
know.
through all like the juicy parts and like the main parts of the storyline,
Yeah.
and kind of skip over small things just to be able to get through it. Because they say they want to do like transition the whole anime into live action. They're not gonna have enough time to do that with 1,000 fucking episodes of
Nah.
content.
Yeah, and they're doing a reboot on the anime. So
yeah, they're going
What?
through the with the Michael Jackson chart. Whatever. What was it? Horty Jones, or was it not? Well, who was that dude that where he went at the gear third? It's like a shark.
Cody
It might have been
Jones.
yeah, Horty Jones he looked like Michael Jackson. But yeah, they're reanimating that whole.
Yo,
What?
this
He
man.
do.
I
Look at bring
never,
up.
I never
Hey, you
heard
gonna look
that
it up tonight?
So you gotta bring that
You
up,
gonna
man.
look it up tonight? Yeah, you gonna
He
like,
said,
dang.
he said, hee hee.
Michael
Yeah, they got a bunch of
Jackson.
characters in One Piece look like Michael. He do. He look like Michael Jackson. But if they're gonna animate, that's gonna be dope to see Elephant Gun.
Yo, I'm
You
curious to
mean
see
the
how
guy
Gear
from
5 is gonna look in live action. Gear
the
5
guy
about to
from
look
Demon
crazy.
Slayer, Muzan?
Now Muzan
That's
looks
another
like Michael
He's
Jackson.
Michael
No,
He's a
Jackson.
that's a
Michael
smooth
Jackson.
criminal.
Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson, come on, let's be honest. He has like 3 different looks. Michael Jackson, he got a lot of different. He got his afro, the Wiz.
That's
You know what I'm
true.
saying? He got his Wiz look. He got his smooth criminal look. He got his I forgot. You know, they don't really care about us. But Jackson got a lot of looks.
Yo,
Got a
speaking
thriller
of
look too.
speaking of Demon Slayer, that's another top tier anime right there. I think that anime
That
is so
is-
beautiful,
oh
like the
my
colors and the fight scenes and everything. I'm like, I've never seen such a beautiful looking anime in my life, yo, for real, for
Yeah, I
real.
love
which
the
anime?
water. Demon Slayer. I love the water, the fire. I love how
Oh,
it
yeah.
flows. Some
Yo, the
people say, "Oh, it's
music.
boring and it's carried by its animation." I like the
Yo,
story. I
no
like the
shot. The storyline and the fight
I don't
scenes.
know, man. I think people
bro.
be tripping with that shit, bro. Cause the last season, bro, that shit was quality, bro.
He did his kids dirty, and you know, not to say too much. But I was like, "Yo, you gonna
Oh
go
my
out like that?"
gosh,
Ooh.
bro. KH, man, you gotta get into anime, bro. It will
Yeah,
like
that's another
change
new
your
one.
life, bro.
That's another
Like,
a newbie one. You gotta put people on.
you got to, bro.
I feel like yeah, KH. I feel like you would enjoy anime because I feel like you're
I
a
think he would
person.
too.
You're a
Shit, you
person
like
that likes
Disney, man.
storylines. You like storylines. You like a good story, and I feel like if you give anime a chance and you get the right anime a chance, you're gonna be like, you know what? That was a beautiful fucking story.
Shit,
It's
you was
good
fucking
art,
with
bro.
haiku, man. So you know, it's probably a whole bunch. I'm pretty sure there's a whole bunch of stuff you'll mess with.
Shoot,
You know
a
what?
Naruto story
you know,
alone.
one of the
Got
best-
you,
Sitting
KH.
over here
I got
dry.
Dr. Stone. I think you like Dr. Stone. That
Stone's
I like.
pretty
You
good,
like
too.
science and
I actually gotta watch Dr. Stone. I haven't started that yet.
Stay away from
feel
Sword
like,
Art
yo,
Online
like,
though.
yo,
Do not pay that any attention.
don't sleep on
Yeah,
Sword
I
Art
actually
I
Online.
actually
Dry,
like
Dry,
Sword
this
Art.
is all going over my head, Dry.
Hell no.
I actually like Sword
Start
Art
small.
Online.
Yo, I feel like KH will
Yeah.
like the Naruto
Yeah,
storyline. I
I
feel
do.
like KH will definitely enjoy Naruto.
Yes, because the thing
I
about
think he would
Naruto,
too.
what makes it good, there's a character that everybody can relate to. Everybody kind of has that character, and that's what makes a good connection. So for me, the character I kind of like, feel like it's kind of me is Rock Lee. I feel like that's my connection. What about
It's
y'all? Y'all
okay,
got any
Dry.
characters?
We got Dry stressing over here and shit.
Dry stressing.
No.
I'm just like,
I don't know.
because it's also
Ned-
138 for y'all.
Probably,
So I'm like, eh.
probably Neji for me.
Yeah, I knew it. How you Neji ass dude. I knew it. I was just about to come out my mouth. You heard the
See,
end come out.
for
Yeah,
me,
you
Pause.
Neji.
Nah,
You need to know Diddy. Know Diddy.
shit. I mean, I think for me, aside from Naruto, just because Naruto's like whole story with, you know, him, growing up, alone and always like being the one that felt like he had like to prove himself. You know what I'm saying? But I think Itachi more than anybody. Like Itachi, he was the big brother. Like that whole, him with the finger on freaking Sasuke's forehead. Like, man, I can keep going with Itachi
I
storyline.
ain't
That
gonna
shit was
lie,
fire.
man. The baddies love them some Itachi, man.
No, yes. There's a reason why they
Put
call
the
him Daddy
village-
Itachi. You know what I'm saying?
He put the village on his back.
I mean,
Rest
don't get
in
don't get it
rest.
twisted
Oh,
though. The
Dry.
females love Kakashi too. It's just that's not.
Yeah, that's true, man.
Because of the
Man.
mystery.
Hey, KH, man, you gonna get right in the anime, bro.
Lastly, Sammy, who's your Naruto counterpart?
Listen,
man?
Some
My
Shy
counterpart?
might not have continue Haikyuu, but I feel like you have a better time command.
I mean,
What'd
I
you
don't
say,
think.
Sammy?
No. Look, I don't think she. Not that she didn't, want to continue. It's just like trying to find time. That's
Yeah,
just
that's
my.
true.
That's just my feel on it. But I mean, if I can find the time to watch, sure. But I'm also kind of like got a little bit of a schedule, so I'm like, hey,
That's
let's
true.
see if
You
we
got-
can make it work.
You got to
but
do
I
the
don't know.
One Piece math. If there's 20 episodes, if you skip the opening and the
Listen,
outro,
man.
that's 20 minutes. You can watch 3 episodes an hour. You
Listen,
watch-
man, it's
Did you just recommend One Piece
it's
that has
always time for at least
1,000 episodes?
one episode a day, man.
You know what I think you should watch since it's not too long? I think you should watch Cowboy Bebop.
That one sounds familiar. I mean, like, there's a bunch that just like the names you're throwing
Yeah,
around. I'm
there's
like,
a
I've
lot of
heard them.
options,
Like,
bro.
there's
There's a
stuff
lot
that you're
of
talking
options.
about
Yep.
that I'm like, okay, I get, like, they sound familiar, or I've heard of them or something. But yeah,
We're overloading. We're
Samurai
overloading
Champloo
the
is good
circuits.
too.
that happened a while back.
Yeah,
That happened a while back. We're already what, just a little over 5 hours into this.
Yo, damn, yeah.
I
We
I will say
definitely.
I will say, Caleb, my character comparison, like I resonate a lot with Shishui, but if I really had to think of a character that probably was more me, was more Hashirama, just because I feel like in order he didn't choose, like I understand where he came from in terms of being the strongest. He didn't want to be the strongest per se. He didn't even want to fight. He had no choice because if he wanted to make changes, he had to be the strongest.
Okay. I can see that.
So
Yeah,
like his
that's
whole
it's just-
philosophy, I feel like resonates with me a lot.
Mhm.
Damn, man.
Okay.
Yo, then the Jiraiya arc. Oh fuck, let me not talk about this, yo, because that gonna make me want to watch Naruto again. Yo, that shit was.
I was about to say, I'm like, we're
Man.
gonna be here all night, y'all. at this point.
No. But yo, I'll tell you, KH fan, if there's any anime that will put you in the feels, it's definitely Naruto.
Yeah, man. Not gonna lie, you draw some tears.
Nah, but so kind of like Kay said, uh, we are over the 5 hour mark, I believe. So what I'm gonna propose to the the podcast members is, I know we're gonna talk about like the VGA stuff, but if you guys are down with it, we could always save that for next week because the VGAs actually don't start until the 12th. So
That is
the
true.
12th of December. So I think it'll be something we could like add to next week. So we could
Okay.
probably do the list and we could do the VGA stuff. And I feel like
Angels
that'd
top
be
100
good.
list.
Oh
Yep.
Top
We
shit.
get to
video
Followed by
games of the
the
year.
VGAs.
No,
Right?
I
like,
mean, I'll be honest with y'all. That whole episode probably next week should probably just be that list because you're gonna have enough of a time trying to justify why certain people are above others,
Oh man, I was like,
and
oh,
that'll take 5 hours on its own.
that chat is
well,
gonna
it
be
just
livid.
depends on how you
Angel
how
does it.
speedy you want to go with it, because it's not gonna be as long as mine's. Um, I mean, mine's is
We,
150.
KH
So
wants to know
yeah, we
why
took
these
our
two are
time
ranked
going
the
over
way they
each
are.
one.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Like, I don't know how detailed one is gonna want to get on stream.
I
But
think I think the way I will set it up, just to, not get distracted with, oh wow, this person is here, this person is there, is, I'll do the list, I'll talk about it, and then after I'm done saying all the rankings, then I open up the floodgates. But then I feel like the chat's gonna go crazy too. But I feel like
that's what I'm
getting-
saying. The chat's gonna go nuts. They're gonna go nuts next week.
So
Lots
kind of
more
just
than,
going,
than
so kind of going through the list real quick, going through the numbers, and then once you get through the list, then talk about reasonings and stuff afterwards.
yes,
Bro,
yes.
literally what we could do, is cuz we're going to be doing the finals, so we could talk about both of the finals matches. We could
Yes,
talk
yes.
about uh we could talk about the list, and then we could talk about the VGA awards, and then that
And I
could be
think
it.
the finals match will definitely go into the list real good, depending on the results, because that'll be an
That's
interesting
true.
thing to talk about.
That's
Yeah, I
if
think
Angel
it's
doesn't
gonna be.
finalize the list till after the finals.
Yeah, I will say I will be looking at these finals closely to fine tune things, just because it is the finals. So I feel like if anybody feels like they need to put their spot up higher than what they think they are, this finals is definitely gonna be it.
Caleb, is that you?
Yeah.
Damn, I just probably sparked a lit up at everybody from the Don. So let's not do that.
I'm already got something to prove for this final. So yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, Sammy. Fucking this nigga Caleb made this match personal, bro.
Toxic said, I heard that.
Toxic says
Bet.
I heard. Oh, Toxic.
Damn, toxic said, okay, when we want us to
Yes,
go
sir.
off, okay, we're gonna go off. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah, Toxic. You number one, Jasmine. Guess what? She banned. Bow. How about that? Huh?
Damn, he
But
pulled
yeah,
a
it's gonna
sniper out.
Gonna be interesting.
It's gonna be
interesting.
hilarious.
I
Man.
had
It's
to get
gonna
you
be
back for
hilarious.
that.
I need
You
to hear
gonna
the
embarrass me?
backstory on this. Why
You
is it
gonna
so
embarrass me?
personal?
You gonna embarrass me in front of company, Toxic? I'm banning her. That's what I'm gonna.
He
But nah,
said,
it's-
you gotta ban me for the company is crazy.
Nah, I think it's gonna be lit though, man. I actually can't wait.
Dang.
Oh yeah, 20 races. This is gonna be interesting, but it's gonna be
20
gonna be fun.
races.
It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be very
We need the
taxing.
details. Me and KH are in the dark. What's going on?
Oh no. This is you're talking about the finals, right? The two divisions
Yeah.
finals.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
But I heard there's like some backstory. What's going on, guys? It's personal. What's going on?
That's between that's up to Caleb, man.
Yo, this is this is like pregame for the freaking solo. This is like if I gotta be number one spot, not only do I gotta compete against the other team, I gotta compete against my own teammates in a good way.
Yeah, I guess.
You
I
hear that,
mean,
guys? So
I'm
friendly
not
fires on the
competing.
table.
I'm
Nah,
not
it's
competing
hard.
versus my team.
I ain't gonna lie, it's gonna be hard to score more points than Dino. Dino be I'm gonna try. Plus, I'm not on the best class. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not on the best class. I'm gonna do my best.
Which class are you on?
No,
No, yeah, no
I don't want to
spoilers.
give too much away.
Indulging certain stuff,
No.
man.
I don't want to give too much away.
You know, toxic's in the chat, man. So you got, you know.
Yeah, we can't be
saying too
spilling
much.
out secrets right now, yo.
You know, it's funny. Y'all gonna be like, man, Caleb gonna be on Speed. He gonna be on Brawler. Watch me fuck around, be on Defender, huh? Who said that? So yeah, y'all better watch out. Yeah, I'm getting my points. Yeah, I'm gonna be on Defender. What? Well, anyway.
I will say I definitely think this time we gonna be a lot more prepared. I'll say
We gonna
that.
be ready. Yes, sir.
So you telling me you guys have been back to your 5-hour practices? Is that what you're telling me?
No, but I will say, I'm feeling kind of good this time. I'm feeling kind of good.
Okay,
That's
so
all
you
I'm
did
gonna
a
say.
2.5 hour practice.
Nah, it's
Yeah,
not even
2.5
that.
hour
But
match.
it's a couple of things, and not only that, but now Dino has, he has competitive experience under his belt.
You know what's
So
funny?
when we went
Thank you.
against the Dons, I think that was Dino's first match.
So you guys are telling me you unlocked Dino's potential. He is now Mr. Gohan.
I think Dino always been a
unlocked the
Mr.
potential.
Gohan.
Dino
That's
just
That's just his name hasn't been,
I will say
Dino's
this
like getting
about-
better the more he's racing.
Yeah, he's
I will
like
say this
fucking
about
Goku right
Dino.
now.
Cause me and Nano have argued, and this motherfucker try to say, "Man, when I race against you, Caleb, it'll be that hard," and I took that personally. But no, when I race against Dino, I do feel like it's kind of hard. I had to kind of sweat a little bit. So
Oh, definitely. Dino literally brings the best out of all of us that race
Bro,
against
Dino's
him.
Dino's literally one of the best players that's ever touched the controller on this game, bro.
Damn, so Dino's a new Maxi confirmed.
hey, I didn't say I couldn't be.
Nah, but see, here's the thing, Caleb. When you're
no, but
when you're really good at the game, like I feel like all of us could beat each other.
Yeah.
I think the difference is like if we're like specifically talking about certain people like Dino, is that like it feels like no matter what, Dino just ends up at the top, and I feel like that speaks to his consistency.
Yeah.
Like whenever everybody talks about Dino, you don't hear not one bad thing about Dino. Like everybody's always like, "Yo, like Dino, like that's that dude." Like he up there. Like people saying he could rival Maxi, bro. Like, and that's multiple people saying that.
You're just
You
giving
know what's crazy,
Caleb more
Caleb?
fuel to that's all I'm hearing come out of Nano right now is like
I
Caleb's
mean,
like,
If I gotta put the team on my back and be MVP, so we can win.
listen. I have no
MVP Toxic
problem
versus MVP Caleb?
Listen, if it's up to me, I'd hope everybody on our team tries to be the MVP. So I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
I did say to Caleb, man, a while back, I think it was like early this month, that if he wants to be the best, like he's gonna have to prove it in competition. But I also did say, who's to say that, there's a player in Speedstorm that doesn't play competitively that is better than Maxi. And here we have someone that just came out the woodworks who could potentially be better than Maxi.
Yeah.
I mean,
For all
he
we
didn't
know,
really come out the woodworks, but
he been
I know a
around,
lot of
but
people
Play cop,
didn't
though.
know about him. Yeah,
I
I
didn't know
think-
about him. But I didn't know about
Yeah.
anyone, so.
Dino might have been better than Maxi this whole time. It's just that we didn't know because he didn't compete.
I will say if
possible.
there is one name that I always see, either it being in time trials or being a top like player in private lobbies or divisions, that Dino's always in the top 10. Always in the top 10. I always see that man's name either in the top 5 usually, but always in the top 10.
Angel, I got something to say about that.
I see your name up there too, Angel.
I got something to say about that because my name be in the top 10, so does yours. Dino might be above us sometimes, but we be in the top 10 too. That man he be killing it.
He does be killing the time trials. He knows the map layouts and where to go, because I even learned a thing or two from Dino on the Nightmare Before Christmas map, and I'm like, oh, so this is the lines you actually take. And I shaved off 3-4 seconds just by listening to what this man was saying and watching the video. I'm like, okay. So like that's another thing too, like that separates a player to a good player is not just like learning the lines, but if you can watch somebody and literally analyze everything that they're doing and you can easily repeat it yourself, that right there is going to separate you from being a player to an actual good player, because that means you can adapt in 2.5 seconds and learn exactly what you need to do, instead of trying to watch it and trying to process it but you can't replicate it. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like I do that a lot, is when I analyze things I try to mimic it, and if I can mimic it I'm gonna try to do it better. Like, then that's how I learn how to play this game, is by watching streamers, content creators, and people that post videos and how they do their runs. I'm like, oh, so you
but
do
that's
this
just-
way.
Yeah, but that's
Bro,
just
get this.
strategy. One wing.
Get this Kakashi Sensei ass dude out of here. The copy ninja out here. He be taking all
Hey.
your jutsus and making it his own. That's crazy.
Yo, hey, I mean, it works.
Find out.
It works though.
Look, Caleb. Like, I'll tell you this. Nano, I want to say about 5-6 months ago, I had always, anytime I had gone up against him, even if I had stronger characters, he would always find a way to just close on me. Like, it didn't matter if I was like level 40, level 50. Nano was running someone who's like level 30, level 25, and he's just able to just outturn me, or he's able to just, close the distance between himself and or me. And I was like, dude, how did you do that? And then he's like, okay, well, yeah, there's this little bit of tech that use for this and for that. And I'm just like, okay, great. It's not, we're not, I don't think any one of us is trying to like gatekeep secrets in terms of like, oh yeah, we'll get better at the game doing this, or I'm not going to tell you how to do that. It's like, we're all trying to improve. So if you see someone doing that, it's just like, okay, yeah, let me, take what this person had said. So Nano showed me, here, do this, do that, I'm like, okay, great. Now I know how to do that. I just got to practice and implement it so I get better. Like the whole thing with the Brazil time trial, I was like, oh, so that's how you slingshot yourself off the rail. And you can do it twice, to gain more speed. I'm like, oh, okay, now I'm going to try and implement that into what I'm doing on that track, or on a track where you're able to do that. So it's just about improving.
I also say Wolf, we gotta give Wolf his credit. His stock went up. That dude he's been going up on the time trials lately.
I said it earlier. I was like, Brazil has some killers on their team. Wolf is up there.
It's dangerous.
Wolf been up on the time trials. I think he's getting the other Brazilians up on the time trials,
And that's what makes Wolf very, very, very dangerous of a player.
Dangerous.
When you can teach other players to play just like you, and sometimes even perform better than you, you're building a fucking army at that point.
It's crazy because they all be sharing the info, bro, with each other, and it's crazy. We be looking at the time trial like, damn, this is Brazil Central up in here.
I'm the opposite.
Can you imagine if they do another World Cup and Wolf's not even on the Brazil team because his players are that just much better than him? That'd be scary.
But he got the personality and the reaction. He gotta be on the team.
But right now, I think for sure their best players is Nun, Wolf, Rugal. Those are like their top three, and I think the fourth could be either Mateus or Michael Douglas, and there's probably another one, but I forgot.
But yeah, I'm not like Wolf. I'm not trying to put people on game, because the last time I put people on game, the shortcut got patched, so I can't do that no more.
Yeah, but that's for a shortcut, bro.
I heard someone say they made you, Caleb.
Yeah, hey,
that's what I heard.
I'm manufactured out here. That's crazy. I'm Frankenstein. Shit. Shout out to Dr. Finkelstein.
Wait, they made you, Caleb? They made you?
Yeah. Did you make me in the last racing game I came from? let's just say I was top 2 in the world. So that's what me being nerds. So don't do that.
Let him know, Caleb. Let him know, Caleb.
I was taking people's money at the arena. What happened in Mario Kart? Shoot. Nah, you know what's crazy though? Like me, I'm not. What makes me good? Like in Mario Kart, I never had the fastest time. I'm not even like the best. I can hang. I just need to know how to do a lap good enough, and then I let the combat take over. I'm more of a combat racer. This is a combat racing game. Part of it is time trials, but them abilities and sabotaging and all that, like that's also part of the skill gap. Like that's
Me
where I
and
feel like I take over.
me and Duff used to talk, and we used to talk about the time trials and stuff. And we used to like see people that were high on the time trials, like higher than us on the time trials, but we'd always beat them in races. And then me and Duff was like, so it's probably that, they might be better, you know, racing by themselves and doing the
Yeah.
time trials, but when it comes to the full fledged game, when you got to race with other people on the track, we probably might be better on like the fundamentals with using the items and the combat and
Cause you know what
maneuvering around people better.
Bro, you
you know
know
what the
what they
time
need to
trials
do
don't
now that I'm
prepare you
thinking
for?
about it? The time trials needs to add a ghost that you can race against. Like maybe if
Oh, that
you're
would be cool.
150 on the list, maybe you can race against the top 100 ghosts. If you're 100 on the list, maybe you race the guy ahead of you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, where you could download people's ghosts or their their time trials and then race against them. I think that'd be
Exactly.
awesome.
Everybody's
That's
gonna
how
know
it is in
all
Gran Turismo 7.
the all
That's how it is in
the
7.
spots.
Yeah, yeah. That you better be careful getting the fastest time. People gonna know the game. It's funny because that happened in Gran Turismo 7. People was like, "Damn, how'd he get the fastest time in the world?" And then you like follow his ghost, and he's driving through the grass and stuff. I'm like, "Oh, this one
One thing I will say to your credit, Caleb, is I definitely think you're right in terms of like there's being a lot more better players now because like the OG players they might have had like some go-to racers, but I think right now we have a larger pool of stronger
Good
players.
players. Yeah. I
Yep,
mean, that also has to do credit to back then people had to pay for this game.
yep,
And now it's just free. It's like, you know,
quote unquote
it's
free
easy food.
free entry.
Well, yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, but
Free to try.
Yeah.
every time we do these tournament matches, our our footage is being watched.
Yeah, it is true. They picking up all our game. I'm starting to realize that shit. They taking notes.
So
I was kind of pissed because I had to use the mic door to beat Brazil, but now everybody and their mama know about that mic door.
yeah,
Long squad, like dang.
Man, I knew about that before that even happened. What are you talking about?
You might have, but everybody, there's some top players talking about. Damn, I never seen Mike move like that. Like yo.
That's true. I could attest to that. Like I heard certain people say, like,
I
"Damn,
will
like."
I will say that too. I ain't
Mhm.
gonna name names.
It's just all my secrets are getting out. Damn, I'm feeling like myth right now. It's like all the turbo builders are coming.
Nah, man, but I think like I ain't gonna lie, man. The solo tournaments is gonna be otherworldly. I'll say that.
You know what I hate? That I kind of got nerfed a little bit. You used to be able to side bash people like 10 times in a row, but now that they got like an invincibility frame thing, like a cooldown, can't do it as much. But like that's the shit I'm talking about when it comes to like the time trials don't prepare you for that. Like what are you gonna do when somebody side bashes you over and over and over and it's like, can you still race
Oh,
fast?
could you imagine if you had to do time trials and race others while doing time trials?
Hey, that'd be interesting. Some battle time trial or something.
Right?
That
That'd be
would be interesting.
crazy.
Or they could just speed up the CPU so I can benefit off of. But one thing I hate about the time trials when I'm playing as freaking King Triton and the CPU so slow and so far behind I can't even get a wave off. Like dang, at least have at least
Uh,
one or two of them kind of trail behind a little bit.
but yeah, man. I think it's about time we wrap this bad boy up, man, because we getting close to the 6 hour mark,
Yeah,
man.
people got Thanksgiving. They got turkey and chitlins and kind of stuff to eat tomorrow?
Hey
Who
man,
out
my
here eating
Thanksgiving happened
chitlins?
last month.
Oh, it did? Oh.
Yeah,
Or what are you, Canadian? I guess you got a different.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
that
we
was
do.
last month, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Don't
Have a
worry, I'll hang out
homie.
with you guys for Thanksgiving.
Shit, you ain't hanging
Hey,
out with me for Thanksgiving.
shit, this is
Bro,
gonna
we
be
cousins.
interesting,
Don't do
man.
that.
Yeah, that is true. They are cousins. Jamaica.
Yeah, yeah, KH man, got the target on my back. KH, you got the target on my back,
What do you mean?
huh?
What do you mean? What did I do?
Because the way you explain it, One Wings list, and he's a Twitch partner and this and that. Now you got the
Hey, I told
whole
you that already,
pressure on
Angel.
me.
I told you that was gonna
Because
happen.
it's
I
funny
couldn't
because
tell.
Shy said the same thing. She literally said the same thing on her stream, and she was like, "Bro, you're a Twitch partner. Like everybody's gonna look at your opinion a little bit differently than Nanos because of that fact that I don't know if people think more eyes are gonna see that or something, and the list is gonna be. But I feel like Nano's list was viewed by everybody, so I feel like it's gonna be the same thing though. So I don't know why, my input would mean more. I don't know. Maybe just I don't view myself as that person that my view should like.
He says this as he's number 2 on the leaderboard currently, or number 3. I don't know if you've taken past Ishnik's spot, but I mean, like, dude, come on.
Listen, hey, you know what I say, Angel? The same reasons why they telling you to be cautious, I think you should go even harder on it. Cause hey, you never know, your shit might make even more positivity happen in the coming. Never know.
Hey, you never know. You never know. We might see some OGs coming back for seeing that list. You never know.
It's like, what? Angel ain't put me. He didn't even put me
Retirement.
on the honorable mention list. Oh hell
You
nah.
see the name
Put
Ties
OGs on
come
this
back.
list.
What?
I'm an OG.
Can you imagine if all the OGs that started just popping out of nowhere? You see Chiku and Ties and everybody else is like, yo, where do you guys come from?
Did you even put Chiku on the list, Nano? I don't even think you put him on your list.
Nah, I had it in my disclaimer why he wasn't on the list.
That dude said, man,
And
I'll
I
not
put
know
him
even, not
which OG
even,
you want to come back.
not
We know
even
which
Kayla
OG
paid
you want.
attention to the disclaimers. Crazy.
And he's on the
Nah,
panel too. That's wild.
listen,
I
man.
paid
I
attention.
know 99% of the people who saw that list not even read the
Yeah,
disclaimer.
that's a fact. Ain't nobody gonna care about the disclaimer that I
No,
just
I'm not
posted
even
on
gonna
this
make a disclaimer at this
VOD.
point.
Like, I'm literally
I
gonna
was
put.
considering doing a disclaimer.
Like when
Not
I
no more.
saw defendant Williams get upset at the list and he was like bringing up stuff that I already talked about in my disclaimer, I'm like, all right, buddy,
Hey, see, that's
he
what
didn't
happened when
even
y'all skip
fucking
over the
read this
video.
shit. Bro. He the same one putting in the comments, learn to read. That's wild.
I have a feeling people are gonna come up to me like, "Why am I not on your list? I'm an OG, I'm a player. I'm good at this game. What are you talking about?" I'm like, "But you didn't read the disclaimer."
So
Yo,
Angel,
that's gonna be crazy.
what if Giselle comes to you ask you why she's not on the list?
Oh shit! I just be like,
Hey, I got you.
like you would have been on my list if you played. Like, you know what I mean?
And again, this is
I
where
mean,
I'm
if you want to
saying,
play, you can play again. You know what I'm saying? Wink, wink. We can get on some Speed Storm.
The honorable Giselle.
Yeah, man, Giselle was goaded, man.
Well, yeah, she would have stayed playing. She'd probably definitely be up there and like, man, I would arguably say top 10. Honestly,
I do want to see her in
was
Reach Race,
skilled,
man.
She
Yeah,
was
Reese
skilled.
been having some fast ass time. Did you see she got the fastest time with freaking Aladdin on that one?
Bro, I try to
time
tell you
thing?
Yo,
she's
I'm
nice, bro.
telling
No
you,
one's
bro.
listening to me.
Like, what the
I'm
fuck?
telling you, like, see, Reach is up there, man. Listen, man, Reach need to. I sure hope Reach enters some of these solo tournaments, man, because we need to put Reach out there more.
I'm just telling y'all, don't sleep on Shy. She has gotten better.
Hey,
Yeah,
Cage,
yeah,
you
I
Okay,
wanna
gonna
see
we're
her.
ready to
you
see
gonna
the
see in these
1v1 between Reach and
you
Shy.
gonna
Battle
see
of the Femme
we gonna
Fatales.
see Shy in these.
Yeah, hey, Shy, I can't wait. Hey, them solos, I can't wait to see Shy in the solo.
Yeah,
man,
I think
it's
I
gonna be
I
lit.
think like you said, KH. I think you know, Shy. I've seen Shy improve a lot, and I think the thing is with her in school and everything, and hey, that's understandable. And I feel like if she would have played, she would play more and be in like the competitive scene. Oh, she will definitely, you know, be up there and the list of people and stuff like that. I think, and to be fair, I mean, you know, real life happens. You know, not everybody can play this game on a consistent basis or on an everyday basis. But that doesn't take anything away from what I see when she does play. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm. Yeah. Another thing I want to do is I want to see Shy you you know use a whole bunch of different racers too, because it's one thing being good on your main. It's different when you got to use a whole shit ton of different characters.
Yeah, that's where honorable mention Liliana. Liliana is probably top 20 skill wise, but only played on Ariel. So yeah, there's some people who are really great at this game. It's just they got that one character they play. So
You ever
you
race
gotta do
against
it.
a girl called Lady Reaper?
No.
I don't
Okay.
actually don't think I've played. I
Yeah,
might have played against him, but I don't
Yeah, no,
remember.
actually I have that
yeah.
Sammy, that's my alternate account.
Stop this.
I'm just fucking with you. Yeah, I know.
Cause I was about to say, like, I think she's actually pretty nice. So I don't know,
She be
you know.
fucking you up, Sammy.
Oh, another one,
Nah,
Mike Honcho.
but I'm
Can't
saying,
sleep on Mike Honcho. Not to interrupt.
but I'm saying if Shy
It's
ever
true.
sees her in the rank matches, like, definitely try to, push yourself to the limit. Cause I think she could give you some challenges.
And that's on Corbin Blue.
Okay, so I just found, well, I didn't just find, but this is something interesting that I've seen. Talking about
Share it with us.
season 11 of Disney Speedstorm. We now know that Edna Mode is not going to be a character.
I knew it.
She's going to be a crew member.
Yeah, of course.
That's
That would be
Yeah,
a
I mean,
waste.
that's
hold
kind of
on,
Imagine
hold on, hold
obvious.
Froze.
on, hold on. They didn't say Frozone, and I could argue that Frozone is a more important character than Edna.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
if you put Edna in the game,
I just put it's in our group chat there.
Mm.
It's the
Didn't they
last thing
say something about sidekicks being a racer?
it said. The words that are being posted on here, this is an online article. It says inspired by the iconic Disney and Pixar's The Incredibles, the Save the World season, that is the name of season 11, brings new
Okay.
incredible heroes that are gearing up to take racing action to superpowered heights, each with their own specific class and abilities. But what is a hero without a trusty sidekick? And thankfully, Save the World also adds all new crew members ready to help, including Edna Mode, the Underminer, Tony Ridinger, Mr.
What?
Skipperdo, and many more.
Okay,
And
so
Plus,
if they
Underminer,
didn't name
he's not taking up a
Frozone,
spot.
Wait,
Yes.
if
wait,
they
wait.
didn't name Frozone,
yeah,
Wait,
so
so
okay, so
Underminer is gonna be crew for Syndrome?
They're
I
not related, I
he's
don't
gonna be
think,
crew
are
for
they?
something.
Yeah,
They'll
that's
probably be a
weird.
purple crew, maybe.
yeah,
Yeah, he'll
so
probably be like a
plus
regular
race
crew.
through the action-packed locales from the film in the new The Incredible Showdown racing environment. So The Incredible Showdown is going to be the name of the track for season 11. Like it's the Nightmare Festival for this season. The Incredible Showdown is what it's going to be called for season 11. And based off of everything that we saw from the track, from the trailers of everything that has been in the last 2 days, it's basically going to be like a recreation of that final battle from The Incredibles 1, it
Movie,
looks like.
yeah.
So we're basically going to be going through that whole city as the fight is going on, I think. I don't know. It's an interesting concept.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah.
did see the ice. I remember that ice from the
Listen,
movie.
man, the
Oh,
biggest
is
thing
the
I took
Underminer
away from
fighting in the
that,
background?
Anyway,
It's
that
a
that pretty much
possibility.
nixes the whole. Oh, Edna's going to be a racer. Underminer's going to be a racer. No, we've literally seen
Yep.
that they are going to be crew.
Cleared
Well,
up. Hey,
and
I'm
they
glad
didn't
for
say
that.
Frozone, so
And
Frozone confirmed.
Why would Edna be a
telling
racer
you.
though? Let's be real.
I
You
mean,
better be normal.
I didn't think she was gonna be a racer, but there are people who wanted her to be a racer.
Over Frozone?
There we
You
go.
crazy?
Listen,
I mean, shit, yeah. I would imagine Frozone's name, if he would have been a crew member, would have been in that
would have
list
been
of
up there,
names.
right?
Yeah,
His name would have been the
Arguably more
first name.
important than everybody else up there.
So
And
I
he has
mean,
voices this time around. So that's
Caleb, you
Come on,
might
man.
you
The
might
boys
have
want super
some
suit.
hope that your boy Frozone's gonna be a racer, maybe with
Yes, sir. Number
lines
2.
too.
Yeah, man. He's gonna
With
be the
lines, they
first
said
black character with a
guaranteed.
voice, man.
he's gonna be a mid-season racer with
That'll
no
be
emotes.
pain, bruh. Yeah. Mid-season means guess what? No victory animations, no outfits.
At least you'll have crew
Where's
for
my
him.
super suit?
At least you'll have voice lines.
That is true. All
Man,
7 of the
I'll-
other racers will have voice lines, like they're supposed to.
Yeah, like
Exactly.
they're supposed to. That's not even supposed to be
Until y'all went cheap
used.
out. And you know what's funny too? They never even said for the next seasons that all the other characters will have voice lines. Just this season.
Exactly.
Just for this season.
So we might get to Tron, and then only Clue has voice lines.
I talked about this early. People were talking about, oh, it's going to be Hero or Big Hero 6 or something like that, or Baymax. Is it going to be Hero or Baymax? And I'm like, yo, what if Baymax? What if they solve the character, 5 characters that season and 2 mid-season by making Baymax an ability and Hero is the racer?
Oh, that would be so stupid, bro. I don't know if you're the same person who brought this up to me, Caleb, but that would literally Baymax is literally his own character, bro. He's his own character. Him and Hero should be 2 different racers. They're that
So what?
important to the story.
So what
It's
Nano
out of
was
the
saying
movie,
is that
Big Hero
the
6.
Game Law. What you're saying is Game Law gonna be like, all right, we gave you Frozone, but that one black dude from Big Hero 6, he is a.
The
We gave you at least
Wasabi?
one of them. Wasabi, he gone.
Listen, I'm not saying they could have to do that. He could be one of the other characters, but Baymax and Hero have to be separate racers.
First of all, how about we got a red alert? We got actually a red alert going on. Cause do y'all realize Moana 2 is out right now in theaters? Are y'all gonna watch that on thing?
I'm not gonna watch that this week. I gotta see. I could probably watch it next week, but I think I might want to wait till Shadow comes out to watch 2.
Hey, Drag, yes, I know there's still a voice actor strike that is still going on right now.
Damn. AI
That's
voice,
true.
huh?
Really, I didn't even know
Probably
about
because
that.
of AI.
Yeah. I
Yes,
can
it
do
is
this.
exactly why. That is correct.
Yeah? Damn.
Yes. They want the voice actors do want protections against AI in their contracts for the next negotiations. It's been going on, from my understanding, since July.
You know what I'm gonna do though?
Imagine you sign a
Yeah.
contract as a voice actor, thinking it's just a regular gig, and then the company is like, "Oh, we can just use your voice because we have enough footage to use this for another season without you
Yeah.
having to come to the studio to record anything."
Take your likeness and hey, you signed the contract. We paid you for the job. Now we get the.
Yep. Never
know,
use you
So
again.
that's the whole thing
Pay you
about the
once and
contract that
done.
they're wanting to clear up and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
because
I'm
I
gonna go to
know there are some games right now that are using AI voices.
the. Hey, the AI voice is getting good.
Yeah, AI,
Yeah, they're very good.
AI is getting scarier and scarier the more you think about it. Like how smart this shit's getting already.
Yeah.
We might have an iRobot scenario in our hands coming soon. That's all I'm saying.
I'll say the same
We're-
thing that I've said to a bunch of other people. AI at some point, maybe not soon, but I do feel it will be soon. Right now, we're technically still in the Wild West period of AI where it's lawless
Yeah.
and there's not really any kind of regulation over it. But eventually, it's going to come to a point where it will be regulated and it will be
Yep.
used similarly to the way that green screen and CGI is used in movies. There will be ways
Yep.
that you do it, there will be ways that it's done, and it will have the restrictions and the regulations that it deserves.
I hate
It
regulation.
just doesn't it just doesn't it's not existing right now. It
It's like
will.
the internet. We got to enjoy the wild, wild west of the internet. You know, we're the generation that exists before, during, and after. So we're kind of like that with AI. So you better take advantage of that shit before they put some freaking blocks on it or start charging an arm and a leg.
Shit.
Yep, that is
Google,
true.
they literally have Google AI like telling us all the questions we know. We don't even. You just type it in Google, and usually you'll just like kind of like search it up.
But now it's AI
Now
giving
you
you
search it
answers.
up, and the AI literally telling you everything you need.
By the way, if you Google search anything and the AI gives you an answer and you screenshot it and put it in the official Discord, you're banned. No AI. Even a Google search is considered AI in Beastorm server for whatever reason. But yeah, I'm gonna go to a dispensary. I'm gonna get me some edibles. I'm gonna get me like a 30 milligram, and I'm gonna watch some Moana 2, have a good ass time, eat some good food. I don't know about y'all.
I'm
But yes,
going to
sir.
bed. I don't know about y'all. I'm going to bed after this is done.
Yeah, I'm thinking. Yeah, I want to watch Moana too because I'm kind of curious to see if there's gonna be any like key characters out the sequel where it might warrant it a season. You know what I'm saying?
In the future, honestly, I just hope all the 7 racers are incredible related because I want Moana to have the her. So
Oh yeah, I want
I mean,
Moana to have their
there's
own
no
season
way
so
that
we could
all
get another
7 won't
island.
have. I just believe there's no way this whole season won't be incredible theme. Like, imagine
yeah,
them
it's
adding like a Bugs Life character in Incredible season.
it wouldn't make sense.
Yo, Jack should be his own racer.
Jack,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
he's just a
feel
I'm
like
thinking
lightweight.
if he's not, that's kind of weird.
Mr.
I feel
Incredible's a
like
heavyweight. Mrs. Incredible midweight. Violet midweight. Uh, Dash probably a
That's
lightweight,
lightweight.
unfortunately. Jack
Jack
lightweight.
Jack lightweight. I also
Frozone
think
Syndrome middleweight.
I also think Violet's gonna be a lightweight as well.
She could be because she's skinny, like a
Nah,
girl
but
type.
yeah, but she's kind of tall though. So usually, if you got some height on you, you could at least hit midweight.
I don't know, man. They're gonna use the kid route. Oh, she's still a kind of a kid, so lightweight.
I think that'll be good, bro.
yeah, I think it'll be good. I mean, I think the Incredibles like franchise alone is big enough to warrant them doing all 7 racers Incredibles. Like, I mean, Inside Out was probably one of Disney's biggest movies, and that's why they did the season
Which
that
is
way. But I feel
why-
like Incredibles is a well-known franchise that you can pick out 7 racers and pretty much knock it out the park with just Incredibles theme.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
You know what's crazy too? You're gonna watch Moana, and there's gonna be no trailer for Disney Speedstorm.
You right.
Yeah,
Well, that's a game loft problem.
it is, man. It is.
That's no problem but a game loft.
Just before you watch Moana, no trailer for season 11. So after you watch Moana, oh, let me hop into this game, prepare myself before season 11. You know what I mean? Nope.
All this money Game Loft makes, you would think that they will try to push a trailer out to the movie theaters. Like, hey, you guys like Disney? Try out this new Disney kart racer or this kart racer that's been out for a while. Play as your
Disney
favorite,
is
like
money laundering.
it's crazy.
Oh,
It's crazy.
Disney Speedstorm needs their own like go-kart section at Disney World.
Oh yeah, that'll be awesome.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, like the Mario Kart land that they haven't. Is it in Canada?
Hey, say it loud so the people in the back can hear you.
Am I right? Is it like the Mario? Is it like a Mario Kart thing
Yes,
like
it
in
is.
Canada? Yeah, I've been
Yes,
wanting to
there
go,
is.
man, and I'm literally right next to Canada.
Yeah, man.
Let me find
Go
out
to
Sammy's
Niagara
band.
Falls region.
Yeah, man.
Go
Shit's
drive in
crazy.
Mario Kart Park.
All right, y'all. Let's wrap this up, man.
All right
About to
then,
hit
y'all.
6
That
hours.
was episode
All right,
5.
Justice
Lots
League.
of spiciness today. We talked about a lot. this is, happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Thank you to everybody who's watching. We appreciate you. We're thankful for our audience. Thankful
Yes,
for
sir.
Certainly
all
are.
the real ones in the community. Yeah.
Mhm.
Hey,
Hey,
H, we love to
KH,
have
man.
you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
happy to be here.
sure, man. It
We hope
was
to
an
get you
honor
back sometime
for
in the
you
future as well.
to bless the podcast with your presence.
And your wisdom gave us a lot of gems today.
We
Yep,
appreciate you a
Professor
lot.
KH. We have to start calling you that as your nickname, Professor.
Professor KH.
Yo, I gotta ask before we head out, would it bother you if people like called you like Kingdom Hearts instead of KH?
I don't know. I feel like KH is just easier to say because it's two syllables versus Kingdom Hearts. It's like, just a little more of a mouthful, but that's just me.
Kingdom
All
Hearts
right,
fan.
Professor. I'm gonna call you
Is
just
that what
Professor.
what your the initials stand for?
That's what the
Okay.
initials stand for, yeah.
Okay.
Wait, to fund what? To fund DDLV? What's that?
Disney
Disney
Dreamlight
Dreamlight
Valley.
Value.
Oh my God! Don't say that.
Hey, I'm gonna start calling you Kingdom Hearts a couple times, KH.
Okay.
Nah, Professor's better, man.
You gotta be prepared for it though.
Also, let's get Nano's pronouns right. We all call it's Nano Blaster. I'm start calling you Mr. Blaster.
Hey man, I don't mind you call me. Yo, so I used to know somebody and they would always call me Blaster. Bruh. Oh no, Bradley Bella, she'd call me Blaster. And it was so different because usually people say Nano. But hey, I didn't
Mr.
mind
Blaster.
it.
So I will say this to answer the thumbnail in the video: is Ariel white or black? She's both. So I hope that answers that question, y'all. Hope that answers that question. She's both.
All right. Well, good night, everybody.
Have a
Yes,
good
sir.
night.
All right,
It's
all
great
right,
to
all
see
Thank
right.
y'all
y'all
for
again.
joining us on this
Stay
episode,
this
man.
Sunday. Stay tuned. But yes,
Yes, sir.
Blaster is crazy work. Yes, Dry,
Yes,
it is.
dry.
All right, y'all. Y'all have a
And he's
good
black
one.
too. That's crazy. I just thought about that.
The
It be like
blaster.
that, man.
The blaster is blasting on the scene.
Definitely Diddy, man.
No oil. What?
Whoa.
Whoa. Whoa!
Not the baby oil.
what? Y'all, hey, the
Right.
Brazilians robbed your ass, Angel. Took your likeness.
Yo, I don't know if y'all peeped real quick, before we end. But I don't know if y'all watch Wolf streams, but I watched him the other day, and he has my let's go chat in his stream now, like as a button. I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
yo, that's cool as hell. But like, I was like, yo, I thought I was tripping for a second. I'm like, do I hear my let's go chat? Like, is my shit going off?
We gotta blow that shit up. We gotta.
I gotta start making let's go chat freaking shirts at this point.
There you go.
Can you imagine the next time you go into the stream, it says, "Welcome to the Crashout."
Yeah, Angel. How about yeah, you end the stream with a bunch of boys. Yeah, let's hear some shit. Let's hear some shit before we end.
Michael P. Jordan.
Wait, what you want? Wait, are you trying to hear my soundboards?
The
Yeah,
soundboard.
yeah.
I can't
hear
All
hear.
right, that'll be the last thing because I'm falling asleep on my computer.
Oh shit! Yo, hold on, I gotta switch headsets then because I can't hear my sounds. Like I'm actually playing these sounds right now. Let's go, chat. Because I don't have my actual headset on. So hold on.
Yeah, we can hear him.
Just press all the buttons one by one.
Testing,
Hey, y'all
testing,
got like
testing,
50 of them joints, man.
testing.
Press that shit and end stream.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
All right.
I can
Switch
hear you.
over.
Can
What
Dry hear you?
What are you trying to hear? Not the baby oil.
Oh God.
I don't even know what any of these are, to be honest. Welcome to the Crashout, because that just says recording, so like I have no idea what I'm about to click. It could say some sus ass shit, and I'm sorry, but I don't know what's what. You're not fucking new. Randall Hobbs.
Yes, sir. Randall Hobbs.
There he is. Michael P. Jordan.
That's for you, Sammy.
There it is right there. I can do it with my tongue. Oh, shit. Oh, see, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yo. I don't know.
The Poppy of Speed Storm.
Okay, I got that. That one's at my buttons.
You thought I was feeling you?
Oh, shit. There's that.
Oh, yeah.
I actually had a whole bunch. I deleted them. So, like, I have.
FCW. Panda.
Fuck it, we ball.
Oh, yeah. Whoa. Toma.
Yeah, that's right.
Wepa.
Ruh-roh, I want that fucking milk more than I want that meat.
Oh, I recorded that from Rubber.
Rag pals. Rag pals. Rag pals. Rag pals making shaking ass fun.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
Ruh-roh rags shaking his ass.
I did not know you had these raw.
I sometimes I forget that I have all these.
I'm departing.
So close and tight. Wait, I'm back, you fuckers. Top 100, we get it.
Oh, that's when I hit the top 100. He was like, "Yo, that shit was hilarious."
You're not that guy, pal.
All right. Let's
Oh,
wrap
I like
this
that.
up, man.
Grove was a baller.
Fun, man. It's fucking fun. But yeah, KH,
Yeah.
man, appreciate you chilling with the homies. Means a lot.
You know
Yeah,
who we should
man.
get on next? Think we should bring on Wolf.
Let's see. Oh, nah. We gon' bring on Absent, man.
Oh yes,
On-
yes,
on
yes,
next
that's right.
week?
But
Yeah.
Oh, I've said on the commentary on the top 100
Okay.
list is gonna be ooh.
it'll
Yes,
be
sir.
interesting.
Yes, sir.
All right,
But
peace
I
out,
definitely
y'all.
think we should bring KH on another time.
Of course, man. But
Oh, definitely.
KH, appreciate you, homie. You have a good
All
night.
right, thank you guys.
Have a good night. Have a good turkey day,
Oh,
KH.
have a good night.
All right, good night,
Night, happy
y'all.
Thanksgiving, y'all.
Yeah, happy
Buenos
Thanksgiving to
noches.
everybody because it is officially Thanksgiving over here where I am at. So happy Thanksgiving to everybody. If you guys love the content, hit that like, hit that subscribe, hit that bell to get notified when we go live. I want to thank everybody that was in the chat, everybody that was in the podcast, Nano, Sammy, Caleb, KH fan. Definitely, it was always a good time talking to all of you guys. And for all you that watching the vibe, we appreciate you, watching the content, giving us your criticism or what you like about the podcast, what you don't like about it, and all your feedback that you guys give us. So much love. I hope y'all have a great rest of your night. And
Welcome to the Crashout.
Mhm.